prosecute me because there was not sufficient evidence to lead to any prosecution. He also stated that he did not find the evidence of Amatekwe reliable, and also that America consistently denied that he had ever received any note from me. Since the SIB report, the trial of those who were convicted for the murder, in spite of the fact that I appeared before the SIB and denied all the allegations which have been leveled against me, that I was a prosecution witness during the trial, and that the AG did not prosecute me for the reasons that he had given. People still continue to level allegations against me as a conspirator in the crime to murder the judges and Major Akwa. For the past 20 years, I have been living under the pain of having these allegations made against me year in, year out, until today. And I have done my best this morning to demonstrate to this commission why I believe that the SIB, after they issued their initial report on the 6th of November, began a political conspiracy against me. I can't precisely say why, but I believe because of the actions that they took and the circumstances of the time, that they were determined to have me removed from my position in the government, to discredit me and thereby discredit the government and prepare for the overthrow of the government. I have named the people who I believe took part in this conspiracy. Members of the board: Justice Azukrab, Mr. Lindsay, Reverend Dovlo, Jobo, Reverend Jobo. Mr. Chris is now dead, and Mr. Amui. Those who helped them were, of course, some members of the police group attached to them, Idana and Odro, who took that famous statement, which the SIB refers to as the historic statement of 23rd November 1982. And of course, Brigadier Nunu Mensah. For the reasons that I have given you regarding the circumstances under which he knew beforehand what Amatekwe was going to say in his statement of 23rd November. Mr. Chairman, I said that for 20 years I've been living under the pain of this monstrous allegation that I participated in this crime. I'm just pleading to you, members of this commission, to make available here the persons that I have named so that I can look them in the eye and ask them certain questions about how they came to engage themselves in such an elaborate frame-up which nearly cost my life. After all, this commission has given its platform to an international con man, Mr. Chris Archer, who came here, raved and ranted for 2 hours, making all sorts of allegations against me, and I'm just pleading to give some opportunity for me also to question these people. After all, former Chief Justice of Ghana, a priest, Jobo, former head of CID, to ask them why they took part in such a conspiracy to frame me up. Since the end of the trial, the execution of Amatekwe and the others, people have come to me and told me, because of the allegations which have been made against me, people have come and told me what they knew about this crime. And as I've said in my statement, fortunately, as a result of the recent allegations which have surfaced in the papers, especially the performance of Chris Archer before this commission, where even one member of this commission encouraged him to go and publish those monstrous allegations in a book, which he did.
Please continue with your evidence. We've said enough about Chris Archer. And I have already explained that if you want anyone to be brought for cross-examination, you have to go and make a statement in the case docket on which that person gave his evidence. And we'll try and bring those persons for cross-examination.
Thank you very
Please
much.
try and speed things up a bit for us.
Since this campaign to have me implicated in the murder of the judges, people have come to me and told me what they know about this crime. And as I said in my statement, Mr. Morte Akaji and Mr. Fosu have come to tell me.
Please don't mention that gentleman's name.
I won't.
I know that he's been on the air, but in this commission, we don't want to mention his name until we've contacted him and heard his reaction.
Thank you very much. I did not mention the name in my statement,
yes,
and I'm aware of
just
that.
a precaution. That's
Thank
fine.
you. People have come to tell me that the man who took Mr. Amatekwe round and showed him the houses of the judges is alive, and they know this because the man confessed to them. I know that Mr. Morte has sent a statement to this commission, and I was told that Mr. Fosu was also going to send one. He doesn't live in Accra, he lives in Kumasi. And I'm sure that he will do so soon. I'm also aware that before Amatekwe died, he made a confession in the chapel of Usherford Prisons to Reverend Damois and Asasi Jima, and he told them to come and apologize to me for what he had done against me. Both Father Damwa and Asasi Jima told me of Amatekwe's apologies shortly after Amatekwe was executed. I'm also aware that at the range where he was executed, before he died, he also made a confession and asked me to forgive him or apologize for what he had done to me. Mr. Chairman, I want to react to one or two things that Chris Asher came to say here. When Chris Asher, before I ask for him to be cross-examined, I think that I would like to clarify one or two things. I will ask for his.
Yes, that's all right. All right, go on.
Thank you. Mr. Asher came here, and in an effort to find a motive why I should get Justice Agyapong killed, Mr. Asher told this commission that Justice Agyapong tried a case that I took against the military intelligence. And it is because of that trial, which Justice Chris Asher claimed was conducted by Justice Agyapong, that I hired America to kill Justice Agyapong. I would like this commission to know that the trial was conducted by Roger Kosa, who I believe lives in Zimbabwe. This is a matter of public record. And the investigation department of this commission could easily have found out that Chris Asher was lying. And members of this commission could have been supplied with that information, and they could have asked Mr. Asher here about that allegation which he was making against me. Many people in this country believed it. And yet it was so simple for this commission to know that Roger Kosa was the trial judge and not Justice Agyapong. Chris Asher also stated here that he had talked to America, Jandu, and Senya when he was in prison. And they gave him statements. The most important one, of course, is the statement of America. We have not yet seen that statement emerge anywhere. Why should this commission believe what Chris Asher says the convicted persons told him in prison, against what those people said directly themselves to the SIB and to the tribunal? Why should we believe what Chris Asher is saying they told him in prison against what the people said themselves when they appeared before the SIB and when they appeared before the tribunal? When Mr. Adebuga came here, he also made a claim that I was in the office of the chairman when Amatekwe came to announce that he had finished the job, meaning he had killed the judges. There are three versions of this story. One from America, one from Adebuga, who came and told this story before this commission. We also have another version from Chris Asher, who claimed that America told him. And we have a third version from Amatekwe himself in his testimony before the ICIB. I want to say before this commission that I was nowhere where any statement had been made according to Adubuga version, Amatekwe version, or America via Chris Asher version. I was nowhere where any statement was made saying that the judges had been killed.
Captain, in the case of Amatekwe, was it in his second statement or first statement?
No, this is a statement he made before the ICIB.
That is a second statement.
No. When he was being interrogated.
When being interrogated.
Evidence. Yeah, evidence. I have more or less concluded my testimony regarding the matter of the judges, but I would like to also answer some allegations that have been made against me over the FRC and PNDC government periods. Squirrel Leader Tego has come here to make some allegations about me advising the AFRC about the executions of the generals sometime in July 1979. I was not in Ghana when the June 4th revolt occurred. I left Ghana in April 1979 for Angola, where I was living, and returned to Ghana after the executions had taken place. No one contacted me or asked my advice about the execution of the senior military officers. And Squadron Leader Tego is telling a falsehood if he claims that I was in Ghana at the time the senior military officers were executed. That is blatantly a fabrication. I've also received the testimony of Alex Ajay and Al-Hassan Akati. It is true, Mr. Chairman, that I said in my statement that I could not understand the nature of the allegations they were making. And I will explain. In the case of Alex Ajay, in his last statement, which he made to the commission, after he had appeared here, when I read that written statement, it appeared to me like he was either withdrawing or qualifying the allegations. And that is why I said in my statement that maybe if he is called and questioned, he can clarify the nature of the allegations that he's making, because I don't understand. When I read all his statements, it's precisely what he was trying to allege against me. I also say that in respect of Al-Hassan Akati, that maybe from further questioning we can determine exactly the nature of the allegation that he was also making against me. I heard the chairman make some reference to that, and that's why I'm explaining. I put in my statement my experiences of torture under state officials.
I'm afraid I won't allow evidence about that. There's no petition from us, from you.
I am not a petitioner.
Yeah, so please.
I am not making any petition about those allegations. I'm simply telling this commission my experiences.
I will not permit evidence about your experiences of torture because
Why
you
are
have
you
not
taking
petitioned.
evidence from others?
Because they petitioned.
Adebuga came here, made
Please, Mr. Chikata. I don't want any question, any confrontation with you. I have ruled that unless you petition this commission, you cannot come here and talk about matters concerning yourself. We've had a whole year in which we were receiving petitions from all aggrieved persons. You chose not to petition. You have been brought here on a subpoena to give evidence about the murder of the judges. Now you won't tell us about your personal appearance of torture. I will not permit it. So please, that is that.
I am explaining to you that I am not a petitioner.
I said
I
I'm not
understand.
permitting you to say anything about your experiences of torture. That is the end of the matter, please. So if you have nothing further to say about the murder of the judges, then you have to conclude your evidence.
Mr. Chairman, there is a perception.
It doesn't matter what perception there is. At the end of the day, we will submit our report to the
I'm
whole
not
nation.
making any total
And the whole
allegations.
nation will decide for themselves whether any perceptions are justified or not. We are not interested
I'm not
in your
making
perception.
any allegations against
Mr.
anybody.
Chikata, please do not answer back. You have to obey the chair. You have to obey the chair. I'm not permitting you to give this kind of evidence. If you are finished with your evidence about the murder of the judges, that concludes it. Mr. Mingle, does he have anything more on the murder of the judges?
No, I don't think so.
All right.
And
Then,
furthermore, there are names, he has named names, which the people are not here. And he has to make a statement, and we contact the people before he will mention
all right.
them.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, that's all for the
In
witness.
accordance with our procedure, I will ask the commissioners if they have any questions for the witness. No, actually, Mr.
how about
Asamoah
my
first.
counsel?
If you have any questions for your witness, please ask them.
Mr. Chairman, my questions may relate to matters you don't want to listen to.
Well,
So, I don't have any
Mr.
questions.
Shut up. If you have no questions on matters which are admissible, then please take your seat and we'll continue. Yes. Now, I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions for the witness.
Good morning, Captain. You are welcome to the Commission. You yourself have said some 5 minutes ago that you have been a victim of false accusation for the past 20 years or so. As far as I'm concerned, this is an opportunity for you to clear your name of some of these false allegations that have been leveled against you. And I will expect that you welcome this opportunity. Now, my question has to do with Amate Kwei. Captain, I would like to find out from you precisely when it formally came to the notice of the PNDC that Amate Kwei might be implicated in the murder of the judges and retired army officer.
In the interim report submitted to the SIB, by the SIB to the PNDC.
Until that was made available, the PNDC wasn't aware that its former officer or member was in any way implicated in this matter.
Formally, no. It was the interim report that asked for Amate Kwei's arrest.
Now, Captain, I would like to explain, because in the course of taking evidence concerning the murder of the judges in relation to the petitioner, Mrs. Jemima Akwa, the issue of operational paths came into play. I would like to explain to me how this system operated. Who could issue an operational pass and under what circumstances?
The operational pass is issued from the operations department of PNDC headquarters. And it is normally issued by the operations officer or his deputy, or the officer who will be on duty if there is an emergency. Those are the only people who can issue the operational pass.
Officer, you are referring to army officers, I suppose?
Oh, yeah, military officers.
Oh, I see.
The police also have their own system of issuing operational passes, and I believe that it will follow on the same lines. Yeah.
You know, I have in my, this question relates to the vehicles that the convicted prisoners used in carrying the people that they murdered. And it came to our attention that their movement was during the curfew hours and that they had access to operational pass. So I'm wondering who might have issued this operational pass to the convicted prisoners for them to carry out these acts.
The operational pass would have been issued by the officer, the operations officer in PNDC HQ.
I see. Is it possible for us to identify a particular officer?
If you
so
see,
that we can question.
If you see the pass, you will see his signature on it. The officer must sign the pass.
The officer must sign the pass?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So it will not be very difficult for us to trace back.
I believe it will be in the exhibits of the ICIB. I'm sure it will be. If you look in the list of the exhibits of the ICIB, you might find the operational pass.
Okay. Well, thank you, Captain. That will do for me now. Thank you.
From Chikata, good to have you here. I haven't seen you for a long time. In your own judgment, as the chief of security at that time, was it possible for the 4 young soldiers, corporals, lance corporals, to undertake that major activity without authority from the superior authority, without orders or instructions from the superior authority? Could they have done that on their own initiative?
My dear General, one of them, without anybody's authority, killed my relative. Those young soldiers were not taking official orders to go and kill people. They were not taking official orders.
Wouldn't the circumstances have been different? Your uncle, sorry to, I say, wouldn't the circumstances have been different? I don't know the sort of reasons why they would have killed your uncle. I don't know. But whether they knew him or there was some sort of personal distance, I don't know. I don't know the circumstances. But here we have the judges and our own colleague, Sam Akwa, whom they didn't know. They didn't know where they lived. They had no sort of relationship with them. They bore them no grudge. Could they have done that on their own initiative?
In the evidence of the ICIB, they all stated that they were doing what they did under the instructions of Amate Kwe. That is what all of them said in the evidence before the ICIB and before the tribunal. Amate Kwe was a member of the PNDC, yes. That is what they all said.
Did he hold any special position?
He was a member of the PNDC in charge of TUC affairs.
So does it mean any member of PNDC can get hold of any of the soldiers and give them orders to do anything?
That is what they did. I'm not saying that that is legal. That is what they said they did.
Well, the unfortunate thing is that they are gone. Amatekwe is gone, and it's difficult to. But it sounds a little bit difficult to understand the system whereby any member of government could just order soldiers to, undertake such.
My dear General, that is why Amatekwe was prosecuted and executed. It was not right for him to have done what he did. It was not a matter of system. Amatekwe was responsible for the crime he committed with America and the others.
Well, Chick, thanks for coming.
Captain Retired Kojo Chikata, when did you get to know personally of the murder of the judges and the army officer?
On the 30th of June. In the early hours of 30th of June, I was called by the IGP, Kublenu, who told me that he had reports that the judges were missing from their homes. And he told me that he had formed a task force to go and look for them. That's on the night or early morning of 30th of June.
Apart from that, you as National Security Advisor, what did you do?
That night. Are you asking me that night, or what did I do after that?
What did you do after that?
Thank you. As I said, Kublenu informed me around 3 o'clock in the morning, and he told me that he had formed a task force to look for the judges. At that time, in the night of the 30th, the report was that they were missing from their homes. In the morning, around about 6 o'clock that morning, I came to PNGC headquarters, the ops room, to monitor myself the search for the judges. If you will recall, that was the 1st of July, and I did not go to the ceremony at Pong because of the report that the judges were missing. If you take a look at the report and the television, you will see that I was not at Pong. I remained throughout the whole day in the ops room, in the operations room in Gonda Barracks, monitoring what the task force set up by the IGP were doing in looking for the judges. That's what I did throughout the whole of the 1st of July. In the afternoon of the 1st of July, because it was a holiday, I went to the house of the Chief Justice to tell him what I knew and what I was doing to find the judges. I went to Mr. Palu's house to tell him, and the steps I had taken to protect all the other judges. That is on the 1st of July. On the 2nd of July, we came back to work. And, of course, I came to work as well. And all of us started discussing how we can find the judges, what additional measures we could make in order to find the judges. Of course, sadly, their bodies were discovered on the 2nd of July. And then we began to make arrangements for burial and also to continue in the investigation. I also had a meeting, actually. 1st of July was Thursday. 2nd of July was a Friday. On Saturday, the 3rd of July, that's when the bodies were discovered, I believe. 3rd, yeah. Saturday, the 3rd of July. I had a meeting with Justice Apalu and some other judges who were very apprehensive about what had happened. And I briefed them also about what we were doing.
So you got to know of the missing.
Major challenges that we face as a small island developing state in the South Pacific, and some of our very painful and ongoing reconciliation efforts. I will premise my discussion tonight around what I consider to be the 4 fundamental pillars of the reconciliation cycle. These are truth-telling, apologizing and accepting responsibilities, justice building, and last but not least, so what are some of the major challenges to truth-telling in Fiji? To tell you the truth, this is one of the more challenging aspects of our own reconciliation effort, given the lack or the absence of trust that is evident amongst all parties concerned. Investigative truth-telling that is required either through the truth commissions that we've established or through the courts, often than not involves the offender giving a past experience, detailing past injustices, hurt, and sometimes blame. It often looks at the historical incidents of the crimes that were carried out against the minority groups by the offender against the victim, his community, or political acts against the nation. For us in Fiji, the major challenges to investigative truth-telling are as follows. First of all, truth-telling often takes a lot of time and consumes a lot of resources and expertise that we do not have. Major nations like South Africa and perhaps Ghana may have these resources. We in Fiji lack the resources and the expertise to carry out truth-telling in its entirety. So how do we speed up this process that often involves thousands of offenders, and at the same time ensure that the end product is acceptable to everyone in society? Furthermore, these truth-telling sessions often describe only the symptoms required to facilitate reconciliation. It often does not, in my view, solve the underlying fundamental causes to the conflict that we in Fiji face today, and for which the nation must find a solution if reconciliation in Fiji is to be permanent and lasting. One of the challenges we face is how do we deal with the past. For us, it is not a simple or easy cut-and-paste solution of using a reconciliation model from another country. We in Fiji are still grasping on how to deal with our own past. Narrative truth-telling involving the victim's story is also a major challenge we face in Fiji. The options faced by the victim are both daunting and challenging. He or she can either tell their story in court, in a court of law, or in front of a truth commission. What do these two options mean for the victim, insofar as compensation is concerned? Again, these are the challenges and questions we are grappling with in Fiji. I now want to touch very briefly on the challenges we are facing with when dealing with the issue of apologizing and accepting responsibility by the offender. The major challenge we face in Fiji is the tension between traditional customary reconciliation and contemporary reconciliation. Let me explain. In a traditional Fijian society, if a person offends another, it is most likely that the offender's chief or tribe or spokesman from within the tribe will participate in the reconciliation process. The offender merely sits off to the side, observing the process. He himself is neither repentant, nor does he personally accept responsibility for his actions. The chief or the spokesman from within his tribe will ask forgiveness on his behalf. And this is the tension between traditional and contemporary reconciliation that I am referring to, and one which we are trying to tackle. I am of the view that unless an offender personally apologizes to the victim and acknowledges his own role and responsibility in the offense that he has committed, there cannot be full closure to the reconciliation process. It should not be a third-party process. Instead, it should be a personal conversation between the offender and the victim. Unfortunately, in our stage of national development, there is still this tension between the traditional process of reconciling and the contemporary process that we are trying to introduce. I will now wish to touch very briefly again on justice building, because this is another hurdle that we have to navigate with caution in Fiji. We must find a balance between retributive justice and stopping the coup culture that has gained notoriety in Fiji on one hand, versus the concept of amnesty on the other. Finding the delicate balance is indeed a major challenge for my young nation. The concept of restorative justice is always one which a lot of questions are being asked. Who is going to fund victim restorative justice? Should the state pay? In our case, we simply do not have the money to pay for all the damages that have been done in the past and that have been committed by thousands of offenders. Should not the offender pay is often the question that is asked. These are the hard questions being asked of us in Fiji. Now, a word or two on healing. Personal healing is somewhat a foreign concept to a lot of indigenous people in traditional Fijian societies. In these traditional societies in Fiji, people are told to be submissive and to bear their cross in silence. This culture of silence is in stark contrast to the requirements of personal healing. When an offender or victim shares their pain and sorrow and burden in public. Again, this is a challenge that we are dealing with through education and peer example, and to trying to encourage our indigenous people to take on this journey of personal healing. Community healing, on the other hand, is readily understood simply because it is already practiced in traditional Fijian societies. Finally, a word on the role of the media. A lot have been said about the rights of the media. However, little is often said about the responsibilities and the need for the media to handle reconciliation stories in a very delicate and sensitive matter that is conducive to permanent reconciliation. The challenge then for us in the Pacific is training journalists to understand the issues behind reconciliation and to encourage them to play a more positive role in reconciliation within our traditional society and in the nation as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, I have tried to articulate to you tonight some of the operational challenges relating to reconciliation, namely challenges relating to truth-telling, apologizing and accepting responsibilities, justice building, healing, and last but not least, a very few words on the challenging role of the media. I thank you for your attention, and I'll be most glad to take your questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I now introduce Professor Kenneth Agyeman Atefa. He always corrects me. Professor Ken Agyeman Atefa from Ghana. Professor Atefa holds a PhD in criminology from the Simon Fraser University in Canada, Vancouver, Canada. And his experience spans across the academic and non-academic fields. Before moving to Ghana, he served as a commissioner for human rights in British Columbia. In Ghana, he assumed an academic post at the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, where he taught a graduate course in governance and leadership at the Graduate School of Public Management in that school. He later served as the Executive Secretary of the Ghana National Reconciliation Commission, and that is of particular importance to us this evening. Professor Atefa has also trained commissioners, lawyers, investigators, and gender specialists for several organizations, such as the Tanzania Commission on Human Rights and Good Governance, the Permanent Commission on Human Rights of Zambia, the Human Rights Commission of Malawi, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in such fields as adjudication, investigations, conflict resolution, and corporate management. He received a number of awards in his work in Canada and is currently a practicing barrister and the executive director of the Justice and Human Rights Institute in Accra, an agency he founded, actually. So please let's welcome Professor Atefa from Ghana.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to be here tonight to join forces with my colleague, Mr. Mason Smith, to share some thoughts with you on the topic of balancing human rights, justice, and peace in the context of reconciliation. And I do so from the perspective of a person who has been intimately connected with the administration of a truth commission in 2 truth commissions in Africa. First, in my home country, Ghana, as the executive secretary of the commission, and second, as the UN's international technical advisor to the Truth Commission of Liberia. And within the context of the former, also had the privilege of looking at truth commissions in Sierra Leone, in Peru, in East Timor, among others. And of course, on the continent of Africa, the primary or the parent Truth Commission, the South African TRC. But I must begin by first associating myself with the comments made by Mr. Mason with respect to the gratitude that he and I both feel towards the Bora Committee in particular and the University of Idaho in general, and to this wonderful and warm community that has welcomed us for the last couple of days, in my case, for the last week, into your midst. I take away with me very fond memories of this place, and I'm particularly grateful for the snow, which you very warmly called for me. I would like to say, by way of context, in order to situate the subsequent comments I'll make about challenges in Truth Commission work, that with particular reference to Ghana, we're talking of a country of about 24 million people, which gained political independence from colonial Britain in 1957, and had this political history punctuated and truncated by a number of military interventions, particularly 4 successful coups d'etats, each of which occasioned significant human rights violations in the country. And the 3 civilian administrations, or the civilian constitutional governments, that were removed by the military governments or the military juntas also occasioned egregious human rights violations on the citizenry and on the foreigners who lived in our country. Most notably, military intervention in 1966, another in 1972, another in 1979, and then in 1981, December 31st. Each of these was a site of large-scale violations that drove thousands of Ghanaians into exile. Our commission was established in May 2002 with a mandate to excavate the history of egregious human rights violations, to document those violations, and to make recommendations for the prevention of such violations in the future. The Commission was primarily an investigative body, but it was clothed with the judicial powers of a high court. In other words, it could subpoena witnesses to testify before it, and people could be held in contempt if they failed to honor an invitation by way of a subpoena issuing from the Commission. But it wasn't a court, in that it could not impose punishments on people. The Commission started its work by opening its doors to the generality of the Ghanaian populace and inviting them to make statements to it about any human rights violations they might personally have suffered or of which they might have knowledge. In the course of its work, it received 4,420 petitions, and it gave an opportunity to about 2,000, a little over 2,000 people to testify before it, either openly, such as in this venue, or in venues like this, or in-camera hearings or private hearings, especially for cases that were sensitive, those dealing with gender-based violence, rape, and that some of those that had implications for national security, or indeed for the personal safety and security of the witness or some other person. But at the end of the day, the Commission succeeded in providing a platform, a forum, for those who wished to complain, for those who wished to testify about the violations they had suffered, to tell their stories. 79 respondents in all took advantage of the opportunity offered by the Commission to confront the allegations made against them, to testify in their self-defense if they so wished, and sometimes to admit their wrongdoing and to apologize to the victims. We promoted reconciliation, and we submitted our report to the President of the Republic as required by the enabling statute, the act that set up the Commission. The Commission comprised 9 members, 3 women and 6 men, selected for their ability to be impartial, persons of great eminence in Ghanaian society, and supported by a public service or a civil service staff, of which I was a head. The Commission faced a number of challenges, and by the time its work was over, it had become the first on the continent of Africa to have been able to undertake its assignment within the allotted time and within budget, and indeed to return some of the monies that had been provided to government coffers. I believe that it was a commission that was well managed. I believe that it was a commission that conducted its business with credibility and efficiency, and I believe that it was a commission that largely succeeded in fulfilling the mandate that had been entrusted to it. But like all human institutions, the National Reconciliation Commission of Ghana also suffered from a number of failings. And the rest of my remarks will touch on the challenges that the Commission faced. First, let me say that not unique to the Ghanaian Commission, but shared by virtually all Truth and Reconciliation Commissions. It's number one, the competing conceptions of the critical elements of its work. What is truth? What is reconciliation? What is justice? And what do we mean by forgiveness and healing and amnesty and accountability? Concepts that lie at the heart of the work of a Truth Commission. There are varied conceptions of these very concepts or terminologies, but they are not, it's not just an academic discourse. It goes to the heart, it is profound to the nature of the work of the Commission and how the Commission is perceived and responded to. And so, for example, in the context of Ghana, many people articulated different versions of reconciliation. Many people articulated and expected that the Commission would meet their particular versions of truth, often juxtaposing a forensic conception of truth, truth that is empirical, that is testable, that is all tested, truth that is concrete, that we can all, as it were, verify, against the testimony of that poor woman who was saying in January 2004 that in 1979 June or July she was subjected to this form of violation or the other. And some people were saying, well, where is the evidence? She said she was raped. Where is the evidence? Where is the medical report? Or those who suffered violations dating as far back as 1958. When I had occasion to speak this morning to some of our colleagues, I pointed out the story of a man who had carried with him the burdens and pain of a violation he suffered as far back as 1958, when the blood-soaked shirt that he wore that afternoon, he had kept and he brought to the Commission some 30-something years later, from 1958 to 2003. I've forgotten my mathematics. Suffice it to say that such competing conceptions of these very ideas that lie at the heart of reconciliation work agitated us and sometimes almost succeeded in detracting attention from the core business that we had to deal with. But a second and profound challenge of our Truth Commission, and indeed of other Truth Commissions, is the political and legal context of the birth of the Reconciliation Commissions themselves. Liberia continues to experience significant problems with their Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Some people contending that perhaps it is a little too premature for Liberia to have established a Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Indeed, I am one of those people who share the view very passionately that had a trial of former Liberian President Charles Ganky Taylor taken place anywhere on the African continent, but especially in the West African sub-region, Liberia at least would have imploded worse than it had done earlier, and that the whole West African sub-region would in all probability have been destabilized. But I also believe that in the context of Ghana, the strong personal following of particular powerful political leaders, both past and present, made the business of reconciliation, even the discourse on it, fundamentally problematic. The Reconciliation Commission Act itself was baked in a hot oven of controversy and served on a very hot plate. And when we started our work, many were those who expected that the boycotts and protests against this work would succeed in derailing the Commission. And there were serious efforts that were daunting, aimed at derailing the Commission. Because, of course, there are legitimate, there are serious interests that would want to see a job like that not succeed. This is about excavating the past, which had been buried under the debris of force and intimidation, and to try and exhume that and shine the torchlight of accountability and transparency into that ignoble past is, to say the least, to undermine the political and social legitimacy of certain people. So the political and legal context always, almost always, presents a significant problem. Funding of truth commissions is a third major challenge. Countries like South Africa and Liberia come to mind. South Africa, no problem, because South Africa is a relatively rich country. Even so, South Africa welcomed some support from elsewhere. In our case, virtually every single donor looked upon our commission with a bit of skepticism at the beginning. A wait-and-see approach was adopted until the commission got underway with this work, and its credibility and professionalism began to shine. And then the donors, beginning with the United States of America, began to pursue us. In fairness to the United States of America and to the donor community, the first entity to provide support was the George Soros Foundation, which has an enterprising civil society initiative in West Africa called OSIWA, the Open Society Initiative for West Africa, an enterprise aimed at providing funding to civil society to expand the social and political space for dialogue, for discussing on the issues of democracy and peace and stability. And so, as with nearly all things, once the evidence came, the United States and other donors came on board. And we did get some funding, much needed funding from the donor community. But our budget was a small one. We initially, I drew the budget for the commission, designed this operational framework, and initially anticipated that we would require about $5 million to do our work. When we closed our doors on at the end of December 2004, we had spent just about $3 million and were able to return the balance to Chess. But some of that, the bulk of that, came from the Ghana government. Another significant, and I say that it is a challenge also because in Liberia, even after I was initially taken to Liberia by the United Nations as a governance or a management consultant to design the framework, the operational framework for the commission, the organogram, the budget, and all of that. And after a series of meetings with the donor community, and I mean a very strong donor community in Liberia, that is a country that has been ravaged by 14 years of, bloody civil war, and a country under reconstruction, still a country under largely United Nations control. And all the donors were there, and after defending the budget and everybody making every comment they could make, doing every fault finding that they could, and getting the thing as polished as shine, yet the funding was not coming. The funding wasn't forthcoming. And eventually it was the poor Liberian state, the government of Liberia, struggling to get itself off the ground, that had to provide the initial seed money for the operation of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Much later, over a year after it started its operations, and no doubt also because of its own internal problems of gross mismanagement and incompetence and other shortcomings, it was the George Soros Foundation, once again, that went first to the aid of the Liberian people by way of support to the Truth Commission. And then later on, Norway, Sweden, United States, and other countries. But these are the usuals. What about the actual operational challenges? These are conceptual and logistical problems. But the actual operational challenges that the Truth Commission faces, in my view, notable one is managing public expectations, first of the outcomes or the benefits of reconciliation. Many are those who think of reconciliation as an event that, I will go to the commission and testify, and lo and behold, I shall be made whole. It is like, touch me, master, and I shall be clean. And it doesn't work like that. Reconciliation is a process, not an event. And managing that public expectation, getting the generality of the public to appreciate that this is not a one-day phenomenon, that we are in this for the long haul. South Africa concluded its reconciliation process in 1998. South Africa remains largely a non-reconciled society. That is, using a certain definition of reconciliation. And again, I said earlier that there are varied conceptions of it. And so if you are thinking of reconciliation as bringing people who were previously together but who were thrown asunder together to live in peace and harmony, then it is still a raucous journey for South Africa. Black and white are learning to live together. And that indeed is one of the compelling reasons for reconciliation. The former enemies must learn to let go of the past misconceptions and genuine ones, but the grievances that they hold, from the genocidal attitudes to one that is collegial in nature. Managing public expectations of what benefits will come to them as individuals. In Ghana, there was widespread suspicion that some people would go to the commission and exaggerate the extent of the violations that they suffered, or even lie outrightly in order to get the benefits of monetary compensation. How to get the people and the witnesses themselves to know that this is more about healing in the soul and reconciling with the truth and providing a platform for the nation to rebuild than an opportunity for you to get back what you lost, because no amount of compensation can return a person to the status quo ante, to the position in which they were before the violations took place. So managing public expectations about outcomes, about reparations, especially monetary compensation, about the scale of rehabilitation and the provision of services remain daunting. Liberia continues to suffer these challenges. Indeed, Sierra Leone, that also had a Truth Commission, is facing the challenge of fulfilling the expectations, not necessarily the recommendations of the Truth Commission, but look at the countless numbers of people who became victims of amputation, short sleeve or long sleeve, the wrist cut off or the hand cut off here, or the leg, long sleeve at the ankle or short sleeve somewhere on the thigh or at the knee. And all of these people had different levels of expectations about the scale of rehabilitation that would come their way. And that realization, that expectation has not come to fruitification. Another major challenge is managing the resistance and hostility from former political lords and their supporters. In Ghana, it continues to be a challenge. I still encounter people in restaurants or at car parks or wherever who say, why did you embarrass the military? Or why did you expose the police? Or why do you hate the former president? Or so and so much. And they are from the support base of particular political traditions or orientations. Indeed, in the case of Ghana, on 13 separate occasions, we invited the former president to testify before the commission, and he declined. But unlike Nigeria and unlike South Africa, the Ghana National Reconciliation Commission used its subpoena powers to compel the former president and some of his close, powerful associates to come and testify before the commission, an event that has largely been hailed by Truth Commission observers as distinguishing the Ghana Commission from some of its colleagues. In South Africa, PW both had refused to honor the invitation of the commission. In Nigeria, the generals, as they are called, General Shagari and Abubakar and the rest of them refused to honor the invitation of the commission, showing the commission as a toothless bulldog. When you use a subpoena power against someone and yet you are unable to follow through on it, you have trouble about the limits of the power of law. And when you invite and they do not come, and you have the subpoena power to compel them, and you do not use it, it also raises questions about your competence or your courage as an institutional operator to make good use of the resources at your disposal. So managing public expectations is also another one in terms of public participation. In Ghana, the commission was appointed by, the 9-member commission was appointed by the president on the advice of a body called the Council of State, a group of eminent senior citizens that advise the president. And that has been criticized, and I think rightly so. I was appointed by fiat. I was just called by the president. I was minding my business in Tanzania, and I got a call and said, please come and do this job for your country. Now, I would have wished that it was an open advertisement that I had applied for and participated in, and if successful and appointed, would have done it. That would have brought with it a greater sense of legitimacy. The appointment of the commissioners by the president gave the impression that these are handpicked individuals who were going to do the bidding. And I think that the supporters of the former president were legitimately concerned, and rightly so, in at least holding that perception. In Liberia, however, where the counterfoil of the Ghanaian experience took place, that is strong public participation in the selection process. Civil society had great participation in the selection of the commissioners. But from my standpoint, it was a disaster, because civil society in Liberia was severely desiccated and largely discredited, because the war had eroded much of the moral and social infrastructure of the country. And a lot of people, lobbied and bullied and cajoled and did all manner of things in order to get themselves nominated by civil society leaders so that they would get on the commission. And it has been a very problematic commission in terms of composition and the ability of the members to work together. The Ghana Commission remains today, the members remain very close friends. It's almost like a club. They worked in harmony. I was with them every day, and there was never conflict. The commission took a vote only twice in almost 2 years of existence, unlike in South Africa. And you read the publications of Desmond Tutu, and most especially Dr. Alex Boraine, the vice chair of the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in his book, A Nation Unmarked, A Country Unmarked. And you see the challenges that they had to go through because of dissent and dissension within the ranks of the commission, because of the different political colorings and backgrounds that the members brought to the table. Managing that dialogue on the establishment and on the passage of the act, the appointment of the chief executive and the members, all of these are problems. Managing also the public participation in terms of statement taking. Even stepping back, recruiting competent staff. A Truth Commission work is a short-term, time-bound process. You need people who are ready. And by all means, you must train people 3 months during your preparatory phase as you are setting up. You must give training to people to go and take statements and to go and investigate and to go and educate the public and all of that. But that's not what I'm talking about. I am talking about a strong attitudinal and professional infrastructure within the country and within the person to get up and be running with the job. In our case, for example, we advertised and we couldn't get a single woman in Ghana to apply for the position of investigator. And virtually every investigator we had, not virtually, every single investigator we had was a retired police officer. And the police are themselves persons who had been severely implicated in human rights violations. So how do you ensure that this is a police officer with no human rights violation, record of human rights violation, to do that job? And how do you ensure that there will be public confidence in the ability of this person to do the job impartially? The same with statement taking the statements of the victims. Again, who are you going to get to do that? This is a lower level job. You get young university students, most of whom did not experience, young people who were not born or who were babies at the time these atrocities were occurring, and who lack the ability or the basis to empathize, unless, of course, they have read widely or somehow you train them very well. The public hearings themselves. What format were you going to use? Are you going to have it like this, like the courtroom scenario, where you have a horseshoe bay arrangement? Judges, the commissioners sitting here as judges, the witness sitting in the middle and facing this panel? Or are you going to have a gachacha type of thing, a round table kind of arrangement where, you level up, everybody sitting on the same level rather than on the podium, up like this kind of arrangement? What kind of formal arrangement would best enable you to elicit the information you need? What kinds of counseling services are you going to provide to the people who are going to testify, some of whom are going to break down, some of whom are going to collapse at the sheer weight of the process of recollecting subdued or repressed memory? How do you provide security for such persons after they have testified and embarrassed a big man or big woman and have to go back to their homes? What kind of security assessment, risk assessment, do you do as they leave the premises? They may be oblivious. They may not be even aware that what they had said jeopardizes their lives. What kind of transportation arrangements do you provide for these people? I think also that one of the most difficult challenges in a Truth Commission work is the business of taming the media. This is hot news. Every embarrassing story that is told at a Truth Commission sells a newspaper or increases listenership or viewership. And the media showed great interest at the beginning of the Commission's work. But as it became more and more mundane, as the people became a little bit desensitized after watching the televised proceedings for a while, not the public, but the media, the stories were the same. Every rape, every killing, every disappearance or torture, you could see the common trait, the traits, or the undercurrent, the currents that ran through them. It was getting boring. And the media is the business, first and foremost, of making money. We don't kid ourselves on that. And so interest began to wane. But interest would shoot up whenever a big political fish was appearing before the Commission. Again, showing the media's own self-interest and bias and reporting inclinations. But training the media even before the Commission started its work was important. Making sure that they understand that covering a Truth Commission proceeding is different than covering the proceedings of a trial in court, O.J. Simpson style. It is fundamentally different, and it's important that they do not over-sensationalize proceedings and all of that. Initially, they seem to do well, but later on, in order to outdo each other and get on top of the sales scale, they reverted, some of them, to the traditional media practices. Managing civil society demands, the gender community, victims, special interest groups, ex-soldiers, in the case of Liberia, ex-combatants, ex-detainees, all kinds of X's emerged, each seeking attention and jostling for recognition, for acknowledgement, and for pride of place, and also for recognition that their tale of woe is greater than the other person's. The proper use of the powers of subpoena was also a challenge. And how do you balance the obligation? Because our act, and in South Africa it was the same, in Liberia it is the same, in Sierra Leone it is the same, in East Timor, in all truth commissions, contemporary truth commissions, there is an obligation to name names, to tell who did what to whom, when, why, and where. All of those critical questions, but especially who did it? And naming names, in my view, is one of the most potent tools of truth commissions, and it stands as a great counterfoil to the charge of allowing impunity to continue. When people see that their names are going to be in this permanent historical record, they are concerned and they want to come forward and debunk or debunk the allegations or defend themselves against it. But naming names is a tool of accountability. How far do you go with it? Should you name names? And if you fail to name names, will you be living up to the constitutional or the statutory obligation that has been placed on you? I think that there are challenges in conducting hearings, sometimes over judicialization. That was one of the charges in Ghana, that our process was excessively judicial-like, almost like a court proceedings, and that it had a capacity to intimidate. And finally, I think one of the greatest challenges in the work of a Truth Commission is building the capacity of the Commission members themselves. Often they are people who are accomplished in life, selected primarily because of their accomplishments and their ability to do the work that they were doing. But coming to do a Truth Commission work is an entirely different kettle of fish. And it's hard sometimes to teach, what do they say, an old dog new tricks. I thank you for your attention.
Great speakers we've just listened to. It's now time for our interactive session, and I invite the two speakers here. Okay. Right.
You can use the Q&A mics in the audience to ask our speakers a question. Both of you indicated at one point or another that there might be some better time for reconciliation than others. I know you mentioned the Liberians perhaps not being ready, Professor Ken, and Ambassador Smith. I know that the initial attempts in Fiji were actually met with a coup. So that probably wasn't a very opportune time to go about. Should there be distance between an event and reconciliation, or is moving forward the best policy? Thank you.
So you want to start off?
Thank you, sir. Truth commissions are traditionally part and parcel of the arrangements for transiting from a period of dictatorship or prolonged conflict or authoritarian rule to a period of peace and democracy. And so, by definition, as a transitional justice arrangement, it must take place at the onset of the peace-making process. As in the case of Liberia, it was part of the comprehensive peace agreement that was struck or designed in Accra in order to end the conflict. But I think that from my vantage point in the Liberian situation, that whilst the peace agreement provided for the Truth Commission, I think the establishment of the Truth Commission itself should have been delayed a little bit until some measure of normalcy had returned to Liberia. And because the people are just not there, by and large, the infrastructure is not there, but unless Liberia goes all over the world trying to talk to Liberians in the diaspora, and especially in the United States, and they try to do that in the eastern, in the New England states and the eastern corridor quite a bit, and in Minnesota. But it is an expensive enterprise, and I think that letting a bit of time go by, a couple of years after the peace process, is helpful. I think from the Ghanaian experience, which didn't happen, and it's unique, I'm not trying to construct one jacket, one size fit all kind of garment, but I think that we have to look at every situation in its own broad context. But letting a little bit of breathing space is useful. I think my people say that, you know, when you are in the bush and you are tackled by ants, you don't stand in the midst of the ants and try to remove the ants from your body. You move aside and then you try to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. For our case in Fiji, it was felt that perhaps we had embarked on this journey a bit too early, simply because there was still a lot of hurt and a lot of pain that was still evident in society when the Truth and Reconciliation Bill was taken to the nation. Basically, what had occurred was this: in 2000, a group of civilians with a small group of military personnel took government hostage for about 56 days. The military managed to secure the release of these hostages, and what had occurred was, in that process, a mutiny had also occurred in the barracks. So one of the major players in this bill was the military, which felt aggrieved by the incidents of 2000 and 2001. And the bill called for the amnesty of those soldiers that had participated in the hostage-taking in government. And I think it was too early for us to be talking amnesty at that stage, because there was still a lot of hurt, especially within the military hierarchy. And they would not have allowed the release of former soldiers who had been punished through the military courts to be granted amnesty in this new bill. So I think the time was a bit too early also for us.
Thank you. While I'm waiting for someone else to come up, I'm also curious to know, you have, both of you represent societies that have both very traditional elements, rural elements that are quite distinct in many ways from the urban elements or more recently introduced immigrant populations. Is there a way to create reconciliation that works for both populations?
I think for us it's a matter of education, educating both of the major races on the benefits of living together and of educating our children on what it takes to be a nation. As I mentioned this morning, we are still struggling from 1970, when we gained independence, on trying to cultivate or create this image of a national identity in Fiji. Unlike in the States where you're known basically as Americans, in the Fijian context, you're addressed either as a Fijian, which identifies you as a indigenous person, or an Indo-Fijian, given the background of the indentured laborers that we had. So that is a struggle that we're facing, and it's through education that we perhaps can bring the two races together.
I'm not sure I appreciated your question, sir, but again, in the case of Ghana, Ghanaian rural society was difficult to reach in terms of the reconciliation, but there were no peculiar issues other than simply the problem of reaching rural communities. We were aided by a phenomenon, the growth of civil society in Ghana in recent times. The last 10 years, there's been such an explosion of civil society initiatives or activities. Radio stations, there are about 10 years ago when I returned to Ghana, there were just about a dozen radio stations in the country. Today, there are over 145 at the last count. There are more than 140 private newspapers in the country. Newspapers, including government-controlled ones. And so, especially through the medium of radio, reaching the countryside wasn't difficult. But as I said earlier, getting people, transporting people from very rural areas, providing transport, cash, for them to attend hearings was a problem. But I'm not sure that I appreciated your question, but that was it with respect to rural communities.
Good evening. I was wondering if, prior to your respective efforts, there were any attempts at truth and reconciliation, either Ghana or Fiji?
Whether there was any
attempts at truth or reconciliation prior to your efforts in either Ghana or Fiji?
In Fiji's case, it was our first attempt at national reconciliation. Traditionally, societies had reconciled amongst themselves, significantly the indigenous Fijian society. But at the national level, this was our first stab at this new phenomenon of reconciliation, contemporary reconciliation.
I think, excuse me, in the case of Ghana, there were previous attempts at reconciliation before the establishment of the National Reconciliation Commission. I'm the first to point out that the former President Rawlings, Jerry John Rawlings, who ruled Ghana on two different occasions, and during whose government whose governance a lot of violations occurred, he apologized to the nation on two separate occasions. But the apologies were widely considered to be inadequate, especially also because it was not followed with any concrete gestures that would make people feel that there was a sense of remorse. For example, in the same contest when he apologized and people asked him if he was going to return the country to constitutional rule soon, he immediately retorted, hand over to whom? I mean, he had taken the country from a previous government, but he retorted, hand over to whom? Giving the impression that, you know, he had no remorse and he thought that he was the only person who could presumably rule the country. It wasn't a conciliatory or a reconciliatory statement. But in fairness to him, in addition to apologizing, the National Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice had within its law the power to return some of the assets, the properties that were confiscated to their rightful owners if those persons made an application to the commission and it investigated it and felt that they should be returned. Third, the former president also set up what was called Assets Disposal Committee, again, to return the properties of people to them. And a lot of people whose assets, some people whose assets had been confiscated, took advantage of it. The problem with that was that it was ad hominem, it was person to person, it was not widely broadcast or advertised, and it was used as a way of buying back the loyalties and support of people. In other words, showing gratitude. You know, I seized your property, you come, you beg, I give it back to you, you know, we sort of make up. But the National Reconciliation Commission was an institutionalized process, an open one, transparent, broad-based, and one whose doors were open to everyone, unlike the selective reconciliatory moves of the earlier times. Yes.
Yes, you've spoken a bit about the challenges and the requirements for reconciliation. I was hoping to hear your views on the outcomes of your respective reconciliation processes and then the potential for your states into the future, please.
Thank you. Our first effort, as I mentioned, resulted in the military intervening in the affairs of the nation on the 5th of December 2006. So that put a premature end to what the government was trying to achieve. The president then appointed an interim government that is currently ruling Fiji, and there is a process called the National Council for Building a Better Fiji. This council basically has the task to undertake a holistic look at all the problems that are plaguing the country, not only addressing the incident of 2000, but also incidents, historical incidents, things like the racially based voting system that we have, the communally based systems, trying to find a national identity for us in Fiji. So it has now set up this commission that's mandated by the president, and hopefully come March next year, when Fiji is due to go to elections, that we will have a compact ready for the people to be able to identify what we want for ourselves now and perhaps charting the way for the future.
In the case of Ghana, I think that there have been a few outcomes that are positive. For one, government has government first of all accepted all the recommendations made by the Commission and promised to implement all of them. It has implemented a monetary compensation component of our recommendations, and all those persons who were, by and large, I'm not sure that it is to the last person, but most of the people who were to be beneficiaries of a compensation package have so benefited. Government was also expected to implement recommendations that would, what we call symbolic reparations, that would constitute expression of the country's acceptance of the pain that people had suffered, and to acknowledge that, and to, for example, build hospitals or engage in symbolic reparations, build hospitals, build monuments, build name streets after people, after victims, and the rest of them. All those ones remain to be done. I should say, however, that the Commission also did institutional hearings. We didn't just hear individual complaints. We heard from, we heard about the activities of various sectors of society in human rights violations, traditional authorities, the military, the police, the student movement, the legal profession, and other such groups, the trade unions. And so all of these sectors have had some recommendations made about them, and some of them are trying to implement them in hopes that we never experience some of the violations we experienced in the past. Those are some of the outcomes of the Commission. But above all, it is that document that stands as a permanent monument to the will of the people to say, never should this happen to us again.
Thank both of you, honorable gentlemen, for your time tonight. I would like to ask you your perspective on Latin America, because I study Latin America, and I've seen sort of several human rights violations that have occurred through several dictatorships in both Central America and South America. So I was wondering if it takes a certain type or a certain structure or a certain age of a society to implement a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, or if that's something that could be universal, though culturally sensitive to each one.
Thank you. I'll be very truthful here. I don't have any experience in Latin America, so I'll defer to the more experienced member of the panel.
I would, thank you, sir. I would, I would say that, no, the Truth Commission is not peculiar to any particular region of the world. Indeed, countries such as Germany and Canada have all implemented Truth Commissions. Greensboro, South Carolina in the United States is implementing a Truth Commission. When I give out a list of countries, I forgot to mention the United States. It's so huge. But Greensboro, the township or the city of Greensboro, trying to reconcile itself with the past egregious violations with respect to racism and lynchings and that sort of cross-banning and the rest of them. But contemporary Truth Commissions, as we know them, are a gift from Latin America. You know, it was Latin American countries, Chile, Argentina, Bolivia, Ecuador, and of course in the Caribbean, Haiti and others, that gave us the first modern-day Truth Commissions. And the South African Truth and Reconciliation Commission itself was modeled on the Argentinian, Chilean experiences. Of course, the extent to which they succeeded is another matter. In some of those, as in Argentina, for example, there were no naming of names. In some of them, and therefore the allegation is that it allowed impunity to thrive. In some of those commissions, the recommendations were not implemented and there was nothing binding. In some of those commissions, the Latin American ones, the commissions were appointed as a result of a policy decision. And so the policy could any day be simply scrapped, which is why Truth Commissions of the modern day are based on parliamentary enactment, legislation, which cannot easily be, as it were, thrown away. And there is often a provision in the Act that the recommendations should be binding, or something should happen to the recommendations, that at minimum they must be published. In some of the Latin American cases, the reports were kept on the shelves to gather dust. But Truth Commissions that have come to us from Latin America enabled the African National Congress to hold a Truth Commission in-house to examine its own atrocities against fellow South Africans and even foreigners, and in the lands in which they were operating during the anti-apartheid struggles. Similarly, Uganda, Idi Amin investigated Idi Amin. And of course, you can tell what it was. But once Idi Amin was out of the way, in 1986, Uganda established a very credible Truth Commission called the Commission of Inquiry into Human Rights Violations in that country. Nigeria has done it. Morocco also again has done a Truth Commission fairly recently after Ghana and Chile and Peru's. And Peru's is the most recent example of a Truth Commission. At the last count, Mexico was exploring the possibility. But Truth Commission is not for every country. Angola looked at it and said, we ain't going to touch it, and it's too risky trying to expose the past. Namibia looked at it. Mozambique is doing just fine, and they didn't have a Truth Commission. So, yes. Thank you.
I know there was the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I know you presented a report, and maybe I don't know where it is, but I'll be grateful if you could elaborate on how you make some of these reports available to the common public and to most people. Secondly, in the issue of reconciliation, we have those who are offended and those who commit the offense. I'd like to know what happens to those who commit the offense, because so far I've been listening and we compensate people and things like that, but I don't know what happens to those who commit the offense. Is it just they coming to say, I'm sorry, and that's it? I don't know, I'm just asking.
Thank you. The question of publicity, I mean, sometimes I'm baffled by the conduct of politicians. In the context of Ghana, it is expensive. Ghana is not a rich country. It has struck oil, yes, but we haven't seen a barrel of it yet. But the Ghana government has found money to pay the compensations that were recommended to the victims. But it hasn't yet apologized to the Ghanaian women folk for the egregious violations they suffered. It hasn't built the markets, which would cost money, but very little. It hasn't established the counseling units at the hospitals that were recommended. There are things it hasn't done. And one of them is that it has not publicized the recommendations of the commission or the report of the commission. In our report, based on the experiences of Latin America, we recommended that the report should be widely distributed. But first, it should be child-friendly versions of it should be created. User-friendly versions should be created. Every primary school should have a copy of the report. It should be made like a little booklet, by the National Commission for Civic Education, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and the Ministry of National Orientation. They should publicize these things. They haven't done it. In anticipation that government may fail to do this, we took it upon ourselves to make copies of the report available once we had given it to the president, to every university in the country. And at that time, I think there were about 15 universities in the country at the time, in 2004. And we made sure that they all got copies of the report. We also made sure that what in Ghana we call identifiable bodies, all kinds of civil society groups, professional bodies, and the rest of them, were given copies. To government's credit, it has published the executive summary of the report, the volume 1 of the report. It's a 5-volume report, but the volume 1 has been published on the Ghana government website, and it's available. You simply do www.ghanagovernment.org, and it's there. But it has not done what it should have done that we expected it to do with respect to publicity largely. Perpetrators, what happens to them? It is the big question that I alluded to at the beginning about truth versus justice. There are people who don't support truth commissions because they think that it chickens out and it gives liberties to perpetrators and perhaps pats them on the back, because all it does is to say, well, you've been mentioned as a perpetrator. Whether you respond or not, we have found out you are a perpetrator. We've written it in our report, and that's the end of it. And you leave it to their consciences. But not everybody has conscience. And there are people who may not be persuaded to desist from violations simply because their names may be published, if immediately violating rights would give them benefits, confiscating assets or torturing people, killing to cover up, and the rest of them. But I think that in the case of Ghana, again, and I think in South Africa, President de Klerk made the same point yesterday. In my view, if the ANC of South Africa had insisted on a Nuremberg-style prosecution of the former apartheid leaders, South Africa would have slipped into bloodshed or a revolution. At the same time, if the former apartheid leaders, President de Klerk and Botha and the rest of them, had also insisted on large-scale amnesty, forgiveness, non-prosecution for every one of the former leaders, the negotiations for the transition to democracy would also have collapsed. And again, we would have witnessed bloodshed. In Ghana, if we had recommended the prosecution, of the former president or of some of his close associates, whom we found to have masterminded the killings of the 3 High Court judges and the Army Major in 1982, or who we believe had immediate knowledge of it immediately after it happened. If we had recommended the prosecution of Rawlings for participating in or watching and not doing anything about extrajudicial killings at the Air Force Base and things like that, Ghana would have imploded, because former President Rawlings is a powerful political figure with a very large following that sometimes gets is dedicated and ready to fight for any cause in which he's involved. And I say that because on the day he was compelled to testify before the commission, there were more than 30,000 supporters there at the premises of the old Parliament House where the hearings took place, and they were ready to do anything. Rawlings is a powerful force. I am not talking about playing wimp to leaders, but you see, even if you recommend a prosecution and he's prosecuted, the head of state has the prerogative of mercy. The head of state of every country, President George Bush, can grant pardon to anyone. So immediately after conviction, he can pardon the person, and he will not see the inside of a jail. To what purpose? Now, it is wonderful to have the might of a giant, but it is tyrannical to use it like a giant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, perhaps your last question?
Okay, so we just take the last 2 questions. The lady behind you, is she? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so we just take the last 2 questions, and the rest can stay and interact with our speakers. Thank you.
Yeah, Kenya escaped so many instances that it would have erupted. 1969, 1982, after the coup, and even and recently it faced a situation that has been there, that happened because it was never handled correctly when the Kenyan leader had an opportunity to do so. But currently what they're doing right now, they are very much engaged in facilitating the leaders from different opposition, from different tribe, rather than engaging in inner community in terms of helping the people who have been displaced, in terms of renovating the internal security to a standard whereby they can avoid any further crashes between the community. And my question then goes, what do you think is relevant for a country to focus more on how they can accommodate the leaders, or rather than the people themselves?
I think Kenya faces a peculiar situation. As far back as 2002, I was approached to assist Kenya in designing a framework for a truth commission. Those discussions remain tentative, not with respect to me, but with respect to the whole Kenyan society and reconciliation. When that discussion moved into a bit of top gear, then we had the elections, and then we had a catastrophe that has befallen Kenya. I think immediately Kenya is doing the right thing. I think that Kenya is trying to deal with the problem of a leadership crisis. There is a particular problem which must engage the attention of the country. And once that is resolved, I mean, to the extent that I use the word resolve advisedly, to the extent that that is handled adequately and securely, Kenya can move on to the broader question of trying to look into its past and trying to go into it. And so the recent peace agreement that was reached goes beyond just power sharing between the president and what's his name? Yes, and Odinga. There is a comprehensive package, but it's step by step, one day at a time.
Although the problem is that the package, the demands between the two may go for actually a year. And in the process, we still have people who are now living in the refugee. They don't have anything specifically, they don't have the shelters. And they don't even have even resources on providing their own food.
So then that becomes two problems. What you are suggesting is either a deficit in the attention levels of the UNHCR, I mean the international community, and also of the Kenyan government. The Kenyan government has a responsibility. There is a government in place, and it has a responsibility to deal with the crisis of those on whom it has foisted misery. But Kenya cannot, despite its being a great country in many respects, Kenya cannot deal with the problem that it has on its hands, and it needs support from the United Nations.
Ma'am, you have the last question.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. I just wanted to know if the former president in Ghana, if he ever came forward to deny any of the accusations that the people came forward with?
The former president was compelled or subpoenaed. He was compelled to come before the commission, yes. But he was compelled to come and produce a video recording of an extrajudicial killing of the extrajudicial killing of about 18 people that had been videotaped and he had watched. And we had evidence that he had watched the killings. We had reason to believe that he was present, but we invited him to come and give us the video. He came and he said that he didn't have it, that he watched it for about 5 minutes, lost interest, and called his bodyguard and gave it to him. And where is the bodyguard? He was dead. And dead men, and it's true he was dead, and dead men don't talk. He had also been the last person to interview a person who was a member of his government and a long-term personal friend who was tried and convicted for the abduction and murder of 3 High Court judges and a retired major, a military officer in June 1982. And again, he went to him and audio recorded what was said to be a confession, and which was also played to a number of journalists. And we wanted to hear the tape. So we invited him for those 2 things. He did attend, and he said that he listened to it, but again, he gave it to the man who was dead. So, but because we compelled him to come under pain of a subpoena, sub poena, under penalty, we brought him there, and when he came and he said he didn't have it, there was nothing else we could ask him, because a subpoena requires, you have to live within the law. We had to be lawful. And it caused a lot of confusion in Ghanaian society because people thought that when he came, we didn't give him an opportunity to answer the allegations. That was not the occasion. That opportunity was given to him 13 times earlier, and he didn't take advantage of it. And we were not going to give him what he didn't deserve. Thank you very much.
All right.
That's right.
Please say after me.
I.
Your full name, sir.
And Naval Captain Bafwa Sasujima retired.
Swear by the Almighty God.
Swear by the Almighty God.
That the evidence.
That the evidence.
I shall give.
Before this commission.
Shall be the truth. The whole truth.
The whole truth.
Nothing but the truth.
Nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Well, Lord, that's what see in English.
Please give your full name to the commission.
Bafwas Asijima.
What work do you do now?
I'm a practicing barrister. I'm also a farmer.
Where do you live?
Accra.
You heard the evidence of Dr. Tete.
I read the evidence of Dr. Tete. I didn't hear.
Before you give your response, may I ask you whether the Unibrick Coordinating Committee is a registered company?
My Lord, it is not a company. It is trade name registration.
So as far as you know, it's not a legal entity?
My Lord, I have not said that.
But can it own land or transfer land itself?
That is so, my Lord. It is a trade name registered. It is like an enterprise. Okay. It can own land, it can own property. It can transact any business, anybody can transact, any company can transact.
Now this German government loan, do you know whether a delegation was sent to Germany for which the Uniclean and Unibrick companies bore the expenses? Do you know about any delegation to Germany?
My Lord, I did not know until I read from Dr. Tete's transcript. Because, if you allow me, I will explain most of these things, and otherwise you shall be going up forth and that's right. Yeah. Can I?
Yes.
Thank you. My Lord, from the records that I have, sometime in 1983, Dr. Tete approached the then chairman of the PNDC with a technology called, that he said it was called Unibrick. And that, my Lord, he has explained it, is just a fusion of sand and water with a particular chemical to give it a semblance of the ant hill. So he has explained that one. No, there are no qualms about that. It caught the attention of the PNDC, so they set up a committee to help Dr. Tete. They set up the committee to help Dr. Tete propagate the discovery or the invention. Then along the line, they realized that, in actual fact, the chemicals and then the machines that had been brought had come under government-to-government loan, and then the Ghana government had paid for everything. And so the chemicals and then the machines actually did not belong to Dr. Tete. My Lord, that is when Dr. Tete started having problems with members of the PNDC Unibrick committee.
Captain, you know there are two types of laws, one for private sector and one for government.
Yes, my Lord, it was for government, between government and government institutions, because like Dr. Tete agreed, he never paid a peswa out of, there was no agreement between him and the Ghana government, or between him and the German government. No agreement at all. No, the agreement was between the Department of Rural Housing and through the Ghana government with the German government. Can I go on?
Yes.
And because of, when they detected this, that they had even come into a venture that really did not belong to Dr. Tete, apart from the technology. And the technology had been, he had imported his own technology. First, he set up the Uniclean company. It is his baby. And secondly, he had two companies in Germany and Austria, where he produced the machines in Germany and the chemicals in Austria. He claims they all belong to him. And then he used the company in Ghana to facilitate the importation of the chemicals and then the machines. And when they come, even though the loan that was used to finance the project did not belong to him, he said also that the product the chemicals and the machine still also belonged to him. And he had problems with the members of that committee. And I think at that time, Major Bedema and later on Captain Kwashiga, they were the chairman. Bedema was first and Kwashiga was second. My Lord, things got to a head, because Dr. Tete was not being cooperative with them. And the Ghana government realized that it looks like they were dealing with a fraudster, in the sense that they didn't have any problems with the invention, but the manipulation of the invention and of the loans, they thought they were dealing with a fraudster. Therefore, the Ghana government at that time has spent about 9.7 million cedis on the phase 1 of the 1984 project. The Ghana government, central government was its stance that it do not give funds to Dr. Tete again. And then Captain Kwashiga and the group, they said that, look, as for the items, they have come. The machines are there, the chemicals are there. We have used the people of Ghana's money to import these items, and therefore they will not sit down for the items to get rotten. So they continued. Then they started sourcing funds, my Lord, and it was difficult for them because people have been made to believe that Dr. Tete was a fraud. My Lord, I have in my hands here, for instance, a meeting conducted by Reverend Dr. Stevens, that he was trying to reconcile the Unibric Coordinating Committee and Dr. Tete. So he was asked to fly back to Ghana for this meeting to take place. My Lord, it is here.
Was Dr. Tete present?
Yes, my Lord, he was present.
All right.
My Lord, he was present. And the people were Reverend Dr. Stevens, Dr. M.N. Tete, Captain J.M. Nyande, Mr. B.M. Ayisi, Mr. V.W.K. Azanda. These were the people who were present. I will just quote a portion and it will explain so much about what has happened. And he says, it is recorded that I can say that everybody on the committee likes Dr. Tete, but along the line, he had a problem of not trusting anybody. He suspects everybody's action, even if it is in good faith. This kind of conflict continued until the Auditor General's team came to audit the committee's account, of which Dr. Tete was instrumental. It is a pity that in the course of the auditor's work, Dr. Tete was most unwilling to cooperate with them. For example, when the auditors asked for physical verification of the committee's properties in his portion, he was not willing to let them see them. Before we knew, we heard that Dr. Tete had traveled abroad. Concerning the project itself, you would like to know that in the course of the project, the government had withdrawn its support for it because of the personality behind it. Consequently, we were faced with the problem of financing. We had to fall on public assistance by way of donations. This was also stopped because, for example, somebody who gave a check for 50,000 had to stop it. For according to the donor, he had a telephone call that he was giving money to finance a project with which a crook in the person of Dr. Tete claims leadership.
Who signed this document?
It's a recorder of the meeting. It's called W.K. Azanda.
All right. Yes, we shall read the rest. We shall read unless there's something very, very important there. Because we are taking your document, you see.
Okay. Yes, so the PNDC Unibric Coordinating Committee had to go it alone because they knew the chemicals were for the Ghana government, the machines were for the Ghana government. They got the labor force in place, paid the workers, paid social security contribution, paid income tax, did everything for the project to go on. When I said the government, at the time the Ghana government stopped financing it in 1986, and the government has spent 9.7 million. By the time they finished, they were taking loans, they were taking overdraft from their bankers, the Social Security Bank. The committee was taking overdraft from them to the tune of about 22 million cedis. By the time they finished the project, the first 12 houses, government realized that the committee members had done a good job because the houses were solid, the houses were very good, and therefore the Minister for Finance and Economic Planning paid the difference, the 22 million difference. My Lord, I will show you the check. I'll show you the check for you to know. Sorry. It's difficult. That is so. My Lord, this is the Bank of Ghana check that was given to the Social Security Bank through the the special coordinator at the castle. My Lord, I will also explain the presence of the special coordinator in the castle regard to this enterprise. When the government withdrew, central government withdrew financing, then the National Security Agency, we discovered that, look, the technology is not too bad. Let us see an NAK.
All right, please swear the witness.
His Excellency, the former President of the Republic of Ghana, Flight Lieutenant Jerry John Rawlings. You have come to testify before this commission, but before you do so, customarily, you have to swear by one of these holy objects. You have the Bible, the cross, the Quran. On the other hand, you can affirm in a manner that binds on your conscience. Please, which of these would you like to use?
Can I use all three?
No, sir. Please see after me. I. Your full name, sir. Swear by the Almighty God that the evidence I shall give before this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God. Thank you, sir. Please, may I back your chair?
Witness in his evidence.
Sir, please give your full name to the commission. Where do you live?
At the Ridge.
What work are you doing currently?
I'm unemployed.
You are a former president of the Republic of Ghana, but as far as your military career is concerned, can you tell the commission when you were enlisted into the Ghana Armed Forces?
A year after I left school, I guess that could have been in 67 or, wait a minute, 62, 65, and 7. I guess I must have been enlisted in 67.
1967.
But the records should confirm
Okay,
whatever it is, yes.
Do you recall your officer's number?
1158.
Sir, as you are aware, you have been subpoenaed to produce certain articles to the commission.
Yes.
The commission has received evidence from Mr. Riyad Huzaifa that he filmed interrogations and executions of certain persons. The commission now requests that you produce to it these film recordings made by Mr. Riyad Huzaifa at the interrogation and the killing of Corporal Halidou Jiwa, Lance Corporal Andrews Bamfusa Kodye Ado, and others at the Air Force Base, Accra, on or about March 1984.
If that was his claim, the closest I came to seeing anything near to what you're describing was an interrogation of one of the dissident groups. Prior to that,
was when some of them were brought from the Brong-Ahafo Sunyani region, offloaded. Then there was a Malik on the floor. I'm talking about the tape. And the next scene was, what you call it?
Sir, it's,
Yes.
the commission is asking that you produce it if you have it in your custody.
I'm
and
trying
then
to tell you that I don't have it.
you don't have it.
What I'm telling you, what I know about it, I have seen excerpts of it, but I cannot produce it. It could either be with late Warrant Officer W. Tete, between him and the security apparatus, or broadcasting, I don't know.
Sir, kindly go ahead and tell us
Yes, what I saw.
what you saw.
Yes, it was mainly it must have been an interrogation of one of the dissident groups. And I watched a strip for about 3 to 4, 5 minutes about plots and plans and who, where, who landed what, and who provided what kind of equipments, etc. But I was a little too busy, so I switched it off and told the late Warrant Officer Tete, please, I think I've had enough of it. Could you please close it up?
Sir, can you tell the commission who authorized the filming of these interrogations and killings?
It could have been anyone, but I know I was one of the key figures in authorizing, what's his name, Mr. Huzaife, because in those days we didn't have enough machinery within the Broadcasting Corporation to film activities that were going on around the countryside. And he was the only one who had a video equipment, you know, in those days. So he proved to be a very useful person in those days. So it wasn't just a question of filming things, activities that we're engaged in within the units around the countryside, but most important of all, I'd say some of these issues related to intelligence matters, like what you're just talking about. Yes.
And where was he required to keep the tapes? In whose custody were the tapes to be kept?
Some of them I know, those I think probably having to do with the social and the developmental sector of activities, no doubt ended up with the Broadcasting Corporation, some of which were actually used. But I'm sure those that had to do with intelligence must have been done at the BNI outfit. Whether he did them or he taught somebody else to do them, that's another matter. And there was one very personal thing that I showed personal interest in and wanted to see for myself. That was when one of our fighter aircrafts landed, well, it dropped a bomb somewhere, landed on the runway, and the aircraft couldn't stop, as a result of which the pilot ejected. And that's when I invited him to please be kind enough to go and film as thoroughly as possible, you know, everything to do with that scenario. And that could still be with me. It may be amongst my collection of tapes, but a lot of those tapes really to do with social economic activities, I think must be with either the broadcasting, and in this respect, I'll say that it was most unfortunate that a fire incident occurred at the broadcasting at a certain period of time, and that was the second time. Whatever interpretations you want to put on it, if we want to analyze it, that's another issue we can talk about. Yeah.
And so you haven't stated specifically, you believe it may be with the BNI or with RSM Tete or with the GBC?
Late RSM Tete.
With the late?
Yes.
You believe it's in his custody?
Yeah, if you're talking about the one that Mr. Huzaife mentioned.
Yes.
And I believe that's something to do with the alleged Air Force Station interrogation, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes. I presume so, because an aircraft landed, etc. There was somebody else lying on the floor who was picked up by the beach during that dissident activity, and then the interrogation of this gentleman for about 3-5 minutes, you know, talking about all these things, you know, but I had a lot of things to do. So
Sir.
if that's what you're talking about, I think, I remember I did tell W. Tete, I think that's enough. Please send it back to wherever.
And do you recall those who you saw in the video clip at the time?
When the aircraft arrived, there were a number of personnel, soldiers on board, and I remember, what's his name? Jack Bebley was the one who was carrying, what's his name? Alidiu? No, Jiwa, who was carrying Jiwa, you know, off the aircraft. And as he got down the aircraft, there was another one who had been captured, I believe, around the Bong, you know, area. I think if you look into the records, you'll get the accurate information.
But you don't recall the name of the second person?
Yesterday I was asking, and Malik, he was called. Right. Yes. He was lying, you know, on a stretcher, you know, indulging in a lot of coarse invectives.
And do you know why he was on the stretcher? Did the video
I don't know. He could have been wounded.
Okay.
Yes. You know, because it was an encounter. Yes.
Please go on, sir.
And the next scene, like I said, was this gentleman. Actually, because what I did ask W. Tete, I'm more interested in what the dissidents had to say, because I was more interested in the manipulators, the plots and plans, who are the hidden, you know, people with, what you call it, hidden motives behind them, who are the ones who are, what's the word, using soldiers as pawns, etc. So in the process of the interrogation, as they're talking, we might be able to discern something out of it. But somewhere, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, telephone calls, all kinds of things. So I just went off it and told Tete.
Recalls Berima Ewachi Akantan II, also known as Mr. Chris Asha. Mr. Chris Asha, please. Commission also invites Captain Retired Kojo Chikata and his legal team, please.
Dr. Samoa, I've got you down. The other gentleman is Chief Deputy. Yes, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chris Asha, the other time you swore before giving evidence. Today you are going to be cross-examined by Captain Kojo Chikata's counsel. So you are reminded of your former oath. Mullah witness reminded of his former oath. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Samoa, you may put your questions, please.
Thank you.
My Lord and members of the Commission, I suspect that I may be overruled, but I have a preliminary point that, with the kind permission of the Commission, I would want to make. The point is that when I testified here, I testified against Kojo Chikata. I never testified against any captain, retired Chikata. The man sitting there, the guy sitting down there is not a captain retired. He was cashiered and thrown out of the army and lost his rank. And ever since that time, he is simply Kojo Chikata. Simplicity. For purposes of identification, I would want to know whether it's the same person sitting down there.
It doesn't matter who he is, whether he's doctor or captain or whatever it is. He's Mr. Kojo Chikata. Yes.
Okay.
So, as far as we are concerned, he can take any title which he wants. We are not going to investigate to find out whether he's entitled to use a qualification or not. So please, let's all be calm and
I'm obliged, my lord.
Go through the proceedings. All right, thank you. Dr. Sama, please go on.
Mr. Chris Asher, in your evidence, you stated that Captain Chikata had taken an action against the national security agencies for harassment, and that the case went before Justice Ajepong. Now, as a matter of fact, that case was heard by Mr. Justice Roger Kosa.
My lord, I'm very honest. I concede that there was an error under the circumstances and the conditions of incarceration under which I was working on these papers. There was an error. But historical inaccuracies in the Bible have never made the Bible unauthentic. So one single historical inaccuracy, which I am honest enough to concede, would not render what I've said and what I have to say unacceptable.
It's not necessary. Just answer the question and let's get on.
If you are patient enough, we shall find out whether you have only made one historical inaccuracy. Now, in your evidence also, at page 12, from the transcript of the evidence, you were saying that Amedeka and co were arrested as a result of the swift action of Yidana.
Pardon me? As a
result of swift action by Yidana Superintendent, Yidana and co. Let me read it to you so that you can refresh your memory.
Yeah, that's right. I've heard it.
My Lord, thereafter, that is at page 12, my Lord. My Lord, thereafter, everybody knows that the killing backfired because immediately the information came out, there was an uproar, and the uproar is what brought about the immediate arrest of these 4 boys through the very quick and swift action of Mr. J.J. Yidana. The boys themselves told me. That is your evidence.
Yes.
Good. Now, at page 15 of your testimony, you said that, I'm reading again, a lot from the top of page 15.
Yes.
What was there in store for the boys? And the more serious part of it was that when it became obvious that Amedeka was talking, Chikata and Rawlings got Major Gbedema to sign for Amedeka's arrest on August 4th, 1983. You will remember that Amedeka was arrested and detained together with Michael Senya. Then it goes on to say that it's rather lengthy, but there's the other part that I want to go on to because I don't want to.
All right.
So he said, okay, just in order not to confuse him, I think I'll read the whole thing.
No, I'm not confused.
They became, the idea was that they had plotted a coup. It was not plotting a coup. This is how it happened. Giwa, I met him in Abidjan, and he told me the story in confirmation of what Amedeka said. They became, when I say they, I mean Rawlings and Chikata, became worried about disclosures to the SIB by Amedeka. America knew too much, so they commissioned Giwa to arrest America. Then it goes on further to say, so America was arrested. He did not protest. Giwa put him into an armored vehicle, brought him to the BNI. Now, how do you square this up with your claim that the arrest was a result of swift action by Yidana?
My Lord, I think there's a great sophistication of the issues in the mind of Dr. Obed Samuel. Yidana's action referred to there, if you were not quoting out of context, is when he was mandated to lead the investigation into arresting the suspects or whoever murdered, kidnapped, and murdered the judges. That is the swift action of J.J. Yidana I referred to. Now, referring to the arrest by Jua, Chikata has asserted, and I read the statement on the internet in the United States he filed here, that America wanted to stage a coup, and so he had his arrest. My contention is that based upon the information that America Jandu, confirmed by Jua himself, gave me, he was arrested on the 4th. America was, in fact, asked to come to the head office, invited there through Lieutenant Richard Addo. That is the man he and Rollins sent to invite America from the broadcasting. I asked America, hold on, sir. You asked me, and I'm entitled to answer. Hold on, sir. And I asked America, why would they ask Lieutenant Richard Addo? America's answer was that they wanted to avoid any of my friends coming in case they would refer or they would brief me on what was happening. So Lieutenant Richard Addo went to the broadcasting and asked America to come and see the chairman. When America arrived, Corporal Adebuga and I think Corporal Hamidu, one of the other corporals, were on the veranda of the chairman's office. America then asked Adebuga to permit him to go and see the chairman. Adebuga told him that they were having a meeting, so he should wait. Then, whilst waiting, Jua came out of the office of the chairman and asked America to see him in his office. I suppose probably, I'm not too sure, Adebuga also accompanied them there. And Jua told him that, America, they have asked me to put you under arrest, knowing that we are likely to have a shootout. Please don't resist, and we will not have any shootout. America did not resist. Jua put him into an armored vehicle, took him to the BNI, came back and told him that America did not resist. He said, oh God, he didn't resist. That man sitting there. That guy sitting there.
I think we
so
can
he
do,
said,
we can
oh
do
God.
without your drama.
Oh God.
Just give the evidence.
Oh God, he didn't resist. America, Jua said he did not. He said, listen, go back, take him from there, and take him all the way to Nsawam. Between BNI and Nsawam, whether he resists or not, eliminate him, kill him. At that time, they didn't know that Jua himself was harboring misgivings about them. Jua took America to Nsawam, deposited him there, and never did what they asked him to do. So the two are clearly distinct and different and have no relationship with each other.
I had a very simple question for you.
No, you are
and the simple question was that you claimed on the one hand that America and Co were arrested through the swift action of Yidana.
Oh, yes?
Then on the other hand, you are saying that they were arrested because Captain Chikata and President Rawlings got Major Bedema to sign for the arrest. And that the arrest was done by Giwa. You are one and the same person.
Dr. Obed Esamwa, you are either misunderstanding intentionally or you've lost your former brilliance I knew. let me tell you. Idana.
I didn't ask you to tell me anything more than that.
I'm going to tell you that because you have asked me a question. Sir, I will answer your question. If you don't want me to answer,
go on.
Say so.
Go on.
Okay. Everybody knows it is a notorious fact that Idana was the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the arrest of whoever kidnapped and murdered those 4 persons. And I say he was very swift. I commend him, even though for his reward he incarcerated him. Now, I am talking about the arrest of America on August the 4th of 1982, which he himself came here. I saw it on internet that America was going to stage a coup. And I'm saying that it was his usual ploy. It is in his chromosomes to devise means of any kind. That is his habit. We know that. So there are 2 different issues. Don't try and confuse the 2. I know you had a brilliant mind when I was a young member of the bar. If you have been contaminated by him, I'm sorry.
All right, please. Let's have the next question. Next question, please.
Thank you for that concert. But you said in your evidence, which I quoted in page 15, that when it became obvious that America was talking, Chikata and Rawlings got Major Gwedema to sign for America's arrest. Now, whom was America talking to? That led to...
America was bewildered.
Whom was he talking to, which, made the captain and J.J.
He was asking questions. I was not his bodyguard, so I wasn't following him to know whom he was talking to. But America was bewildered by according to him, why Rawlings went on the air to denounce the murders at all, because America, he likes Rawlings very much. He doesn't like this guy. He suspects him, but he likes Rawlings. So he was bewildered why Rawlings went to the air and denounced the murders when America had believed passionately. And this is why I sympathize with the guy, that it was a national endeavor. So America started hunting him and hunting Amatekwe, trying to find some answers to what is all this about. That is the talking I mean.
Now listen, the SIB, the inaugural meeting of the SIB was on the 10th of August 1982. And the first session of the SIB was on the 17th of August 1982.
Okay.
Now, from Idana's book, it shows that let me get the page. At page 157 to 158, yeah, you can have a look at it if you have a copy. It shows from page 157 to 158 that America was questioned for the first time on the 10th of October 1982 in the afternoon. That is when America started talking in relation to the murders. And at that time, America had already been arrested.
Yes.
So his arrest would not have been because he was talking about the murders.
Dr. Obede-Samuel, I know you were a good lawyer. You didn't study English, but I studied English to an MA level. And I was a very brilliant English student. America was talking loosely, and America was talking to Idana and giving names. They are the circumstance. One, the circumstance of his talking before his arrest, and the circumstance of his talking after his arrest are in the same. He was talking to Idana and mentioning names that bothered him. This guy bothered him.
But by Idana's own account, he hadn't talked to America before the 10th of October.
Dr. Obede-Samuel, I have not said that America, before he was arrested, he was talking to Idana. I say he was talking and worrying and querying why Rawlings had denied. I didn't say, I've never said that America talked to Idana.
You said it this morning.
Jesus, I have not said that. Go back on the records.
You said it just now.
No, I have not.
That Ed and I was talking
Stop
to
it.
Ed.
Stop there.
It's all right. Let's go on.
Stop
Go
there.
on.
No.
It's all right.
Let the record
Please,
show.
Mr. Chris Asher, it doesn't matter. Please, Dr. Sama, go on with your questions. We will check on all these things
Very well,
ourselves.
sir, my lord.
Yes, my lord.
Now, you said in your evidence that when the America and Co. were taking the victims to Bundasi, they got a call from Captain Kojo Chikata. America got a call from Captain Kojo Chikata. This is at page 11 of your evidence, if I may refresh your memory. Whilst on the way, he got a call from Kojo Chikata asking him to change the venue to the Achimota Forest.
Yes,
but America insisted that Bundasi would be okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, how did he communicate with America whilst they were in the vehicle? On the
How
way?
did he
How
communicate
did
with
Captain
him?
Chikata communicate with America while they were in the
Give
vehicle?
me a break, Dr. Samuel. Are you living in the ancient times? But by phone? By two-way? Are you living in ancient times?
But in your experience,
He received a call.
by what means? Just tell us.
By wire, by phone.
Which kind of phone?
By radio. I don't know. I wasn't there. I've told you I was not I'm the guy's bodyguard.
Yes, but that is it. But you have come
I
here
am
to say
telling
what
you
he's
what he
supposed to
told
have
me.
told
I'm
you.
telling you what you told me.
Yes, but I'm trying to show that you did not check. You just took everything on face value.
Dr. Asamoah, I was not sitting in my office, which he helped to destroy, and interviewing America, Jandu, and the boys. I was in prison. He was after me to hang me, and these boys needed my help, and I was getting information from them quickly. I had to get all the information as quickly as possible. I got all that. I wasn't comfortably sitting in my office, happy as you may be. Time was not on my side.
I'm putting it to
The
you.
circumstances were very stringent.
I'm putting to you that this piece of evidence is a manufacture.
Dr. Asamoah, I am very happy. If I manufactured all this, then I have the most brilliant mind in the world, and you pay me a compliment. If I manufactured all that. But don't forget, America is not dead. He may appear one day.
Now, you said you were present in Squadron Leader Tego's choir at the last rites.
That's right.
Now, you were in Nsawam.
Uh-huh.
You were in Nsawam prison.
Yes.
Yes. But the last rites of America took place, Amatekwe, sorry. Amatekwe. I'm talking about Amatekwe.
No, you are getting it wrong once again. Here we go again, Dr. Obede Samuel.
No, you listen at page 18 of the evidence.
Is that you? Are you the man I knew?
I'm asking this commission, this is page 18. I'm asking this commission on the basis of the evidence that came to me through, pardon? On the basis of the evidence that came to me through those boys, America, Jandu, Tekbo, Senya, was exactly 20 years when Jandu, Senya were executed, and Amatekwe. 17th August last week, 20 years exactly. And on the day Jandu requested I should see him in the condemned block.
Would you want to save your breath, Doc? Because I know what I'm talking about. Would you save your breath?
Yeah. Yeah. I joined Major Tego Church Choir and got in there, and I told him Amatekwe requested for a hymn, Lead Candle Light. Senya asked for another one, and Jandu asked for What a Friend We Have in Jesus. And that day I told Jandu he had become like a son to me. To see a youth of that age so destroyed broke my heart anytime. I had my meetings with him, and I treated him like my son. And that night when I went to say goodbye to him, I made him promise that their story would be told, etc., etc. Now,
Doc?
I'm suggesting to you that no such encounter took place because the last rites for these people were conducted at Ashaford, not at Nsawam prisons.
Doc, I'm sorry. I think you're losing your memory.
Please, it's all right. Just answer the question.
The last rites were conducted by Major Tego. If there was any other rites anywhere, I don't know. Major Tego was in Nsawam prisons. He was in the annex block with me. He was the leader of he was the choir master. And I wanted to get into the condemned block. Jandu sent me a note, and I couldn't find a way. So I went to Major Tego and pleaded with him that I needed to speak to the Jandu. Hold on. He looked at me and said, okay, we will allow you, but don't come and cause any trouble there. That is what he said. I said, Major, I wouldn't cause any trouble there. My Lord, one of the most emotional moments of my life was when I got in there. Jandu came down. He had a beautiful hair, swept it back. Apparently, he had had a bath, clad in a white bedsheet. Ametekwe, that was the only time I saw Ametekwe face to face, was there. And then Senya rather looked agitated and haggard. And I went and stood between Senya and Jandu. Jandu had talked to Senya about me. So he whispered to Senya that this is Mr. Asha. And Jandu clasped my hand. And when Major Tego started his sermon, he asked each one of them to choose a song. Ametekwe chose, I think, Lead Kindly Light. Ametekwe chose Abide With Me. Senya chose Lead Kindly Light. And Jandu chose What a Friend We Have in Jesus. And at that moment, I almost wept. But I held his hands hard. And at the end of it, I said, boy, don't worry. I will live long enough to tell your story. And I looked at him, and Major Tego, strict as he was, would not allow me any more time. He said, Mr. Asher, we go. And as I left, and I looked into the eyes of the boy who had become like a son, sent to his death by an inhuman person who was rejoicing at his death, I felt like if I had a gun myself, I could have gone and shot him dead. Don't tell me it wasn't at Nsawam.
Please. Yes. And so you had a gun, and on the 14th day of September 1982, you shot one Oforiata.
Oh, come on.
You shot one Oforiata. And you were facing committer proceedings. We've got evidence from the magistrate who was going to conduct the committer proceedings. You had been served with the papers in prison, but then you ran away. You shot dead somebody.
What's the question, please?
The question is that, isn't it true that he was facing trial for murder?
My Lord, I was in prison, not awaiting trial for murder. I was in prison once again. Here we go again, Dr. Obede Samwa. I was arrested on, I think, the 13th or on the 12th of September, 1982, when finally I had given up and I wanted to leave the country. On the Friday, that was the arrangement. I asked my wife, Selina, whom I mentioned here, she was pregnant, to come over, and I wanted to say goodbye to her. And our first daughter, who is a doctor in the United States now, I was going to take her with me. She was just about 10. That was the very night I was arrested for murder. I was beaten up, tortured, and held in 3 different prisons. No charge of murder was brought. Unexpectedly, from the BNI, I was hurled. I never received any summons or a charge sheet, but I was brought before Ejekum, the public tribunal, and it was there that a charge of 2 counts of fraud, insurance fraud, were read to me. The records will show that I raised objection because, do your research, they will tell you, Ejekum himself had stolen gold, and he had been offered the post by Chikata and Rawlings because no member of the bar would accept that. They did that, and I raised that objection. 2, they tried me under a PN, they tried me under Act 29, which had its own penalty for that offense, which was less, but they sentenced me, they were proceeding to sentence me under the PNDC law, which would allow them to impose 10 years. And I argued against that. Ejekum, I remember he said, you sit there and talk, you will see. 10 years. I told my wives, there were 4 of them. I told them, I'll be back. She who wants to stay in, stay in. I'll be back 1 year. It took me 1 year and I was out. So I was in some prisons, not as a result of any murder charge, but as a result of, quote unquote, spurious conviction by a thief. Have you seen a thief trying a thief? A thief who convicted me and sentenced me to 10 years. That is why I escaped and I had my freedom, and he regrets that I didn't die there.
Now, that trial you're talking about, the insurance fraud.
Yes.
You were tried by a tribunal comprising Kwaku Ejekum, Major Adu Amanfo, then Madam Comfort Esther Efwa Do, and then Mr. Jenkins Kofi. You were properly tried, and you were charged on 2 counts of stealing, contrary to Section 1241 of the Criminal Code 1960, Act 29, and Section 82 of the Public Tribunals Law 1982, PNDC Law 24. So it isn't that you were charged only under any PNDC law. You were charged for stealing.
No, Dr. Samuel, I don't know what has
the documents.
Are you the same person I knew?
Please, just answer the question.
Listen to me. I have just said that I was charged under Act 29 together with the PNDC law, but under Act 29, the penalty would not have been 10 years. They proceeded to apply the penalty under the PNDC law, that bogus, fraudulent law. Were you not a member of the Ghana Bar Association? Why did the Ghana Bar Association boycott the tribunal? Tell me, have you changed your mind? Tell me now.
Your charges were laid.
Tell me.
Charges.
Mr. Asha, please. Mr. Asha.
A member of the Ghana Bar Association that boycotted the tribunal. Now you are holding that their actions were what? All right.
If you're a lawyer, you know that a lawyer doesn't ask. A witness doesn't ask a lawyer questions.
But when they are
Mr. Asha, it's all right. Please, Mr. Asha.
Is misbehaving, you tell him that.
Mr. Asha, it's all right. Please,
the charges were under the criminal code, and they went into the case and passed a reasoned judgment. Lord, I would like the commission to have a look at this document.
I know about it.
If it's a certified copy, we will look at it.
It's not certified, though.
Then we can't look at it.
Well,
you see, Dr. Samwa, you are not the same person you were before.
My Lord.
Something has happened to you.
My Lord, we've had occasion here when you looked at documents that were not certified.
No, if it's not certified, we can't look at it. You know that. You know that.
Well, I hope that I hope that the commission would investigate this matter.
I'm sorry. I think all day is.
Please ask your next question.
Now, with regard to the murder charge, my Lord, we have here an application which had been made ex parte to the High Court for a mandamus.
Is it certified, Dr.
That is certified, my Lord.
Let me have a look at it, please. I don't see the relevance, but I'll allow you to use it because this is not a document he signed, and this by another lawyer for another client. Anyway, you may use it.
There is an affidavit that's sworn to by the magistrate that was going to do the committal proceedings, and that is what I want the commission to have a look at.
I didn't look at that one. Let me see. This magistrate was removed from the bench because he wasn't qualified as a lawyer. The magistrate. I'll allow you to use it, even though I have some doubts.
Very well, Lord.
I think you know the reason why I have those doubts.
Yes, that is so.
Yes.
But Lord, I just thought, I should just bring it to attention. I mean, I'm going beyond that. I'm moving on to another point.
All right.
Now, in your evidence, you said that America and Co. went to Captain Chikete's office, and Captain Chikete prepared the operational pass for them. This is at page 9 of the transcripts that I have. But Amatekwe, in his statement of 23rd November 1982, which the Commission has had the opportunity of looking at yesterday, said that he, Amatekwe, took American and Co. to Gonda Barracks for an operational pass. So which is correct?
Exactly. Doc, listen and listen well. America and America and Senya went to Kojo Chikete's office, and he prepared the operational pass. I asked America, what is an operational pass? It says it is the pass that allows you to go on any duty inside the emergency hours, curfew hours. And how is it done? He says that it is a format prepared, but then they insert in handwriting the name of the person to whom it is being issued, his rank, the purpose, and then the date, and then the person issuing it signs it. I asked him, who gave you this? He said, Kojo Chikete. Then I asked him, what about what Amatekwe said? He laughed and he said, that was the fun of it all. Amatekwe was so enthusiastic that when he got me into the car to go around with him, he issued another pass. And when I met, according to America, I'm quoting America, when he met Jandu, Tekpo, Senya, he showed them Amatekwe's superfluous pass, and they were laughing that the guy is too excited about things. So then I asked America, why didn't you explain? He said, Chris, you know what was happening there. It was Amatekwe's pass that I used, but the real pass that allowed us to go in the dead of night, pick up 4 persons, 3 judges, a lady, and an army officer, and take them and kill them was issued and signed by this jackal.
I'm putting it to you that you are lying.
Please, no. Please, don't use such terms here.
Your Honor, my Lord, I will oblige. Was signed by Kojo
I'm putting
Chikete.
it to you that by Amatekwe's own evidence, They went to the operations room. He didn't say Captain Chikata was there, and they got a pass.
Well,
So you are concocting a story.
okay, once again, I knew America those days, didn't I? I never knew America.
Yeah.
I never knew America anywhere until I met him at Insawam.
Yes.
Until Corporal Amadou introduced America.
So you had no basis for knowing that whatever he told you was true, since you had no information about his character. You didn't know him.
Your Honor, you can say, as a matter of the rudiments of the rule of evidence, that what America told me was not true. But you cannot say that America did not tell me that. And I am recounting to you here, and I am within the ambit of the hearsay evidence which you people have been bandying around everywhere. That is what America told me, and I'm only reciting what the guy told me. You may not believe what he said, but don't disbelieve what he told me, because when I was in jail, you were not there.
All right, it's all right. Dr. Asamoah, you've had 35 minutes. I'll give you 25 more, making a total of 1 hour.
My Lord, you have a situation where the witness is talking so much.
Well, I think you know how to get the short answers. You put just one question, then you get one answer. But when you preface with the long thing, he wants to comment on your preface, you see. That's what is taking us so much time. But by 11:30, I'm afraid we'll have to stop if by then you haven't finished.
Apply for more time.
I was trying to get... Now, in your evidence, that is at page 18, that's not the one. Lord, I'm trying to check the page of the evidence where he talked about a meeting at President Rawlings' office.
All right.
Of the people who were present. I seem to have...
You want me to show you?
Well, if you can refer to the page.
Okay. I did it, so I know where it is. Which one are you talking about?
The meeting where...
You will pay me for the assistance.
The meeting where the what is the Amatekwe is supposed to have announced that he had, done with the.
That was on July the 2nd.
That is correct.
Okay. When Chichikata sang "Long Live the Revolution."
That is it.
Yeah.
That is the part.
He sang in a very bad voice, I'm told. He doesn't have a good voice for singing. Why should I even help him? It is here. Why should I help him?
I can't find it. 18. But in any case,
yes.
This is at page 17. No, not a minute. That's not the one.
You see, when you vilify a chief in his absence, you see him in the face, you lose all track.
In any case, by your evidence, Lord, I think it can be checked later. By your evidence, those who were present at that meeting were Chacho Chikata, Then President Rawlings.
Page 18, go top there. Mr. Asher, my lord, with respect, I will help him. Dr. Sambwa, he was my lecturer, so I give him that respect. But he's going to pay me something. I've lived in America and Britain. Nothing is free there. July, Mr. Asher, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines. July the 2nd, 1982, and he told residents that they had already been killed. And according to Amatekwe, Rawlings looked sad. My lord, wherever in this world has a head of state had 4 permanent citizens of this country murdered, and then he confronts one of his men and tells him, go release the people, and then the man has the courage to tell him that they have been killed. And he doesn't say a word to him. He doesn't get him arrested. He doesn't order him arrested. He walks away. I don't believe there was that confrontation between Amatekwe and Rawlings, but if it was, then the implications are disastrous. Is that what you want, Doc?
But you did mention that Amatekwe told you the people who were present at that at the meeting, America told the people who were present at that meeting. I think it is at page 12, my lord, I think I now have.
I didn't prepare properly, Doc.
Page 12, my lord, it will be at page 12.
Yes.
On the 2nd, that is page 12, my lord. The second paragraph from the bottom.
Last paragraph.
Yeah, so I see, you see, you're trying to help your lecturer, and your lecturer knows better. I see you couldn't help him. on the second, I understand, I'm reading, my lord. On the second, I understand Adabuga testified here that there was jubilation. My lord, there indeed was. Chachu Chikata, Chris Atim, Flight Lieutenant Odoe, Mr. John Rawlings, Chikata was then not there. Akatapori, Chachu Chikata were in Jerry John Rawlings' office when Amatekwe went in there and informed them of what had happened, that the operations had succeeded. So these are the people that you say were present.
The people that I was told were present.
That is what Amatekwe told you. What? First,
Mr. Chairman, I now invite Chief Superintendent Retired Jacob Yabuni Idana. Jacob Yabuni Idana.
You are here to give your evidence to the commission. Before you do that, you have to swear either on the Bible, the cross, the Quran, or you can affirm if you so wish.
I'll swear on the cross.
You swear on the cross. Now, give out your full name to the commission and say after me. Pull it back.
I, Jacob Jabuni Yidana,
do hereby swear.
Do hereby swear
that the evidence.
That the evidence
I shall give to the commission.
I shall give to the commission.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
Nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
SOC in English, my lord.
Currently, I'm a research officer with the Ministry of Interior.
Where do you live?
I live on Switchback Road, Block B1, Flat 1.
You were in the police force.
Yes, my lord.
What year did you join the police force?
I joined the police force in October 1970.
Now, in 1982, what was your position and rank?
I was Chief Superintendent of Police.
Were you assigned special duties in 1982?
Yes, in 1982, I was assigned to investigate Accra Brewery, the fire outbreak at Ajebeng, and also to investigate the murder of the 3 High Court judges and a retired officer.
Can you tell the commission about the investigation of the 3 High Court judges and the retired army officer in 1982? Can you tell them?
My Lord, I'll try to be brief because it's a very, very, it's quite a long story.
Yes, but I believe you wrote a book.
I did. I did, my Lord.
Well, your book, we have a copy. So if you can be brief.
Yeah. On the 1st of July, I heard police messages all over the police walkie-talkies that 3 High Court judges had been, and a retired army officer had been abducted from their homes in the night of the 30th of June. That's 82. This sort of communication went on for quite some time. And then on the 2nd of July, the police in Accra were assembled and asked to go around and search for these kidnapped persons. Were to search Achimota Forest and some other buildings. We did the search, we interviewed a few people, but we didn't have any clue as to who had. The only clue we had was that those people who came wore northern smocks. We didn't know where they had sent the victims, and we also didn't know who exactly had committed the offense. It was not until 3rd of July, that was a Saturday, that some military men who went to for exercises at a place called Bondazi saw the bodies of 3 males and a female. So they came and reported at the police operations room. So I was called to be part of a team that was to go and bring the bodies to Accra for identification. That was Saturday. We went to the headquarters and were there milling around it. No decision was taken until about somewhere around 10 o'clock. So we left as a team. Were led by one Assistant Commissioner of Police Operations, Mr. Ahinakwa. And we went and brought we couldn't bring the bodies because the bodies were highly decomposed. We could see the maggots, all over the place, and we were ill-equipped. We didn't have masks, we didn't have hand gloves, we didn't have ambulances, we didn't have detergents, and so therefore we came back at about 12 midnight, and I reported. And then we had to prepare to go the next day, but I had wanted a shortcut. But as you say, you have a copy of my book. You see why I wanted a shortcut, that in criminal investigation where you find that there is a dead body and that they carrying the dead body from the scene to another place for postmortem might cause mutilation, you can ask the coroner to instruct the pathologist to perform the postmortem at the scene of crime. And my judgment was that the bodies were highly decomposed. But eventually, force was brought to bear on us to bring the bodies, and all principles regarding proper investigations were completely thrown overboard. Then we brought the bodies on Sunday. Went back there on Sunday, brought the body to 37 Military Hospital in the afternoon of Sunday, and postmortem was performed after the identification of the bodies, and then the burial also took place. So we thought with the atmosphere at the time, most of us thought that was the end of the matter, but the Commissioner CID at the time decided to constitute a team of detectives to find out those who did it and why. And we had an Assistant Commissioner of Police who gradually faded out, so I remained the head of the investigation. So we're able to put pieces and pieces of information together and finally arrested the 4 people who perpetrated the crime: America, Senya, Teko, and Jandu. And in the course of interrogation, they then mentioned Amatekwe. Then we brought in Amatekwe, who also mentioned Captain Kojo Chikate retired. And then just at that time, a board had been set to supervise our work. So all our reports went to the Special Investigations Board. And at the end of the investigations, the board made recommendations. But before the board finished its final report, I had been arrested. So that was, I didn't know what went on in respect of whether the report was good or was bad.
Now, can you tell the commission about your arrest, trial, and imprisonment?
Yeah, on the 5th of March, my lord, I was invited to BNI, and I was given a summons. And I was then very busy with my team preparing the duplicate docket, even though the SIB had not finished its report. We were preparing the duplicate docket because the commissioner had told me that I should get it ready and then the next week send it to Attorney General's office. So I was invited on the 5th to BNI by the National Investigation Commission committee at that time. I didn't know exactly what I had done to be given a summons to appear before the National Investigations Commission. I went there, and every officer there played some dilly-dallying game until I realized that nobody was prepared to see me. So I walked away. Then on the 6th of March, that was 1983, I was invited to the police operations room in the afternoon, and I went there. I met the then IGP, Kublenu. I met Asasi Jima. I met Captain Kusi. And I was out to wait outside. So I sat on the chair outside. Then after about 15 minutes, Asasi Jima and Captain Kusi came out and said we were going for an operation. The operation landed at BNI headquarters, where I was told that I was not to go home. I was to be interrogated, that I had assisted somebody to escape from this country, and that was that. And I was interrogated after 3 days, and on the 16th of March, I was charged with harboring a criminal.
Who was the alleged criminal?
Captain Kora.
Now, did you in fact harbor Captain Kora?
I did not.
But how did it come about that you were charged with such?
My Lord, certain circumstances had been created. I got to know that Captain Kora had come to my house sometime in November '82 after my arrest. Then I was asking the other people how it was that we had been arrested, Alhaji Mumuni particularly. And he said Captain Kora came around there and said he was from Tamale, and he was on his way to Kumasi and was looking for his brother. And the brother was at Tesano. So Alhaji Mumuni said he was going home to come and pick him to Tesano, but unfortunately he couldn't come back. So the next day he came and picked him and sent him to his brother's house and went away. And because I will have to make one point clear why I wasn't in the house. On the 7th of January after the coup, I was invited by Rawlings himself to Gondar Barracks. And it appeared our discussion didn't even end on that day. He invited me again on the 26th of January. And we were having some disagreements over certain issues. So I decided that for security reasons, and I also realized that they were keeping my house under watch, and it was probably not wise for me to stay in the house, that anything could happen. So I wasn't sleeping in the house. So maybe if I had met him or had seen him, I would have been able to say exactly what happened. I would have told the interrogators that yes, the man came to my house and left, or I saw him and he left. But I would not have denied that I didn't harbor him. I wasn't there.
So when you were charged, you were tried by the tribunal?
Yeah, I was tried by one of the national public tribunals.
Were you convicted?
I was convicted.
For how many years?
To 8 years IHL.
Did you appeal against the sentence or conviction?
The PNGC law 24, under which we were convicted, did not give us the right to appeal. And even when the PNGC law 78 repealed law 24, we were excluded. Those who were tried before, they said those who were tried before December 1984 or in 1983 had no right of appeal. What the 78 provided for was that we could petition the PNGC. And our lawyer came and promised to do that. That was the late Kutadankwa. He promised to do that on our behalf, but we don't know whether he did it or not.
So at the time, how many children did you have?
I had 5 children.
How old was the youngest?
The youngest was about 10.
Now, did you spend the whole 8 years in prison?
Yeah, I spent more than 8 years, and the explanation is this, that the when you are given a sentence of, say, 8 years, you have a one-third remission. Previously, this period of remission was meant to be a period of probation for the prisoner. But now it looks like the one-third is a gift. But every prisoner who behaves well earns it. If you misbehave or you contravene any regulation in the prison, you are charged and tried. And there are also regulations which specify what type of offenses you can commit, and then you have your part of your remission forfeited or hold the whole of it. So when I went in when we were convicted in August, that was 19th August, our sentences were backdated to March. So it meant that by the 7th of July 1988, I was due to be released, because if I behaved properly. But on the 6th of July 1988, I was invited by the Assistant Director of Prisons in charge of Nsawam Prison, and told me that he had received a letter from Accra that I was to be kept in prison until further notice, because I was a threat to national security.
Did you see the letter?
I didn't see the letter.
Did you later get to know who signed the letter?
Well, it was when I came back from Holland in 2001, I got to know that it was Captain Kojo Chikata who signed the letter.
And this Captain Kojo Chikata, he was named in your investigation?
Yeah, he was.
Now, what do you have to tell the commission?
As contained in my petition, I want the commission to be able to find out what real reasons Captain Kojo Chikata had to bring up such a letter. And I stayed back in prison for another a little under 4 years. And it was during this time my first child died. And I think that was a period of very traumatic events whilst I was in prison. And I wanted the committee, I was craving the intelligence of the commission to look into the circumstances that led to my detention and whatever the commission can recommend for me in terms of compensation. But again, my experiences in prison, and I'm putting that in a second book, is that it looks like Ghanaians have not been determined enough to defend democracy. Why I'm saying so is this, that at that time it was just a few people who held everybody under bondage and did what they liked. But you can still see signs of those things rippling all around. And when I observe what we are doing now, I am reminded of a statement of John Kennedy when he visited Germany, and he advised the East Germans to break down the wall. And they said no, and he told them that freedom has its difficulties. Freedom, democracy itself is not perfect, but it doesn't mean that we should build a wall and keep our people inside. But it looks like we still have sections of our society who are not determined to defend democracy. They still think that they can keep everybody under bondage and do whatever they like. And I think it appears a lot of people do not learn from history. That's why the historians say history teaches man that man does not learn from history. And if we're learning from history, even the trials of Nuremberg were just enough to teach any nihilist that democracy is better than dictatorship, because whatever you do today will catch up with you tomorrow. The other thing is the perpetrators. What has been bothering me is that there is not one perpetrator who has come rather to call the victim to apologize. A perpetrator to come and say that on such and such a day, at such and such a time, I did this to this person, so I'm asking the commission to invite the man for me to apologize to him for what happened. Then it then appears that the perpetrators are withdrawing into their shell, which is very bad for national development. Because when you do that, you are still going into yourself to make rules to deal with a situation. And there we'll have a lot of problems with that. And the perpetrators' unwillingness to come and just give up, just say what happens. If we don't have them doing this, then we are going to have a lot of problem on our hand in terms of security. Reformation. My book is basically on reformation of prisoners. And I think what society is doing now is to dodge the question. We talk of improving conditions in the prisons for prisoners because they are human beings. But we don't think about our role. Reformation starts from the prison and it ends in society. But let's say if a prisoner comes out of, say, in Sawam prison, where he hasn't been paying any rent, he doesn't buy food, he doesn't pay for electricity, and he comes out, and the society rejects him because he's a convict, he's a criminal, he's not to be employed. Nobody wants to associate with him. If he goes back to sleep at the bar stations and he picks bits and bits of food from refuse dumps, now where else does he go? He has to go back there. And I'm saying that because in about 1988-89, with the assistance of Kwame Pianim, we trained a number of prisoners to become Class 3 referees because we were promoting football in the prison yard. And then we told the prison officers that when these people are being discharged, you should give them letters to go to sports council. because they were men of substance. We didn't think they were those riffraffs or those who formed part of what we call the revolving door population of the prison. But they were men we knew that if they came out and they were gainfully employed and they were looked after, they would stay out of prison. And we did this, but nobody followed up. It is because society attitude is very negative toward the prisoner. And it is so because when I came out, because I wasn't pardoned, nobody would employ me. That was what happened. I was just a criminal. So we need to change our attitude. If we think reformation has to take effect in the life of somebody who has gone to jail, it is not only the prison. The prison as it is, sometimes might probably succeed in doing 1/3 of the reform. The 2/3 remains with the society, the house society, that we have to accept them and rehabilitate them. So I think that these are the points I want to talk to for the...
That's all for the witness.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mr. Idana, for sharing those deep thoughts with us. I hope my other colleagues may comment on some of the suggestions that you made. But I want to go back to a statement you just made almost casually in your earlier presentation. And you said that the person who was in charge of the investigating team faded out. Why did this man fade out?
It's unfortunate he is no more, but from what I deduced from his behavior, it appeared he knew more than we knew, and he didn't want to get into trouble. So when it came to us in interrogating the people, he would say, oh, I've been given an assignment by Commissioner CRD. I've been given an assignment by the IGP, so you go ahead. And then gradually he was no longer part of us. But I suspect, or I suspected at that time, that he knew more than we knew. So he advised himself.
Now, my second question is about the fate of those colleagues you worked with in that investigation team. Because, it can lead us to make some assumptions. What you suffered, can you say that it happened to your other colleagues who constituted the investigation team?
Yeah, Inspector Daku, whilst I was in Ashford, even awaiting trial, was arrested and placed in Castle Guard room. There was an attempt to arrest Ohina Ansa, who was my deputy. He ran away and he escaped to Togo, and now he's living in Britain. ASP Odru was also arrested. He escaped from prison during the June 19th events. He's now living in Holland. And Musa, my corporal, he was also arrested and kept in Air Force Guard room at the time I was arrested. So the bulk of my team, I said they were the few good men, but now they are men with broken hearts.
Well, thank you very much, Saeed, and that was quite revealing. Thank you for the additional information.
Jacob, good to have you here again.
Thank you.
Let me say how much we appreciate your support for the work of this commission. You've talked briefly on the matter of the 3 judges and the retired army officer. Well, it's a very, very major issue which I'm sure will be seized with for some time. And again, thank you very much for your book. I'm sure it's a tremendous education for all of us. And every Ghanaian appreciates the contribution that you're making. It's all towards the the process of our democracy, which we are fighting for. You've just mentioned the need to fight for it. And I think it's something that we have to do if really eventually we have to have the total peace in this country. And you've started already anyway, which is an inspiration to all of us. Thank you very much. They're talking of here you becoming a danger to national security because of harboring this child. Now, Kora, who was he?
Kora was a lieutenant at the Mortar Regiment at Ho, and it was alleged that he was involved in the, was it 23rd or?
We don't create or we don't allow such situation ever to happen again. I think that's something that we all have to fight for. The reformation of prisoners and reformation of prisons. It's a very important point that we've made. Certain things have happened in prison. We've heard of witnesses coming here and telling their gory stories about, and I think it's something that we have to see how best to turn them around. People in prison, detainees or whoever criminals should come out as reformed people, so that they can be more useful members of the society. I'm waiting to read is it your second book, which you mentioned?
Yes, my lord.
I hope it will come out very shortly. But Jacob, may I ask, what are you doing now?
I'm a research officer with the Ministry of Interior.
I see. Well, thank you very much indeed, and thanks for coming.
Mr. Hidana, have you heard this expression before? Happy are those who dream dreams and are ready to pay the price to make them come true.
I've heard that, my lord.
Keep it in the back of your mind. There are many people like that in this country. They have dreams of a better Ghana and are ready to pay the price for it. Thank you.
Broken-hearted. What do you think we can do to bring some type of solace to them?
I think, if I may ask the Commission, if they could be rehabilitated in the form of some compensation, I don't think it would have been a move in the wrong direction. It would have also motivated others. As I've always been saying, maybe there were other policemen in the system who could have done a better job than we did. But if the tax fell on us and we did our best and the nation has appreciated it, and I think the nation must show some appreciation of what we did and what we suffered. So I am humbly asking the Commission if it could make some recommendation for members of my team to be rehabilitated. Living in Europe is not easy. I personally lived in Europe for 6 years. When I came out of prison in 1995, I was arrested again. And when I was granted bail, Amnesty got me out to Holland. And it is not easy to stay there. And so they are there, they want to come, but when they come back, from where do they start? That's the question facing most of, Ohina says there, my book has even become a source of income for Inspector Daku, who couldn't get any job at all after he left the police service. And Odro is in Holland, he wants to come home. Edmond is in London, he wants to come home, but where does he start from? I've come home, just lucky to be given some small place to perch on. I don't have a house. They don't have houses. When they come, where do they live? So that's a problem facing members of my team, and I think I humbly and respectfully request the Commission to make some recommendations so that they could be rehabilitated. And I think that would have been also a motivating force, that those who are coming after us, if a thing like this happens, they can say, oh, this was what happened, these people did that, and that was how they were rewarded, and I'm going to do it to be rewarded. But if this is not done, I'm afraid, if we don't hope to face a situation like that, but, you know, we can never tell.
Okay, thank you very much indeed.
So Idana, thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much also for your book. I just want
omo data ni kura omo nim. He is just preempting or catch omo say they should make sure say NDC enya 30%. Now NDC enya 30%, and ye 50% kura mumunya. Because the only way to do that, is to just suppress votes. Asa enchangumuno. Messi MPP for ya deal or Ashanti region so much be egumwa be about 5,000. Sa Ashanti region ya chagum 300,000, 400,000, 500,000. No, it no go work. Ajiagu, I say. So ya line no, I can't be fee. Just say marketer say, just say marketer say, just say marketer say, just say. I say, just say marketer say, just say. Just say marketer say, just say marketer say, just say. In short, I say, ukwadeja. Is what I say, no. It just say market, I say. Me can slow it. It just say market, I say. It just say market. Market no good in Ashanti region. Baba Kurba take could not go market way market spell. Yeah, market spell. Nothing to steal. Market spell. Indeed, Samira say Odi Kumase. Oh, di Kumasi Ashemfreni. I don't know. Ade that your friend say Aferi military hospital. How are you operation center? Now unim jansa. How na we ka koye operation every. Aferi hospital. We and a bullion van. Sure, ngwasi asam. Because we the ballot tom printed ballot people say the good box muno ever she bullion for van. So bullion van who the same one? So one bullion van aba polling station da. Who the bullion van drew one bullion driver no. So obe sign nyina akofia. Yebe. Who the bullion van drew? Who the bullion van no kofa your friend say Tom printed a friend say papers no over free aferi hospital just all question we want to be fee na mo dia go pick up mu na dia ba polling station na be ba tu nipa yes ohene don no ube wia na ba bia obe bono no e ho ni problem no don dey obe wia na ba bia obe bono Andy Buri, where did he? Oh, you don't know the overview. Na baby, overbodon dono. What problem, no? Obia me Ralphie me busa say, Adena ballot boxes, ACC MPP chairman fee. Quaqua, Omade Mampo, Miami Quaqua, Dennis Quaqua, no, Omodini operation. Dennis Quaqua, yes, I mean, him. Dennis Kwakwa nyansa bay anyway ni trim eya wono na wodi ne ye operation enti awrade ye adom a na nyame eboa ya obi ankohwe obi fie say omudi ye friend say 2 p.m. express cars ni bi ene be ye operation obi ankohia 2 p.m. express car. So nim dia ne dia the late MP no onya ne baby kono. Ba no bantuma no. Aha. Obia David kumfu head die ne de omajai. Se makach. Why? The late ochima boate obia nkohia your friend say 2 p.m. express car enko stop on the 7th. Say obi ahwedi wom say anya police for anameboa we need to me na say 2 p.m. or say 2 a.m. express car et me finding the way to any police station ya ka kira ya nkrofo a omo police station obia say 2 p.m. 2 p.m. or say 2 a.m. car no ɛyɛ adwuma Kumasi nkran Kumasi sunyane boga tamale inche asanwe so kasapen ɛhɔ na kaa we ɛyɛ adwuma ɛnyɛ adwuma wɔ polling station bia enti sɛ mutimi at the 2 p.m. express car ebedru polling station on kwa dia yeso yebefro car no na amamo na ayefe ni yemfro car no ayensi form no na car no ayefefefe obi o won bia so aye kama so wa jimia so wa boa o de fa ibra ayi ya frane sai we tete star we atwam apre ena ye stuffy ballot boxes ewo apre ena formula chigo ena Angel FM your friend is Bantima na baby Angel FM wono actually won kra mo frɛ wo say Kumasi mi free wa chinti ana me refi brono no din ɛhɔ na on the ballot papers na gu a box mu na on the ama matwefo na ba a police station no ma ba be ye ntokwa no mo de box no ba ko asi wo no mo afa ba ko yo yate Messi Ashanti region ayaka e ka ba fie ballot papers Ashanti region just a more because mate say you say o ma ka kire wuntumi say say wuntumi antimi am o ma fa anwumu a o mo de aka ne betua no yes or the court toilet papers no the paper parito sa Matthias abrepo akire ho sa MPP lie we munyai sa Jimmy we munyai enti omo de niam bi be ko no omo de aguka no de matwe kaka mi ensemi enti awuntie omo pick up no be operation no omo de handkerchief white be bobo ho enti we hia we ya onim se we na ekro no lie we lie we almost what a handkerchief from one farm over Mawa, Obi Fao. And this is some more can you say? Police station, what a dear. So we got to be drew what dear. And I will say, yes, something day. Obi and me, my fear message. Obi and me, you know, Cassie and radio room, and yet a number of council. Name say also your bullion van private company private day nasa also do bullion van any day be ma na bullion van say police station a bullion van here adwuma you go tell us for us to be dealing with Ashanti region issues no properly. Martin say down for sana would you 76 you say 75 you say 40 years you say you not any more. Now go on to about Mobia. Who cares? Why the found? Yet to Chroma. Yet to Chroma. When Kwakubaku and Kwame Sefakan were insulting John Mahama. Omu wi anom de atato o ye adamfo but the air cost no ya ni ho. The air cost no money ni ho no and say dollar was 1 cedi to 4 cedis. $1 to 4 cedis. They sat on Peace FM talking trash. Kekan kwasi asem one Kwame Sifaka you know kekan kwasi asem. That time no also be incompetent no. Now 1 to 4 cedis. Today $1 17 cedis. Kwaguba ko say no on share sa niema no. They say there is not about the dollar on the abanwa no betuama MPP enwini with one touch. We num na omo bo omo samrane say omo ye patriotic media practitioners. Kwasiafo we Kwaguba ko ne Kwame Sifaka no. Na no omo bo omo bo say omo ye patriotic. Obi atimi afa dollar from 4 cedis. Within 8 years, we are doing 17 cedis. You are telling me that person still deserves a or trakunyaso. Obi afa petrol gallon. 14 cedis gallon. That time now we no crusading guide mu. Now no pamanko tre PCFM monkwasi akekano. Ewo PCFM anopa Kwame Sifaka a half bow guy no. It shows now now gallon 14 cities. Today we are buying a liter of fuel. By 17 cities, a liter, not a gallon. Gallon is around 60 plus. Go yasia to mukura amene yatoto lorfemu ene. You are telling me that person deserves a third term, 12 years, because Kwakubako wame your media fosika. Ya channel national security mo kwajeje mo dia mo boys ewo a friend say Asempa FM Joy FM ne sam na mo check kraba mo a na watena de aka no so na ade bia asifie ewo ya friend say the hills so the hills na oto na aka kan kwase asem wadafo akwa no Lebanese ni no a otu galamsey wo de nchrobo ase no owai Kwaguba ko. These are bad nuts criminals. Kwaguba ko criminals destroy Ghana, and a criminal always want criminals to rule so that they can have their way. Criminals per se criminals ekoswa ruling so that they can have their way. Today even as when people are talking about taxes, taxes. Ko temaport na kwakoshe. Ko temaport na kwakoshe de ekoso. Enkrofo yi niema say. Then they have all of a sudden they have this kind of stupid statement. Nemre ko na nimu no na emre ko na nim no yenye de na ese eba se ne ma so be ko na nim na ma time no na ye can I have time na ye titi Noah pen so enti ende na bibia ye okay na jomama na ama bibia anye okay yende na emre ko na nim enti ese ne ma ko na nim from 2008 to 2012 2016 and more $1 to 4 Ghana cedis no na mo ka ho asem no na ye no de nyemre e na ekọ from Kufuor time to Jomama time nyemre e na ekọ. Then you have that foolish boy Gabi Ochidako at one breath your friend say also the mayemfa dollar rate NJJ whether NDC or MPP after the idea ya ohwe ye so te no no ase abetwete ai say the as a dollar na ekofom ya na so abodam mu fiefo nyina abodamfo na bi aka ho na yemfa dollar enye ye friend say yemfa dollar enye politics mujira 2016 o for Akufo-Addo ogyina a street mu ebusa omanfo sɛ ɛyɛ amamuo bɔne nti ɛna yɛtɔ yɛfrɛ no sɛ $1 4 cedis ɛwɔ Ghana ha. Ghana ha mu gyina ha ka saa asɛm no today ɔmo ka asɛm a wowɔ hɔ koraa na ohome te because nneɛma a wɔn de yɛ yɛfrɛ ɛde sɛ politics no today they tell you asɛ wɔn nim nyansa kyɛn waa ma so they determine ade a Ghana ɛsɛ Ghanafoɔ ka ne deɛ ni kwa ɛsɛ wɔ ka wɔn wɔ right sɛ wɔn ka dollar wɔn de dollar cedi ɛyɛ. Yes, they have the right. Who need right? Men kabi. Uti kroma. Kwaguba uti kroma. Busa won say a year production cost. Yeah, the printing newspaper from 2016. Bepem Samrewe 2024. Busa say a increase percentage by. Kwaguba control to the paper animu. Say production cost. Yeah, akodrini. You see, when you are mad, you are mad. Anybody who about dumping, and when you are be a crusading guide, no, can pass yourself. Busa also production cost from 2016 to 2024. Who production cost are they printed a year on newspaper, crusading guide, you know, a increase by a percentage. Say, catch it, come and tell us. Come and tell us. I buy printing mount. If you say only problem. So I shall say, John Mama is my friend. Sa no motio. And this winnie ya no mon na matua hoy no so. O kwame se fa kan no sa o. O mon na matua hoy Ibrahim no so. Yeah, this person is my friend. Yeah, my friend. Yeah, my friend. Sa no motie. Sa kokotako parasite. Usia o ma beka so ma bobra. O mtete Land Cruiser mo beka so ma bobra. Kokotako. Kwa agudie. I have a special relationship with this person. I have a special relationship. In the end, this is Ibewini. Omonam anka tonom. Omonam omoso. Benefsi. Ombefa anka. Anka to ayami wa family the free a year central. Yen na ye infanteful. Ni papa minim. Na me papa na damfan. Sa. Omukwa jomama numfie. No omonam. No mo frefre edujinum. Eduji is a very nice gentleman. Udi free. And this we knew we are a yakotie Peace FM omo a discussion. After on bet this we do a fine gentleman. And the only fine gentleman. Tibabi on bet me di akono. Oh, this man, he's a very fine gentleman. As therefore, Mogas sa colonial tricks no. Mogas will be a hunumo. You think say nobody see you people? We see you long time. We see you pass. Gas will be a humu. Ya humu da. Ate. Ya humu da. Hey. Wasa. Ya humu da. Timunya de mo keka no. When I met to ama NDC and then me flu grant to aba NDC. Ha. Oto asat right it. Asat your friend say 2020 now electricity bill yes say today and then Ghana ni babunu ya ono kwa use single room ebia de wo hwa fan and ebia AC fridge TV and the boys ni bebre kura mo mpe TV because ne iPad and also ne laptop otimi hwe bibia wo so and then boys ni bebre mo nse danto TV sa nipa no ebia bosumi adwuma a oye oje bia be 700 and also 800 Ghana auto light 50 cedis within 4 days within 4 days And I know Baumiano Casa, I mean, them say electricity boy ding. We only sell electricity boy ding. 8 years vice president, head of economic management team. Yes, so now economic messiah. My name is electricity boy ding. My name is electricity boy ding. Who do sell electricity boy ding? So you guys know what we are going through. You know what we are going through. Then you have the likes of Kwaku Bakonum. Always when they don't have their way, right? So also Kwaku Bakonum, they can't have their way with any system. They don't like the system. Not because Omo Kas and Papa Bia. I have maintained my stance against Akufo-Addo's leadership, any Bawumia leadership, MPP leadership, for the past how many years? 16 years now. From 2008, I haven't changed my stance. And me my support to John Mahama, Akufo-Addo Sunye, yen compare records, whether economic records, infrastructure, edia yen compare. Kwaku Bakonum to be Nissan Komono. They say in the actual money emotional appeal. Emotional appeal. No more TP from Okankwa Siasem. Now, more damo, Ubetia Kachre Ubia, or no, why invest Sika, buy $1 million. Young fan say, even 2020, and Onipakoni invested $1 million. And then Sikano depreciate even $100,000 crown Andrew. Andrew, Nisika $1 million now or invest, you know. I depreciate I say, Sikana say. We are journalists. We know what is happening. Check Togo. Check here. And I know me say na I na this for no mu jeja nkrofo we na me ya. Me say o ka say COVID na e ba ye no me dey advert. Before 2020, 2018 and we yi 40 men. 40 men e mema aduanan wo aban mu say dollar no age won sam to omo anhwe. Na sata na COVID aba. Now 2018 na COVID we ase. And no be the abano. They talk light 500 Ghana cedis a month. Masa. Na ye ka asema na ujina ho ekeka de ope. Ujina ho na ekeka de ope. Muslimi Komeka 2016. No, he had just 11,000 Ghana cedis. The same person and then Otia 750,000, 75,000, which is 750 million, 75,000. Okwakuba akuya kremoni adewe eyaofe eyawde. So more dam no adwunumu da ho na on my way enya wo personal interest. And as I said no, they always want to have their time. Sa coffee shop for no kwakuba akon kwa mesifa kan system on to be having their way. Cutting corners, entering offices, begging. That's my brother. This my brother. Oh, this evening cry. When they don't have that way, the reason why they had issues with Rollins, I don't know. Today, Akufo-Addo betra kunyasu wakum nipa 9 in one election. Omo ene tie asese omo kon enka ho. Omo national security for apeke omo akoku omo enka ho. But he is quiet with his crusading guide. They catch us Kwakuba bodemini mentally deranged person. Bodemini. Always it should be them. They should have their way. The system should favor them. When the system doesn't favor them, no, you will see them criticizing, talking. When the system favor them, everybody should die. Yeah, that is how they behave. Almost journalism, it should be us, and it shouldn't be anybody. So when they can't enter your home who are president, they can't enter your home. You see your appointees, they don't. Now say ya NDC penny be frame or one not benefits and call another friend say, or per se, or yen say ni P. Emmanuel said, dear you say, or any P. Emmanuel. So what did we 8 years into a year ever done into a baby when this year side in the Tiakakura. And I'm saying to say, Mongola as well, she am penny free, beneficent. Monsieur and Colai, Monsieur, send no money in our building, Moola Bonia, and almost ya homo. Washa, and share, that's a near man, Koyano Hresia, or Yana Hresia. That has all that way. Only power to you as only principles and other name. Naming go grand people ni office and conquer she many MPP ni be near any a bottom be a trap. Just stay glued to your principles. Simple. May I believe Akufo-Addo Bawumia. They are just one hell of a useless leaders in Ghana, and I'll maintain that till death. Why? We have been here for the past 8 years. Yanko baby, anyway, let me just move on and do what. Maybe I'm showing more national service document, Media Foundation for Media Foundation for Competition, OSP. Yes, say Omakwaji a National Service Secretariat Nakwaji a injunction. Say Enyema the Manasa Azuri num ewano. Whether audio, whether video, omomfa mabonte. Na court to etimia grante adiwe. Court etimia hwe Awurade Nyankopon a ohata we enim. Etimi agrante sankwase injunction we. Obi destroy or mine. Says National Service, say the sika omu bekase omu ehiano. And yet yano na omu de court parliament for approval. In the same bekase omu per 20 cedis, omu ya no more gem. Omu de nkrofo a omu din ebro over age fo nyina omu omu postings. Adewe de papa. That's obi ahu or who video or who audio or who niema. Nasa or say or baba can yes see a court according judge I'm a court judge suit me tia konwam ati ase say ai mamu hwe na mo amie so am obi ahu ade kro. Ai o man be pani. Ndi ma me susu nkasa de ma mo wa we mu ni mitio. Adi uba kwansa wombe mo akasasa na ukompate yesi enkan wasem OSP obey ntem announce why ntem. And this is the reason why we are Ghana need Tiemia. Ehese obuami 2 MPP fra bamu. Say ya yet Ghana, ye tia taxes, obi asese Canada. Na so obi akopie ne so na se wache no a. That's what we say video ni audio ni materials evidence I want and fa ma bonti mo bi antibi. Hey, oni petri mo dio. Onipa, ni trimo den. Ni trimo den pa, oni petri mo den. Oni patrim den pa. Enya asem kuma kwa me dey na dey send me National Service oh na sa akwala we dey sa abayo we anya aslo sa akwala ni ananya we no why say football no sa ga we why say football no ja o ma asem ma o ja o ma asem e fa ma o mo dey why say football no na enkrofo we you see they are joking with something. They think say NDC win, Mahama win no, a better business as usual. That is what they think. say be business as usual. Ha, woman kwala no kwa be ko prison no. We your bow, we your bemo. Woman kwala no kwa be ko prison wo kroma no. E be shocking crofo. Me say e be ya abakwasem. So that even NDC nimpo ya de ade sha won sa unwia. Ai, unwia. Ese MPP for eco prison ya ma even NDC appointees kura omo yam hye wo mo enti ye de oman ade hye won sa wunwia je salary je salary no je so obi wo bibi de be chewa ye ne de sabio obi ani ho asem bia aka oman sika no a ye de ama se fa ye adwuma no emfa won sa mom manni emfa nsa nka asem a ye ka nyina no oman de ye oman ne dia no emfa won sa nka unuya bi a contractor na say bia utimi elobe ma no onya contract ni bia me bobi I don't have any problem me problem ne say dia ya oman ne dia no emfansa nka don't touch it agongo adwuma ya CMG ye tua aka bosome ni mfidie ene ni sika emfansa nka se wo sorry free ha say na so obi hye abonten no ase kwam kwache me pe wasem pa adwuma a wo ye me pe wasem no a cha 100 cedis 200 a ye no de anya agongo asem but ni mfidie ne ne niam no a esi wo no a wo de ye adwuma emfa wo nsanka advert sika no enkoyi bi ni no wagim dodo emfa advert sika enya wo dia ha light bill enya wo na otua ha water bill enya wo na otua machine say ya enya wo na wo ye enti mfa nsanka simple udru abonti no obi che obi bia eyo dia enti so ye aban adwuma eni a taxpayers money ni emfa wo nsanka enya wo dia but so ye minister no obi be che wade a that is okay. So when you be a credible a company, now say when you adwuma no oya, that is okay. The idea man says 10 million Ghana cedis near the Cocoa Road and you 9 million Ghana cedis endi. Never 1 million no enquire. Messi MPP for homunkola we kwa prison no and this for crying message almost on baby adie. Who do you kwa prison no omo NDC for kra ya mbehye wo mo se omo ebewia ade wa no wo hwe de ekoso no a ne wa hunu se MPP so ba no omo so nyawa omo nyaawo unim the sanity ebeba system no mu obi abehwe no yi and that is why we are telling John Mahama that from Sunday Monday ni ahase chichi MPP for we national service akola no an ho say football as a friend say amaman sa small girl bi na the nim den say the obo boxing wo Brazil no me nim ni din sa girl no e be am say sini amanfo be wuro mu fi atwe wo mo esi street mu they will be shocked e ho no e say na say me hu Gavi oya ya ai mutame ena mo mpem asem hwe Gavi ono ka kire obi so obi ta no kwase ade a wo nu abusuafo akufo ado bedi atuo kwase ano oyare dampa so no kwase asem amomo adi no okroma bi ni mo de yaw mo de pain mo de hate ena beje o man akonwa ena mo di Ghana fo ani mo kum nkrofo mo diawu mo destroy families mo destroy your friend say companies today Gabi ene Agongo Alhaji Agongo esia wo laboni na obusa say Gabi me ye modai na Heritage Bank mugu no with that a reason Heritage Bank any bank mugu no want me a reason bia I Anderson Meka say mientia Agongo is not fit and proper. What is the meaning of somebody is not fit and proper? Are they frafrani India already obi bank yenye frafrani bank yenye mude otai and today you have people advising and ra misia me ofabi ewo kumase and ra no pansa na meba no ono ano said the misi tutuma no be ka se mienti abobie oya asantini enti se NDC for ka bibia against MPP a odi enye aneni kwa se o ka bidam so for Jimmy bi amfiri so a obehu ate na ono ano na your friend say Kofi Boachi wo honti no na me ye din e ma no mo di pain mo di yaw asay on my way mo destroy nkrofo mo man nkrofo sun odem na Gabi gyina ho say bi ompema semo say what time Gabi, who hates you for what? What do you have? Until Muba Bemu Gabi, you have nothing. Nothing. Even the other third year the crowd was a problem for you, Gabi. But for politics, you don't have anything. So, your best, we should do well. National service issue, no. And you're very terrible. Very terrible. Matters and I'm saying the inflation has jumped 23%, right? Okay. So which means I say prepare hard. Christmas near my boy, right? Then you see fuel prices. Echo. Jantum. Yanante. Fuel prices. Yanante. Why no na yen question ho asem nka emra me pa cho mo amko market from Monday prices say increase this time. Let us know, give us update on commodity prices and near my yeto prices me pa cho mama update ubetu send it through your Facebook page. Kakra so ebebie phone line no me no ka say Madina ehruso gaja petesa gaja maka chiro bia say Ashanti region da form boko obia nka da komanto no yam we me baba benom bela akwa na me de akobreak ai me nom bela akwa na menum atimi ate adaho pacho kwa me ma honya ha na me ni adaje ne kosubi ko abu akwa meni adaje kra enti moma menom bela akwa kakra that's right. Hey, hey, what's your about second half? See about Bekasa. Bekasa mientia. Aye. And near my boy. Pacho, Laura Fair almost say 15%. And Omun Colano, I got so fake, and Omo Edinam. Now, Mufu said, Sebi Tafrache. On mine to say Ghana. Not what Miamu Biako 5 meters. Abba. Na mo change meters. Would meter na a board wa if ye jedum. Na sikani nyina akọ Bawumia a company mu. Na Bawumia no na yire Samira is kanu na omwadi. Sister, my sister Samira asima kacho. Samira is my sister. So na me yene boko. Yesi edua bata bo nitwa etwa na. Na Samira efri akwa jira Kumase na ojira Kumase kejetia ha nipa MPP ni ani nwu asemu na Samira no kra de ono no ya na MPP no ono na busua na de MPP ayeyie so mo hwe ya na PNC mfa ena o se ade ebo manimi me ma no mo hokwa se me pe ba bi difa enti ni tri na yeyie ena wanya ba bi di afa omo no mo nya MPP fo Ramadan na busua fo their political ideology thinking enye MPP adwene sika na amacha eno omanya kwa ewurem eno omokofa bi na wo Samira wo firi anu akogire Kumase kejetia na odidi John Mahama atem na ogira John Mahama kejetia store no a wosi ye no na ogira mu na odidi atem na phase 2 no a Akufo-Addo ni okunu antumi ansi no na ye no so hwe nanim eho ayewura 8 years ukuru antumi ansi bi 4 years John Mahama di 2 years ene esi eye Kumase kejetia na ogira kejetia dan mu a ka kire MPP for say John Mahama incompetent na Samira ndu modam abawe we ndu modam fiasa me wura fi me ho na me di ama no adi me so mfa ma no me refi me ho ade bi o me bi a won ti ase o paite wo kura o da na chi wadi vice president 8 years one ne boss asante memu na munya abakasi efriye obi betra so 4 years or the 2 years esi your friend say market yeah 7,000 shops and a womb car park hospital fire service police station school when you're 8 years Samira mwansi mwanya no hwe second phase no oya no agwajira de jo mama asinu mu ogira ho no ya sonka ne asini so no na o ka kire MPP fo a omo wo market wo say jo mama ye incompetent we obi ka kire so obodam a omo say o didi atem obodam Samira mamaka so abodam yeah ogira wa won ti ase ojuna wa ade omo ye no won ti ase Mamini David Agbado on APR Concerned Drivers Association of Ghana. Dave Akwaba
Mubi mejaze mejoso
afin shapaso
afin kombeto ye na memenda de na o twisi no ne yedi husiri wo Ghana.
Alhamdulillah.
Asempa eba
Ami asempa bayin na eba
yo onia asempa eba ni se eda memenda ye do akwo nyina ne yegere ne yemma eni omo amofroka nyina bepo ebeko twe strada akoto abama JDM nkise papa wura
Areja
na oti abanya so na 8 years it meter engine the same price for 8 continuously years.
David, we are sure.
Ninia, who abuso kan for number. Men ka say ko fresh 30. Omo papa bi a ye frɛ no ntia. Omo frɛ no coach chairman so. Wo betimi afrɛ no ebisa no. Say David say ye to engine, yes iron engine. 3,500 for 8 solid years. Na market na enzisaye. Nanado abreso ena auto alternator ene 600 cedis ekina obekono na ye 650 na 700 cedis nanado abreso pe nti they say alternator say kina say nura na ene na obepakoto na wo yemu jeje say oh mini andi ko to bi nura o say 600 mi ko sisi ano e bia mi konya ni 800 na 700 nanado apenso pe ena obehu sadia nanado ene ba o mi apenso pe na obehu sadia no
Dave yanko so yase mo atoto lorry fares mu dia
no pre ya toto lorry fares mu ene by 15%. Mistake kra no ya start timu de ni ntia ye toto mu nyina ne se enra ya nanado eni ba wumia asa to fango mu
I see.
And in no say a many years, don't do a procedure into way ye ma adiante so. And in and then yes, Shasiero. Yes, Shasia and then an o'clock 10 o'clock and a day call. You say no, you relate so into me who said a dear cotton over baby. La Party Eje, Atama Eje, Medina Eje, Canese Eje, into so far no reporter ma peke. Other various stations no eni temasoje
na mepacho we no money GPRT fo nyina na asemo nko a
minia ye ni GPRT fo nyina na eje
sa
ye ni GPRT fo nyina na eje se wo yewra Abbas number obetumi afre no wo Sami Amoa who won the number so between your friend no omunyo be confirm wa kire o said ye koni
eh enje say no yamfa ne say omo fa ka afri akokuma asemo atotum
yes apepepe omo free akokuma say Tamale Boliga ho Aplawu Cape Coast Sakrade say baby trotro nyina
Mate say Uber for also I increase your more fare. David.
Uber I increase your more fare.
Yes, you know, yes, you know, you are Shantar region and qua.
And yet Uber mpo. Me no work say VIP. And so increasing the fare. 2M Express almost so much increase your more fare. Into betting across the whole in
Wow. David, then come me any bronya you.
Mimia, and yet and can also my bronya you. MPA for any oil marketing companies no. And I was a my bronya you and son of Matum. Into your mutu muno. Yes, so when you say transport yeah. Or Tobeto, Edumani, and you know. Yeah, tono, and a tongue into Omatumua, Yanso Yatum.
All right, Dave, yeah, that's it. Yeah, Bekasa. All right, so that's it. Divine. So, yeah, homo increasing fuel. And as you see, transport groups no so increasing lorry fares, and we just spoke to Concerned Drivers Association. David Agbado also among GPRTU and Menoka say we nyina ekono omo increase lorry fares and now amount for complaining say omo electricity bills so cost eya omo an kanchire obia no be see last week or 20 cities immediate 3 days now the 20 cities one day the following day so outside top of floor anopa so I mean what is happening?
Mamichia, it's here for now.
Yeah. We're quite a prelims. What is happening?
And then be shocking me. Na me ban mom say me a mistake be. Unim say yogurt. Maybe na a common de make a credit monsieur. My mentor yogurt kakra bi na me fa twa manum kakra. Unim say ya to yogurt to mu Saturday ye twa me. Ya to mu.
Oh no.
Mimi no.
Okay, me yogurt nya dia media me vegetarian.
O dia bi so bia ya to yogurt and then me to yogurt me teddy yogurt. Pa like everyone say chocolate there you know. Ibu am nam traffic mu am.
Me dey mintimi ni. Me dey vegetarian.
And then ya to mu unim say recently na 2 cedis. Na do buy no. Na 1 cedi. 50 pesos for yogurt. And no buy ya to mu and I risk 2 CD no a chair and about 3 CD. And about 3 CD 50 pesos. Wouldn't say na make Saturday ya 2 eco 4 CD. Ya 2 yogurt.
Yeah, Toma Nkola.
Yogurt ya Toma Nkola.
Now we are sending you say it's now 4 Ghana CD.
4 CD and now me look I was shocked. Me na me put them this a branch and the best on boom. You see what there be. It's hard ya to is ya 2 na me say that be or see 2 Saturday na 4 CD. Now unim madam will be catching me. Unim de tia nema eco surprises shoot to up. The government is not bothered to intervene. No. Ni nyina ne say you can go to hell. Abane ebewiem. Mubufu kra ebewiem. So the plan that was a cia no mu use ni say hey you better fu omu and right to fu omu.
Yeah.
You better fu omu. You better to niam mu hey do so am no ka say ebesi. And they don't care and they say hey ma obunfu ebewiawo. Almost say they see 2012 no munya broken heart no. Ombema NDC for broken hearts.
Into ombewia.
It in see no hey so complain akwan no see onye say fuel prices e cost rope for demonstration to say now pa fa hunyina adwiri uniform say obuafu onya ho hwe hey spare parts for pom complaining or say abato no nim say obuafu onim say economy ni mu ayedin but abato no obewiem
you meba NAPCO Frankwansa National Secretary Coalition of NAPCO Trainees Frankie Akwaba
Jamina Bema
Boko dear
Jamina Dumo papa
Frank somewhere last 2 weeks or 3 weeks me say na mo say more pemusika enti sa mo be call demonstration ya anti demonstration there I guess omo discana mamo omo de amamo
me Bema me do say na me go straight to the point about a month ago, now buying NAPCO CEO Dr. Ibrahim Anyas offer NAPCO union leaders na sayembra number meeting na meeting and say a kabiara abind NAPCO no after the abind na jun say obochasa kano ma motion boss mo be portal no apa on be portal no ma nka say yen fill form se bi ndo obiara we NAPCO ni bi so ko former NAPCO agents a we adwuma no wo obi wo ho a wakra na so NAPCO nzi ko voter region or the northern region san ko fo nyina eto anamom ehwehwe sika bi kwa boka 3 million 5 million e ko various agencies a abro we NAPCO no yade ne koye mi na be ma san insise nyina NAPCO fo yezedo besinda munu kesi a enda ya fake December aban ye na dwen say endadana aban we adada NAPCO fo
no Frank the other so can you say omuntua moka
can emba ya besinda munu kesi munche ka or just a holiday Saturday 7th December and that just can asre amuntia
na more from abuso omudi nti omantua
Muna bema Dr. Ibrahim Anyas our former CEO your friend numerous times ever since we share wo a meeting your friend on pikibium you send messages bluetooth we don't ka bibi kwan train po adan boache bidim on piko bia course radio stations and TV stations ayako nyina mo friend na on phobia course nanso or online obatin kan message nanso on fada ntiente hwebiem emfi aban ho upon all the promises Dr. Baumia Ashabo said he's going to collaborate with the Minister of Finance so that he can implement no or with Chester can no and that no could be in him.
Mebacho, omo bi na omo ejebi anase omuntua obia de kra
67,000 NAPCO beneficial minuka say odanyo wenya 1 city efe aban wa minuka say yinso obia ka 67,000 NAPCO beneficiaries are yaka system say here aban enfiem.
Wow. Ooh. Anyway, so any munim dia mobaye.
Sa pepe me na be ma na ponyi bia tu no nkanka MP perform ya na pofu kwampo mo to mo papa ko za nya nkofo ji say ye NDC for now so ye Ghana for some ye ni sinio some ye MPP ni o ejuma na maye somika na so nche because make ma show bo say even MP perform ya na pofu kwan they regretted. Say on 7 December, no, all the pains that they've gone through, no, they are going to equalize it against this government on the 7th December by voting against them. Because Papa Nyashia, Bonoso Nyashia.
Yo, Munim Mubaya dia, Medasi Bebre, Minia, Medasi. Okay, so, back to the studio. These are some of the. It seems that the system is getting tighter and tighter.
Say me catch us a chronology no titan dey because why phobia ho na minianum NAPCO for we mu a wo no mo ye interview omo asem me ya because ye po ye nyina no ye nuanom a enom so mo ye Ghana for and that kind of sympathy na say dem ma omo na bobi
so NAPCO dia no kra no ye ntua but ye be wia wo
na ma me nka asem nchiro and me sorry no pan me ye bibi me sorry and me my dream say about what there sometimes no enya wonko na betena dem na wo preach say wo ye dede enkoto dem in profa me na ma dwe me say me wo influence e wo mo so because of NAPCO issue it na me come
yes
no influence on so me 5 1 power me fro bia e ka chen say we are not breaking any net nobody is breaking anything yes it's a by way you two of so mon coffee. We have to rescue this country from nepotism, chronism, the thievery, the mismanagement, misgovernance, and even ultimately from the state's capture. Just by some few privileged individuals. Imagine someone kwan no mubedidi, kwan no mabusuya, important cheyobi. It's not me friend. And I call NAPCO employee or say trainee or whatever. I'm a friend on the back. Na me I thought to say ebia or am a boy into no my meaning come na me friend catch and say oh minua ube to me nka bato ya kwakotui nka mesre say okoto a to farmer JM send ye be ya ye best sa aba no mu na economy no aye nti na make me tune for or napco ni make a channel no say boss what the when we say we are my boss but me have made my mind already on why we're making mind up already say on the on MPP ni nti no obeto e de ama Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia o kan here no I was shocked. Now me say me no cancer charge on so yes sir me to me can change on to mano. And now me say last week and you now friend me catch him say come uku me say no 50 cedi no. Enti me na obe catch me and me mama 50 cedis last week and chair you. Wo kosua apprenticeship me na me ma osika de kosua wo saa wo ka ade ya wo yi. Enti say me catch ra wo say nyame mo ye den na tetie me a. Na wo so ye napko ni a ye ntua wo ka. And now catch me say me kan kire na wo do ye MPP ni. And ye so who cannot map Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia know that you break your neck too. It no break you are not break you con and so they account because Saturday way I want to make a win kwasiasem. What do you mean? Who answer? Say who napko unim say this napko people ya me some of them me na sympathy omuso. Me more platform be napko for guswa. Unim so mo no me make auto so because I go on radio. And no me say o pacho okwa kan asema ye. Okwa remind the aban say yesika na kemo omuntua o obekọ no sanso de akwa to Facebook say it is possible ne say na na possible say one na possible no sanso campaign ama the same abai who you no be catch me say okwa akoba hye abai. See sometimes you have to allow people to learn from their own mistakes and then lessons ni so musua napko for amutie no samatibi matimasum mo amunim de ekọ you should do the right thing. Na image na onum na be kan kire say ye go kan wan say mama ever sika ma now we are also you have a mind of your own nti no koto aba e dey cancel me dey na wo nyansa chen me say under this a year even napko sika no posi etuama umpa look at the inflation level e ho no usika no po den na be ye usika no posi etuama wa look at the cost of living in this country me say na me nim say dan bo cost ro sa na me ni me nua bi e chinchi pe dan Bobie and na me no ka say e dan buoko e kosoro no obi ko kire e dan abele npe dan bi e dan bi o na dan no obobie minji ndi se nipa kora tremu a esese nipa betrem na ye ka kire say dan ni 1,001
a month
1,001 and like joke we thought say the landlord was being unreasonable okobe bia across na esidan na o man etia say oko adabraka oko vichano ko haidaya yes 1,005 single room 1,005 na ka single room enye abrabo mo start abrabo
500 be
400 any addition here and this is where we are and that is the reality me sa napko for we mu come on mo ka kekan nyina no omo ye nuanom omo fie busuam we will sympathize with them but the reality also and the truth is that they should also learn from abanwe wickedness anybody or dear diomo and sa transporters assembly are okay ya kan ho assembly
yeah
if spare pass walk kwa ekosoro like tie unim say tie common tie first and you home use ties e kotono 150 80 cedis no say see a tie 350 400 and all of these things are happening. Bobie, all observe Bibia. I'm hoping it's a buying from about him says here, this trajectory, any system ya operate you in the next 10 years, you be not gonna form in a sickness like Yarefo. Wouldn't say ye dino the quality of food that ye dino assessa because omo ye dianema ye kotono ingredients on be here in omo improvise omo use quality product. Wouldn't say sugar bread. I say sugar na lose sugar because someone to be to sugar and a sugar bread no kota et a chimata bread because we nim a tea bread she nim sugar no to be very gum hey
omri is now
one no jollof ya one the color because omu to be to beans omu to be to oil and 1,003 so many things are going wrong me say me no ka say for air bread omu say go cost for CK any customers for CK unim sika amode ama customers
say
20,000 wow sika ebe so we asi wa betumi anya 20,000
really
yeah you can go to hell 1 billion 60 ahia asemu ebo bi na me catch am last time say sad decision no mo take here no it wasn't in the interest of ordinary person o udim say omugu no microphone ni bi anya information ni yie
into omusikali
ka na ka mu no eno mo say that this as the way buy because omu nya sika ye campaign eno mo buy eno mo release sika no iti yan ordinary customers for no there e bia beti nya 20,000 no mo wi amu nua no mo no mo 100 million no mo de be campaign no ma pese ya mo na yen koda kwa. That is what has happened. Enti abawe oye so insensitive on du obia ho ombu obia na me mitimi trase so wo obia or da sorry and da obedwen ho say okoto aba e de ama MPP no e wadan for MPP ni a oda hu ni say obetimi akun sa nipa no onya wo betimi because obetimi akun nipa otumi dwen sa no onya nipa obetimi akun because in this system look at nkofo a omu nka no kura omunfa no kura nya juma entronkwa no mudi imagine Lydia Alasan ayachi no camera chi na o che diane no ja no mu play victim esu say on cash
ma me ofa Dr. Edu Ananientwi lead convener pensioner for bond holders and lock up funds in Nkomo over akwaba
oba mo ni say
erade ekaye ho afinsia paso
I think come to your situation.
Offer bondholders and omo a lock-up fund no mono. And what's the Marcus saying?
Yeah, but bondholders there. If you say a day agitation, baby, now I buy a car, say, where you uncle Cranem a free mono. You're not a car, next I buy and it's a bit here. Your interest are mine do her. And I know to not own tia into your circle picketing a clean a buying if it has a old tia and a main. Into your fees are no last year, middle of last year, buying 50 as a wood tia interest any principals are a much ruin any BBR Cosso Boko a drew her pa tia. Individual say we abrowa say we akokrawa say we akokrawa ene ni nyina individuals nyina utia adika say wo ho aye omo de omo companies ekoto bonds no eno de won a wo kura bi no ama ma so ati say aban entia say sika no ema won am say no na say say na tie up to this time na say aban ebomo de so obeye ho adwuma
na pacho wan kasa no umusa mu ewo ho se omo sankrofo no adenti na aban ntimi ntua umusa mu
no there be aban there wo misa no sa se adenti na wontua na mo yeka tembia yinya opportunity omo mu ba kokra ono so interview no ewo radio so e ma sa bi kra se ewie na se twi mba se mo ni kasa omo man kasa de omo companies ko toy no omo de yintia won ntiyam se munya won kasa bi no omo kasa no ma chiro se yintia that information omo de amame no e ke se omo de omo nye individuals who ha the company no de akoto ana se ne enterprise bi ati se dia ode yejuma aka ne ne bi ode tua ne west kanka ono de aban ntumi nye ho adwuma aban enhwe se no se up to now onye ya ese oye eno ye boss no e ho asem e na omo so a omo do omo de aban agi change ma won no individuals no.
Oh, too bad. I am say me lizu a doctor kakra can be say on my briefing e so make out say Charles McCarthy senior editor the Hawk newspaper I join here our studio has say and me hear saying ki betumi asia
aban exercise omo bonds ma won no I'm the from say exchange yes exchange here and the aban say omo bonds no obeka ni nyina abom no achim yi no na mfie 9 wa omufa na mfie num so wa omufa omo no so no omo abosimi mfie bia omo interest no eba omo nsa eka na you aban atisi aban eka and say mfie mi no ebe ebeduru ho na nea ɔsɛ ɔbɛtua ma wɔn emu fa no a ɔbɛtua nsie nan akyi no na ɛyɛ duru hɔ nti ɛno na yɛ sɛ minista no kɔkaa sɛ ɔmo ayɛ ready sɛ nsie mmienu akyi no nea ɛsɛ ɔmo tua no ɔmo bɛtua nti yɛnim sɛ ɛduru so a aban bɛtua sɛnea ɔɔka no.
Okay.
Yes, sɛ bi wɔ hɔ a.
Ne bakyɛ toa so bɛnua toa so.
Nti sɛ duru hɔ na sɛ aban etua no nso di a ne kyerɛ sɛ aka afe baako a ɛfa no a wɔretua no next 2 years ɛne kakra no wɔtua wie a na aka ɛfa baako ɛyɛ sɛ ɛno nso wɔtua no fa sɛ bɛyɛ 3 years time ebi sɛ wɔkyɛ mu mmienu sɛ mfie 9 awieɛ ɔbɛtua fa ɛna mfie 5 awieɛ nso ɔbɛtua fa nti ɔyɛ saa no ɛyɛ akɔ mfie mmienu na kyerɛ sɛ wohwɛ mu a aka mfie mmienu no kakraa bi na ɛfa edi kan no adu sɛ aban tua ɛno na aban metee sɛ minista no ka ho asɛm no sɛ ɛduru hɔ nom a ɔbayɛ ahoboa sɛ ɔmbɛtua nti ɛnim sɛ ɛduru hɔ nso a ɛsɛ aban tua nti ɛno bɔɔso no ho ɛnsɛm no ɔmo a ɔmo deɛ yɛ bank ɛne insurance foɔ ɛne fund manager foɔ ɛdom ne ade no deɛ yɛnim ne ɛkɔ because aban ne ɔmo nhyehyɛ no yɛnim sɛ aban tua ma wɔn sɛ wɔntua ma wɔn ɔpaa dɛ obi aka sɛ yɛnsa nka yɛ sika bɛdɛ no deɛ ɛno yɛ financial institutions banks insurance companies fund managers nti wɔn deɛ sɛ aban ntua a wɔn a na ɛsɛ wɔn ka ho asɛm ne deɛ ne hia me ne individual a wɔn yɛpere na yɛsi yɛnsa kan no yɛhwɛ sɛ aban ama individuals na banks ne ade no deɛ wɔn ankasa wɔn unions ne ade a ɛsɛ wɔn ankasa ɛhwɛ sɛ aban etua bibi ama wɔn ti hɔ deɛ ne ni ho bibi a n'eka sɛ sɛ yɛtua ma wɔn anaa yɛntua ma wɔn no ɛhɔ no nyɛ yɛ ho adwuma no ebi no.
Okay. Mete aseɛ dɔk ɛm sɛ wo nkyerɛkyerɛ mu no si pi ɛsi ta ɔmmɔ
no woyɛ no nneɛma mmienu deɛ ɛtɔ so mmienu no yɛ local funds no local funds no deɛ aban ntumi nyɛ ho adwuma biara yɛbɛka sɛ yɛni agye ɛfisɛ ɛfiti aseɛ sɛ yɛyɛ picketing yɛkɔ finance ne bank of ghana no yɛpem so a meduru baabi no ministry of finance kan sɛ ɔmo nnim sika dodo a ɛhyɛ saa enyumakuru a NDK financial services ka ho SIC life savings and loans bond savings and loans ɛna SDC financial service a ɔmo nkɔfoɔ a sika wɔ ɔmo hɔ aka bom a yɛafɔm saa lock up investment for holders forum no ɔmo nim sika dodo a ɛhyɛ akura yi enyumaduru yi nsɛm a ɔmo fa maa yɛn ti yɛhyɛ sɛ ɛnna ɔmo nkyerɛ ɔmo bank of ghana foɔ na ɛhyɛ wɔn so ɛna ɔmo kyerɛ kɔma bank of ghana foɔ ɛkyɛ ya na ɔmo mpɛ sɛ ɔmo ehu sɛ ɔmo mpɛ sɛ o sɛ kuro na ɛma nti yɛkyerɛ apolisifoɔ ɛsɛ bank of ghana akyɛ nti sɛ ɔmo yɛma wɔn ne bi sɛ eduru hɔ na sɛ ɔmo fa maa yɛ a yɛbɛtuatua akɔ bank of ghana na kɛkɔyɛ no on the 6th of november ɛna sɛ no yɛawo ada ansa na okuada n'aba no mehyia bank of ghana fɔ mpanimfoɔ no panipaa no ɛna edi ho nkɔmmɔ ɛna ɔyɛ sɛ ɔmo egu so nti ɔmo de ba ministry mehyia ɛna ɔde information no kɔma ministry nti yɛkyerɛ kɔma apolisifoɔ sɛ yɛnya nkɔ bank of ghana no ɛfi sɛ ɔmo de nneɛma yɛ sɛ ɔmo ba no ɔmo de aba esi saa bere no a ɔmo de nneɛma no kɔɔ ansa na 6 november ɛba no ministry no ɛnyɛ ɛho hwee wokɔ a ɔmo se mpanimfoɔ a yɛsɛ ɛyɛ ho adwuma no na ɔmo tumi aka biribi akyerɛ minister no wɔni hɔ yɛkɔyɛ a mɛkɔduru sɛ ɔmo sɛ mpanin baako a ɔhwɛ financial sector divisions no ɔni ghana ha nti bɛyɛ 3 weeks ɔni hɔ ɔbɛba 28 november ɛna ɛkyerɛ kɔmaa wɔn sɛ well yɛma mo kwan nka yɛnyi ntum sɛ ɔpanin atu kwan na ane abɛɛfo enyuma mfidie ne internet aba baabi awo biara wobɛtumi ne wo office ayɛ discussion na ma take decision na sɛ ɔno ntumi nyɛ ne saa yɛbɛtwɛn 28 no ọba into on the 2nd yɛbɛba hɔ abɛhwɛ ne ɔmo ayɛ 2nd yi si adwuada yi yɛkɔɛ na kyerɛ sɛ sɛnea ɛteɛ no saa na ɛteɛ ɔmo yɛ hɔ hwee ɛmfa biribi nkɔma a minister no ɛnka sɛ bi a yɛyɛ ne sei anaasɛ yɛnyɛ ne sei enti na ɛma yɛissue yɛn press release no ebi sɛ yɛhunu sɛ ɛyɛ aban no ɛretwitwe nneɛma no mu a na wagya hɔ akɔ na aban foforɔ a ɔbɛba no sɛ yɛ npp aban sɛ yɛ ndc aban ɔno ɛna na asɛm no akɔtɔ no nso sɛ ɛsɛ ɔhwɛ ma yɛn nsa ka yɛ sika na yɛhunu sɛ saa bere deɛ yɛbɛaba ɔkyerɛ ne anade kyee a ɛnyɛ deɛ a aban bɛyɛ ho bibi ama yɛ minista nankasa ɔyɛ ne campaign nti ɔni hɔ koraa na ɔka sɛ ɔteki decision biara nti yɛhunu sɛ aban delay a sɛ yɛbɛto apiri na aban foforɔ na ɔbɛba no waba bɛtoa so nanso yɛdeɛ aban a ɔwɔ so biara no yɛne no ɛbɛdi saa dwumadie no yɛne bɛdi saa adwuma no sɛ ɔyɛ aban fitaa sɛ ɔyɛ aban kɔkɔɔ sɛ ɔyɛ aban tuntum yɛdeɛ yɛsika ɛna yɛhwehwɛ nti kwan sɛ ministry of finance wɔ hɔ na bank of ghana wɔ hɔ no deɛ yɛne ɔmo bɛka akɔpem sɛ ɔmo bɛyɛ ho biribi na sɛ aka yɛ sika nti yɛdeɛ sɛ aban foforɔ ba sɛ foforɔ mba ɛnyɛ asɛm yɛde ara ne sɛ yɛpɛyɛ sika aban ɛyɛ aban ɔkɔ na foforɔ ba a ɔno nso ɛyɛ aban yɛne no bɛka ɛsi asɛm no nso obiara nim obi a ɔsɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔbɛdi aba ɔbɛyɛ ɔba bɛn mu nnɛ a wonni hɔ onim yɛaka obiara te nti wowɔ man mu a wonim sɛ saa asɛm yi na ɛwɔ hɔ a aban ne ɔmo sika alɔɔkɔ ɛɛka nti obi a ɔbɛba biara yɛne no bɛtoa so I put the pressure on whoever is there to ensure that the Sabbath Sika.
Over your bumper at Amochi. Yes, Renyaman said the Wokano, Aban Koko, Aban Fufu, the here and some Mosaka Musika. And no, I don't know. I can't say that the Mamma, the Mania, and there be Yanni Musem. There be another one, I won't win here. Dog, yeah, that's a bit anyway. And still, divide, I'm the finance sector, one also, and Koye, Mammy Chas Yame and Tim Free Ombra. Chas. Akwaba. Boko dear.
Hello.
Jaze Akwaba.
Obama Baba Joso.
Na yes mo sam na kosi say musika no monsaka Gold Coast Fund Management for
Madam Nichia, a tier for the Gold Coast Fund Management customers now. Many of us are the TNFA. In fear, the economy soon are buying Wadada Ghana for, especially Gold Coast Fund Management customers. I Sikakoka, a year financial cleanup exercise, Yura Ekufado, and Bawumia, the economic management head, Omodebahina, and or allocating 1.5 billion. Now, what you are Ghana for? And your customers know 1.5 billion. Abani yes, Otiano in 3 tranches. The first tranche, no, Otiano, the month of August, and then the second tranche about the month of October. Now the third tranche about the month of December. Maybe I come now. Me no can say 20,000. Abani yes.
How? Oh, what's it called? Charles Makai, Charles Jamaica, Charles Makato, Charles Akwaba. Akwaba. Good. My man son called Linus on Concourse, met me up Peke, Charles Yamia. But I am sir, divine no one who goes to our castle. And also even with that 20,000 on Sankai.
Me say, and buy say, on say, a binom, just pockets of individuals, and Omonsa.
But huge percentage in Sanka.
No, but I know you so tricky be.
Charles, about Charles, Twaso.
Media, Abani Shimu, no, yes, sir. otua abata me bia na ochamu miensa first so 20,000 na so in the month of August no obitua nipa ba ku mienu de ebepemenne obi ansan kritika leaders of active customers of Gold Coast Fund Management you give us so na ochimu you give direction to your members say abato na ye kwa akoto no when any last opportunity because 2020 about the same strategy me babetia and I'm chase cano and I'm the go sika 25 billion Ghana cedis against a chia obiakano on the campaign 1.5 billion here in Yana say on the aqua campaign. I need to know sika customers in Sanka. We are customers now, we are customers as a Wutia, wouldn't send me cano crano, wouldn't say cano and Sanka. And I don't know that in 2020, no, some of that may be number some data in 2024. I never want to say demonstration. I would do a year. I would do a year. I want to get that our finance ministry. So, so right now, I more probably say about one thing, and we are for a bit of money, a bit of Puma, a bit of Yare, a bit of profit cancer, almost that one thing of finance minister, one thing, so I won't put my team. I bet you and bro, and you must and just the caca province to 20,000 more. You're 12 here. It would be with this government, either demonstration, your two abundance a coup for the government, as a winnie, Baumia, NPP government, demonstration, and to me, a moment, Chesicano, negotiation, and to me, and Chesicano. The only opportunity I want to say, your Babu models are but to your member, fresh person about your president. Fresh person with fresh mindset. I'm not able to negotiate with the new government. Now, since they had the only option, aside the NPP to win this election, NDC. Mijina FDSU and the day, for the past 6 to 7 years. May country Gold Coast Fund Management customer be GN Bank customer be may country any financial institution customer be savings and loans and microfinance. Why you see come since 2017-2018, you were 2024. So I buy way that so and what in the dance and so obetia. Abra own chia, Abra back with you come $58 million. And that's what as in the name of National Cathedral. Abra a binumu and young captains and poor Antonio Arno and I'm so much financial cleanup exercise. That's ordinary. That's some sort of can so do to go to Abamana. 7 previous near ya is Tibon course of war. Young for party colors and punching. You didn't say a Santa region for any Sikador's womb. You didn't say NPP for any Sikador's womb. You didn't say businessmen when I'm Sikador's womb. Young for party colors and punching. Now you're voting massively for John Dramani Mahama because me Charles Nyame many generation don't get here a mosquito. Yes, here, I will come to back pro bono. We never meeting. Pictures be or I show me say I buy a Kufuado and so a Kufuado I buy a free. I can so not John Mahama Sakonano or not in his capacity as a chairman of the party NDC. Or then make sure say the first year John Mahama ever chair Sikano, each year with interest. I'm a Piaco Matum. A year ago, Mahama, Eba, Ashanti region have Minimesia was say a boss. But you cano. Midjasa boss and so may a year Gold Coast Fund Management customer Bia and also Obia and Kakoka financial cleanup exercise. You say for once, Yan to Aba and Fanny Sika. Yan never home and chair political party. Madamasi.
Medasi bebre Charles Yame and then a Kasai no. Minia, just quick 1-2 minutes now. It seems things are.
See, Abano me say a Sakawa movement no more ye. Azania ma yenshe Jumani embeji sika. On election time we be suya no mudi kriki betua customers. The customers for ding. At the two scanner so no mkwaji scanning be do customers for ye. Now onim omo the trick be buy say the be customers for no ebebre. Unim say on board na customers for ya no 20 events 19 ton on board na ya details dey bibia o no. O no mo a na send no message. You say update no almost share that say Odo Ghana card ebeka ho and process is long, some cumbersome process be. So at the end of the day, no, wouldn't say wow because of Omoa, maybe we bushrophobia and crophobia or woo on TV van the Ghana card ebe update. But by law, no, ne crofua or do you or the omu share as next of kin near bushropho the omu dia no. They are entitled to the money. Government is supposed to inform those families say Modishia Babushia no sika waha abaya for sankrofo sika am I register money na in the name so much because omun to me update your records. And this is the government that people want to waste their time and vote for. Obia Odin so better about MPP in this crucial election. No, me say one, you have to examine the person's tympanic membrane and ne tino. Near soon checking a coma, not so we didn't. Because near me cause way, so who's running, I mean, so you'll be a Oji or Mangana one. You allow
Kwakuba Kosu on the Baumia continuity.
Unim send them in no bit came as some of these men say. Into some Mahama Power winning election. How would the media space be like in Comobene because in Conformene Becca said Tiano? Because or see or share. Adia Bonia MPP for dear like the gravitas to come the moral high ground on Bejinaswa or Mudbeka Setia Mahama no way because it won't the Bonia
they don't have any shame.
They don't have no the same they don't have is say see I'm telling you said this election here got to about we mistake there to my MPP. See like next say Ghana is doomed like I see a Jimmy like that's how they see us, and I don't want that confirmation. I don't want to be put in that bracket. Say me make Jimmy for no, because these people I know them. How are they smarter than me? Just some of these people are here. Onsa NSS4 at the first. Minister Uku and the Kabomu committee. Sa guy back you can I'm not kita file the echi.
Hey, why?
Maybe I'm not finished. Debbie. National Service. Osunoba. Oh, you call Afrikiko. Okita fa no dia chire na okotoko. Ah. No timi National Service Director no mu be disika. Na yeti ase. Na yesi abato esa tuntum mo ya chimi. Hey, ne koya na se ba ye.
I will come back to you. Chaze. So when you just prelims me banner me steady the media space, then I realized that now inflation has hit 23, increasing fuel. Commercial drivers is so increasing lorry fares. We've spoken to NAPCO, almost last 2 weeks. Almost holiday. Just say they Kotuaba. There's a whole lot going on. It seems even with the campaign, we are not looking at it. With the current situation, Onia.
I mean, now as Namincha, what tea for any after Namin Casse, Krumude, Ayeshi. As all canals, you are saying Seminar Cassang in Timmy Mobo and someone saying Timmy Dean Seminibia. No correct. Near says almost set the agenda, no, and set the agenda. And do set the agenda on soon. Intina Diego and Tianaso Cano. But Basa farm managers go coast for wine, Nabco for my travel video with Swakada say I don't empathize with anybody. Makanda, Makawa, and my position is sad. Chase your minia. Chase your minia. But me ya on a yamede.
I didn't.
Or more young to your mocano.
I didn't.
Me manijipa.
I didn't.
It can't mean nibi. And can be a party. Commander, in this studio, in other studios, yet now I said to Ghana 4. Sabe no must be a young Quasia 4. You more dear. Yani Bria Kufado in a busian 4. Eza, no one could take you decision area. Why should I come and empathize with you? Another time has come. Constitutional opportunity bill said Nia wa na wa nye ni no. You can correct it or deepen it. So as and in me I don't empathize with them. Or time has come. We call so much to see room. Oh, and they say, wonder, sir, Charles Nyamene na pound for you. But this time, none come out wrong. Now come boxes. No munam crew, not gonna phone so money aberry and power musica. So I say, Nabkufo, but this time no more tasty crew. Eh, yet de day. Your mutu form. Budia. Say, Ubia Genesika when.
Chance when they say, what they are next level.
And go, Missika be do no one to a car. And Gabino, you number. Because we to me, Coco Cota. Women organize our. So I say, but unfortunately, Omakadem. Minti omonka napku for minti napku for nka chas na me moment
na woni be say platform customers for no so me ba o chas nyame e be address you mo a ese so ye excuses I'm sorry please no politics no because onya na no lande ye no na MPP for no omo msika kam na yetua no no politics na ma to agu ne so who say tin na no kasa na o say munyi politics so me pa cho
enti enyame na me betra akra fe na maka na ase mama no ono an sika kam no ozi enva ne ho na me fa me ho so enva me ho because ba me nya mu bi
dabi
u betra ha su amom sika no ba unhumpo ni o manya 20,000 wo hu dabi ns yes adwuma we de bia fa managers or the bi opese ye topic omoji yo man kan bo ze ns wo ho omo amani bi ntimi de mi nsu bia but ni nyame kokwananse ntikuma okoye waba kwagubako kwagubako meti na waja radio
wabodam
na yo more down ya meba meti na kwagwaja radio nyansani ba kope tese time na so last minute obeye campaign atia na downfall. What in your car? Your mama, you're not down for the best friend. No, come on, I'm coming there. I will address that issue today. Now, mama, you say, day on 2 months. So I say, Kwakuwa Kube Fafun, a friend, mama, na mama, fa corn.
Kwakuba ku na ka kire wa na se ugina hobi.
Oh, Commander, Ghana ni nyina yewo. We are all in this country.
Because I know something different. Ade a omoni Kwame Sefa no ma ye no. Hwe. Kwame Sefa omutimi emma manfo gidi kura say until me I got closer to Ibrahim. Na me say Kwame Sefa kura owura Ibrahim fi a MC ade ni si apakam. Not know so timi ko ka epunachi 1 hour, 2 hours. No cycle. They use the radio to create impressions that are not there.
That is what it is.
But one say me tia se no so bi si minimbo bie pa. Enya nsem ni nyina na be ba betra so be ya no. Joma ma me ka hwe.
No, but sometimes for public issues.
Yeah, no, me tidi can say.
Records ni.
No, me tidi can say pa.
In this media circles, other people are peeved because of we.
No, me tidi can say.
People are angry, working feverishly against who because of so-called
benefit.
They meet you, no. It makes no sense. That is not how we do politics. Me won't pay me, I'm
straight up.
So me sonka. If you don't like me,
I don't like you.
So me day.
So me sonka. If you don't like me, I don't like you.
So me sonka.
So me sonka.
I be do word don't be. Uchi me am.
Me too.
For example, faje or say musionka ni open.
Uchi me am too. Where the way is any big deal.
Obia Anton Sanchida.
That is it.
So that is my issue. But because of Nyaoka said you know something different, I wouldn't want to go deeper. I would drop it here. But I thought Kwaku saw retirement. So I'm surprised that this time Kwaku is coming to choose.
Ghana, any MPP na enya. Nenya NDC, any MPP na enya. Aya Ghana for na rescue Ghana. Aya Ghana for NF2 MPP abanye guo. Egu President Akufo-Addo. Any Dr. Bawumia any mu ase. But ekunu a se ekwaso no. Aya NDC versus MPP. President John Dramani Mahama. Woni ne NDC ekunwei aya mo ne MPP ena enya. Sa recollection adwuma na ekwaso no. Enya Ghana for ene MPP for enya biem. The Ghana for be ye NDC. Mo ne presidential candidate. President-elect John Dramani Mahama ene ya mono. But in your ekwaso wa Ghana ha se no. Eye NDC. Mo ne president-elect John Dramani Mahama versus Nana Akufo-Addo ene ne party MPP. Ghana ni bia ensore enkokun enkoje mensa office. Ghana ni bia nya protest. Ghana ni bia nkwahye katai koba. Because there was a Ghana for year and a 7 December wo mo ye no. Enkwafo do mo nkwa eto ho no mo se kwan bia so. Omo tie NDC atini rescue Ghana. Amparamparan so asodafo ginemu e ma warning shot na enkrofo ma mrantie eginemu se wuwu enkwa the BC da ebiesi wa Ghana ha sei constituency sa NDC monje da ma breaking record history no ma breaking no maji the Ghana fo bayam na mayam no nti the American na say the AC no AC recollection court ruling e ba ye recollection je mensa ni nyina da no sa kun we se no enya Ghana fo kun biem na when so ya President Mahama wo first case a Ghana fo ni da so a wo mo hwe because ora wati o ni awo ba be yo ni awo ba be yo enkrofo vote a omo cast 7 December se parliamentary candidate for bia wo mo mpe wo mo nko na enne MPP for say wo mo overturn returning officers declaration wo mo ye ne foforo no me ka kire President Mahama ne NDC say the outcome of this brouhaha and when the better Ghana for support wo mo de be ma aban Nia ekwaso wo Ghana over the weekend. City bako 7. Ya over 10 declaration no. E de ama MPP. But they make catch NDC for one say. Adwuma na start free sade we ye ekwaso no. 9 city no. Recollection. Any redeclaration was ade be na ekwaso no. President Mahama we adwuma start free ha. Sa city 9 we say ya on the 7th ade 8 December. Is the returning officers and make a declaration. Echo court see enquire recollection. The course of Saturday no. NDC Amanyo Kuo. Money President John Dramani Mahama, national executives. Ni amoba ye edia fa sasem we say hono. Enu na be kire supporter Ghana for edibema mo. Enu na be kire say sanity amose mo de state institutions mo no mo de baba be ye adwuma. Swearing in ya ebe koso na Akufo-Addo wa pricking cracking nyina si January na ban wo de abawie ye woni hweye biem na memwo fom na memwo tantan illegalities ya 1992 constitution wa overturn no wo de ato nchen ya ne a wo pe na wo ye no aka 2 weeks pe na wo de bawie ye 9th parliament. Say speaker swearing in Ebaswa speaker and say no current MPs no elected MPs no swearing in Bekoso Ghana for when you be free muaba say another pre ebeko parliament say swearing in woko say one buama Patrick buama ebeko parliament say swearing in woko say we jagbawe say one be call parliament we say there eye so we kese pa exams kese pa na da ho no because Obuasi East Abrantie ya omo communications director ya oni soldier for the boani enso to warning shot enso soldier for me ensamugu ade omugu fom ema wa mo buru no etu wo so anu ede bentia ode ni nkwane ne kra to ho no mo se kwan bia so 2024 ballot box esi ho no no ballot papers are be cast vote ye be cast no eno na ye kan na se etena yakwa ye recollection say ya declare MPP candidate say winner started free 7 January started free 7 January Ghana election presidential nature say edu election there ye to about on the 7th 5 p.m. ye can ye sort out we na say first say ye count to voter or ye parliamentary candidate ya by about 3-4 hours no we lose who say we lose we win ya enya coalition center and we who say we lose ye and na say we win ye so we ye parliamentary candidate ya na say we call election a chabro so 4-5 hours enya coalition center and be who say we lose and now we win we so we coalition center we were team a no mo ye adwuma we police station executives no one more police station agents and one is our phone police station A watcha we screenshot or the ascendo or yakra ma frɛ mo agigi ni nyina ma collect ma kabum before we be collection center hono mo no ya pin sheet yakwa collect no yakwa ya da collection no na wonim sɛ wo collection center hono wa wini wo collection center na wonim sɛ wa lose it will be a Ghana has say bia or yet parliamentary candidate in Ghana all the 276 constituencies no before we do coalition center no we lose one we say we lose no we win and we say we win MPP parliamentary candidate for who yes say omu lose no and a coalition center omu your madwen say omu ma is returning officers and declare and a NDC funds say mo boa declaration e be baso under which duress? What duress? Because Patrick Buama ebeba collection center on one say we lose. Another Prebedu collection center on one say we lose. Obuasi is parliamentary candidate on one say we lose. All the constituencies of Biabedu collection center will be on one say we lose. And your collection center on mona ya kwa kapishi tabomu no and I bet you say we win and say we lose. Eti another pre obedu collection center hono no na wonim se wa lusu enkrofo no muje won munyina nim se another pre elusu omo lusu city biara 7th adebeche on the 8th ya declaration ekodema NDC fonka hunu se Ghana fo bi enkrofo ma ena gina wo mo na so ebo ballot boxes ahoban ama yentimi snatch ballot boxes. Yes, it's some ballot boxes. And mamma parliamentary candidate in a wini ye. And want to know the Ghana for sure can say a banner woman to mam one. 9 city no wobeba home by. President Kufuor pa and the one gazette. Opa on gazette. Illegalities are there German say ye the constitutional instruments and the year 2024 general election. Article 127. Emrani da honu mu plane enye plane fa. Emrani fa plane one me kire say return officer ye declaration electoral commission chairperson enye press conference in Kantia Ghana for say declaration no one return officers no they were attacked. Omo ye that declaration no because they were under the duress so say they ben dia ben. Enti emrane kire say after declaration no onti asia ya gazette ria emra foforo wo hono go to court article 284 section 20 mun read mame wa bi enu screenshot for send me constitutional instrument ya 2024 de kokko to aba no article 127 de hono mu plain ya to abani wie ni ya kan wie ya collective wie na say return officers a declaration wie ya wie Ye gazette after 21 days. Ye wiawa after 21 days. Ko high court. Woko high court wa. And also constitutional issues were law. Article 284, section 20. Na ye jina so. Eti high court judge no. Already. Fa wukesi court wa. Almost a defense, Omuna, your best serve woman, almost on Fawamo de Emra. Say high court to judge in it's not some no so. Now what Shanas will say. Say, I was say, one knowledge election, no calling for re election. A high court, and yet J Mensa, and your electoral commission. And your electoral commission, any locals biara, only to me, only Mrebiara would just so, I call it for recollection. Only to me be a wordina so. Jemensa need to me be a wordina so. I call it for recollection. And ye illegal. It's Ghana ha. Omo womu jina woman namonso. Ese queen be a sunu. Wamu defend the 2024 election no. 9 seats. Ye sure coin se on the 7th of January. Or sorry in Wombeko be. And not don't print me kwa Parliament House. See ya gazetting so what? Etidiai ya de mrana ya adwuma na emrana ma sen no 8 years ni no e be starting on the 7th of January 8 years ni no emrana ma sen no emrana ma dane no emrana President Akufo-Addo so called human rights lawyer human rights activist lawyer na President Akufo-Addo na President Akufo time mu na we attorney general say minister of justice. Can we imagine na Akufo-Addo abeye AG wo Ghana hada abeye minister of justice ade ya friend say justice die onye bi wo Ghana ha now you oye minister. No wonder say lawyer Chachuchi Kata a good anymore say during the case wo court. Emma yes son good anymore say court wo. Catch and say ha crowd mi gina kwan case ni kwan na say na was eba. Any assistant no ma doga te bae. And one wo dey adwuma. But say President Mahama say independent state institutions na aseno judiciary electoral commission enum de kekeka ho no so obesiesie wanu de a start 7 January na de Ghana for hwe ho kwan ne say e be bright be call parliament Eugene me the video bi ama ho de see Saturday honorable Roxy Nelson da fiamapo oni e be bright omo work out na who is the returning officers no sikana amaje adi no mubedi adi he sangwa sasam na mudie no sikana amaje na mudie mubedi ni sei Jemensa de wanya ne ho o Jemensa oni asare bossman sa BVD machines na na ye new voter register ha me ka kiro millions of dollars na wo manya enti ebia mo sa returning officers no munsu millions of Ghana cedis manya bi enti na mo kwatena wo sa mu koleti na mo keka nkwase asem no munyi na ha enye Jemensa nkwa na eko na this he say we ba odi we ba we ba odi we ba no yen support it say Charlotte say akọ ema Jemensa ba enja na Jemensa kọ na chief justice nkọ but eniama mo ya ne kire say adwuma no mo ye NPP women organizers mo dane those institutions ni say NPP party headquarters yen timi so entwa so saa enti we are returning officer ya peka krama ya peka krama na wakwa na who declare because ya peka krama who declare why second one no declare who do you declare na declare but the make cha on say asare boss man no Jemensa mo no yisi chairperson for no commissioners room go on mo no omo ya adefo ya sikafo omo dampempem so enti ukakra na wama pedi ama wono a enu nti wo yesa declaration no wo do adwuma ba wieye because as a returning officer no adwuma na wo ye no
if you have any issues then take it to court. The permission to do it. Doing your work doesn't mean do the work haphazardly. The court didn't say go and continue from where you left off. Please, we are not doing it afresh. Please, we'll do it afresh. I can assure what went to court. I can assure if we are not doing it afresh, then what went to court. We are not doing anything afresh. We are continuing from where we left off. Because you brought your people to attack us and the whole thing, threatening our lives. And you are coming here to say that we are doing what afresh. We are not doing anything afresh. That is, we are not doing anything afresh. We cannot be part of this process. Fine. The court says recollect. If you will not recollect, then we cannot be part of this process. We have voting to because it is a court order. It is a court order. You can't continue because the process that was done irregularly according to you. Many issues. If you cannot do recollection, we will not be part of this process. Yes, the process says do it afresh. If you do it afresh, the process will not be part of this thing.
But I don't know how to exchange words.
We will not be part of this process. If you want to continue from where you left off, we will not be part of this process. And Mr. Bobby, I'm putting you on notice. The court didn't say that go and start from where you left off. You didn't leave anything off. The court said the process was irregular. So start afresh. Please, we are not the returning officer. Stop interfering in this process.
I want to
this process. You, the one corrupt man, you be having a conversation with that people. You think we don't know? If you will collect afresh, then we are leaving. Yes, the court says collect afresh because what happened was an illegality. So the man says he wants to continue from where he left off. Where did you leave off? Why did you petition your head office? Because you said the process was irregular. Now the court says collect afresh. Then you come and tell me that you just want to continue from where you left off. Where did you leave off? What you did was you petitioned that it was bad.
But from a boy, you are a man.
Then you come back and say you want to continue from the wrong process. Then you left off. Why are you abandoning the process? I am not abandoning. Please. If you have any issues, then take it to court. Hey. The permission to do it. Doing your work doesn't mean do the work haphazardly. The court didn't say go and continue from where you left off. Please. We are not doing it afresh. Please, we'll do it afresh. I can assure what went to court. I can assure if we are not doing it afresh, then what went to court. We are not doing anything afresh. We are continuing from where we left off. Because you brought your
recollect the results again. Recollect. Court now make it ruling say continue from where you stopped or where you ended. Recollect. Natural say I don't know. Once you pinch it in now, police station pinch it in now, go start everything afresh. Onya returning officer. Oh see, onya ne nen why and chna. Oh start it afresh. Now there would be a drew no. A one man I would trust with dear free. Meanwhile, so crano, I didn't know to an hour. Oh, in your constituency district in a returning officer. Enti, honorable rocks and nest and a fiamapo and a working out on it be bright and no more working out no more coy. Oh, in your district in a returning officer. Court ruling, you're ruling in favor of more. You're ruling in favor of more. Electoral Commission and MPP for because. Constitutional instrument at the court 2024 general election no. Some session cross to be any baby, a session be any baby, ya excess recollection. Amo kwa ya no. Judge no yase so ya software. So ya yase so kwa say Jehovah Witness so kwa hifo. Electoral Commission kwana ya 7 rate no. Wa fashi ya ma enso ya bua ese recollection. Recollection. What's the year? Trust with your free animal, then you're now better than your bay. Entino, MPP forces some people to the Aba. Easy returning officers, Yama Musica, Nesicano, Munio, we invest it, when we invest it, Canepa. Because what do I do my baby yet? What to me, yeah, do my independent institution like Electoral Commission. Yeah, we'll compromise. You cannot be there. You can't be working there. No. Ube compromise. Ube kwa jisika. A independent institution. Dr. Kodja Farijan, Electoral Commission, no. Madam Charlotte say, Duomo Baya, no. And ne James Electoral Commission. Na James Electoral Commission, they are buried, ye sanity. Ye yes. Electoral Commission wo enti sa kwa we yogina we onim se odna dwuma ba we enti sika no wa gini boom gini di but enipa na wo declare no on the 7th of January sorry no he will never be part of it anya sa ye mu bi no ye metena konso anum ne emfa ye kra ne ye moja anto no mo ese ye rescue Ghana o ye nya sa ankwase adwuma ni biem afeno markets sa won kwase message na so send me speaker no ye aware sending message threaten speaker of parliament afeno markets o send this speaker of parliament de bia meka aban bag bin eni ahodi nyina ye mo poison na mo tosi ho se mo di bedi ewu na mo poison honorable aban bag bin e wo Ghana ha eno na ma woni ahodi nyina ye mo o threaten o sending a message anopa threaten afenyo markings 7 January ana me hu se na me ye say NDC seat no MPP seat no ako 89 it is not going to happen Ghana for na to sa ba no e pe wo ma pe amemo fu tantan era no and I end it na you na akufo ado e be end seat January na wonya president wo Ghana ha no biem Jemesa de wakasa it is finished. Na it is finished in Swampa because onim say boni a wedi Ghana no. Jemesa sari boss mamu they know. Omo no omo yisi officials boni a wedi Ghana no. Enti no kasa it is finished. Enya Ghana na ye Ghana enka de enka enam Jemesa so enka Ghana po. Kwa destroy Ghana. Se nya Ghana na ye Ghana. Now what to say, Professor Stephen Ade, and I, Chief Justice in court, you best sack Mason, and who here, then go for Kaka. Almost back court, they will go, they will leave. Almost back court. On electoral commission, ye hear Jamesa or Obiba. Say NDC make appointment no so ba na Jamesa na mo ba to aso a ye be bia konso be tena machine nim ne ya condemn ne ya criticize ne ya yase ni pakro no so must go. Jemesa beko Chief Justice beko and then MPP for the release aba say Cynthia Morrison almost sacking from the party. Kwame who the way na my Eugene Cynthia Morrison we no Eugene post to mommy and then MPP for the release aba say Cynthia Morrison they have sacked her from party mu and the executives best over 200 and maybe 200 and one almost sack woman from the party. Then now go Supreme Court ya and the MPP dina one constitution so one more so and almost sack Cynthia Morrison and from one party. Now so who Chief Justice or be preside now do ruling na ebema o mind be bo aba ruling na edian guasie ebe just service. The integrity of Ghana judicial service. So we send one now we be aba so we bring sanity and we judicial service no must keep Chief Justice there or keep no more than I then or keep no now mama babe luto be bokro no on keep wo now case ni kwa no I foolish case no I foolish case no I foolish case Chief Justice beko President Akufo-Addo judge for no mu Supreme Court one no wo mo so no ruling phone wo mo ma no wo mu nyina so wo mu nkoya so mbetena Supreme Court Brunyamu, but yeni abre pa MPP for you know what hefa. Let her know. Omodi akwakoma your friend say. Omodi asaki Cynthia Morrison no. Let her know what hefa. Let her know what hefa na. You je fa to so my wife. Let her know MPP. So o ma saki Cynthia Morrison. Ya wo mra ya de ya adwuma wo krom ha Ghana ha. Emra, the NPP has just invoked Article 391 secession was across one of their party constitution. dismissing Cynthia Morrison and 279 others who supported her in her bid to contest the Aguna West seat as an independent candidate. Any Cynthia Morrison, sa article way, sa MPP constitution way, and I yet radio so, and you who did it, and yet you can say, the same article constitution will say, and the MPP for dinner swa. Deputy a second speaker of parliament from an MP. One of the one free parliament. I'm a Professor Michael Ronque. My shot what parliament would did so I'm on second on pound in free parliament. Sam Rawi. Ya. And a from an MP. MP before dinner so Eddie Epamon or Sakeno. Sam Rano and ya canwa na MPP communicators MPP a lawyer for Mudia Sikanti Jimmy defense na mubon. What you say lawyer wepa ebusuan for na daso no. Enti any headline no ye. Forfeiture of membership notice. Any forfeiture of membership notice. Any daso any signed by Alhaji Jibrin Tanko, constituency chairman, Aguna West. Into West, not to say it's coming from national, not just a wisha, one more Emma constituency no a year. Alhaji Jibrin, Segibro, Jibrin Tanko, constituency chairman, Aguna West. Let any dash on any. Almost Saki Cynthia Morrison, one in executive, sir, one more supporting 279. Party Nimwegu, Party Mwegu. Kakra so aka mu so amo san so pam wo mo do mo so mu free party ni mu nko sansem wei ana ye kan ya a lawyer fo am wo kura mu hanom a mo de ma ton mo adua ton mo ni mo nyima ton mo nyansa enti Jimmy defense na mo bo no mo tena TV ni radio so MPP communicators sa lady ya wa no so ba ba me ya why ni tidila ya tumi hwe ni Metro TV anopa Supreme Court has ruled to catch the NDC for say NDC MPs they were acting like kindergarten peoples and Quran ketwa omo kindergarten and omo ate now Supreme Court ruling has come so they don't have a choice. We are the majority, they are the minority. We will do this, we will do that, and do this and do that. Sa emrano what does so after 7 December? What does so defend the MPP? Masa, mawani mio. Jimmy no draw so draw. Mawani te. Me kasa Ghana. Ye ntimi nya one political party state. Ye. Ahanu mo nye North Korea. Ahanu mo nom ye. Dubai nom ne sa Arab countries no. There be damra NDC beba beko. MPP beba MPP beko. But who political party bi mu na se wo leadership no wo mu Jimmy a ma wo mu hu se wo mu Jimmy. So wo do amanyokuo bi na empanifo a wo mo eda no wo mu di nsem hunu a ofa ke mo nkyira wo mo se mu di nsem hunu munyi wa ma yini mfiri so ne yanko yanim masama video foforo ablekuma one mo no he is returning officer no ka say won declare because of say a two parties MPP NDC for no mo twint won declare ono so video no me di amount na se yet wo memu your constitution emrakunu mrabatan ya ye de enwu no man ye de abu man ne ye nya wo bia ye so ye lawyer human rights lawyer na nkofo do mu case entina na akufado ye lawyer na ukokot na wi ni case o chamber no enya de na se ye de ye ma gofre ye bu adame agi ya frefre kobo okonu olusu ajaje kro no na kase ye yi wasi nchane ya obi fufura ba jajo be ne bi na ne ye ma pentina na akufado wo ye lawyer pa no constitution no a na wo ko defending krofom ntina wo te adwuma na wo ye na wo te ase constitution na adwei na wo ekuta na wo de kokot na mi ref na makan chachu guna ni mu ase wo court wo de chachu court no president kofo eteno no chachu pagya no bofom pu sa court no kura na wo de mi aba na wudi asem no kura na ase na wo se mi gina enye court wei na wo se di asem wei and then ye dware na bone pada ye ni fita aton na magana fo so wono de o frisikam ohun hiada onima ho kire
I'm done. Thank you. Now we have 62 outstanding police stations. 25 of them NPP has tendered in, NDC must also bring their pin sheet for us to confirm those 25. If we are able to do those 25, we will be left with 37. As it stands now, we are left with the 62 polling stations not collated. I'm done. No, I'm not declaring today. I'm referring everything to the commission for the commission to take its own decision. I'm done with my work because I cannot continue with this recollation again. My name is to take over. I'm done. Thank you. Now we have 62 outstanding police stations. 25 of them NPP has tendered in. NDC must also bring their pin sheet for us to confirm those 25. If we are able to do those 25, we will be left with 37. As it stands now, we are left with the 62 polling stations not collated. I'm done. No, I'm not declaring today. I'm referring everything to the commission for the commission to take its own decision. I'm done with my work because I cannot continue with this recollation again. My name is to take over. I'm done. Thank you. Now we have
returning officer no onu ogina so no. And I work as two parties. NPP attorney one more epin sheet. Aka 60 or more than 60 polling stations. Yeah, no almost enye until so on on your declaration. Over the weekend near my baby see ni aka Achim mafia, ampa, achim mafia. Say, as someone near can, and you look to do. We are mafias. Ampa, no create to do, say, we are mafias. Some mafias we say no. Sa Colombia nominate sa countries in one more year, sa cocaine dealers, cocaine barons of one, and you describe one more, sir. You come mafias now. The declaration in the Maye, with 137 and 80 say, more bosse, Mania J. Mo bosse about 89 manu mo guase Ghana form manu mo guase NPP for President Akufo-Addo wa gumani mu ase wa destroy mo party no President Akufo-Addo agumani mu ase wa destroy mo party no se mo wo bibi ka mo mpe President Akufo-Addo mo mpe mo party national executives na mo set wo down na mo kanya asasem enkyira mo na mo nya social media so no a mo ani age se mo anya seat 89 mo ni seat 89 wa Ghana ha na me ka Mrs. 7 December corner there. Ekoye Ghana 4 versus MPP. But this seat 9 no, NDC versus MPP. President-elect John Dramani Mahama. Well, the money started from 7 January. Say at Ghana ha. Nasi aka President a gazette parliamentary no a gazette na on the 7th of January anajo. Se Patrick Buamanom se anodom prenum echo parliament echo swear ina. E hono na Ghana for ni NDC for be France yedi. E hwana Ghana for ebe hu so ma bregu e hwana NDC for be hu se o ma bregu e hwana mo na Obuasi East guy no ya oni soldier for this year ni no obe hu se wo wuya nkwa wu nkwase ewuo enti NDC mo adwuma start because na Akufo-Addo memo e ba wie ye seat January ya wawie oni Ghana tonkwanta wa pa kwa kotene fie ni ye diniduma na ninuma de bedi nachi ebe ha woni ni 10th generation boni na Akufo-Addo adi Ghana no ni 10th generation eda wo muso eda wo manim sa papa pani mu akokorawa wo betimi abeji wo man adesho wo man fortunes wo betimi abeji wo man adesho wo man mu nipa over 32 million wo adesho wo mo life ameni pa bre. Now the last days you cry walk on. Now you can say, I shada or pursue declare state of emergency. And anka NDC for no more boy anymore. Can declare state of emergency because few days to the general election. Dr. Nyahwenya Hotamaklo, a catcher Ghana for say, na Akufo-Addo Timu Ponyana Sebeko go the Uncle Kona. So I hand over power. And Farmer Dr. Baumiadia, or Ben make sure say military better take you over. Nanado 2022 military and take you over. 2020 German say we abamu ma no military and take you over. Ahotire ne koma wo di Ghana fo gum 3 years ni military and take you over. but Ghana for Atenase aso so sabe mo nkwase asem so 8 years ni no few days a wo kono and a military be take over few days a wo kono and a soldier for be take over na nado you lie bad eno ne nkwafo ka eya na msi munya ka woboa military be na be take over abaye kwato ya afi constituency nyom keka bo mu a ba mi ado pra 38 ama President Mahama number says 58 as a 60%. A soldier for no mutu omugu montation. Oh, so be tutu. Barracks, special voting, reported by a mohu. President Mahama number says 60-something thousand. Number Mia number says 20-something thousand. A soldier for no to abano, editia MPP, and one candidate. And the soldier for no munya Jimmy Fo, or Munu Kodem. Omuni di akwaso Ghana ha. A soldier for him say the new opposition leader be a nyane to President Mahama and enka ye francophone country Sibia and Ghana ka President Kufuor say Ghana kwa destroy Ghana and ka Ghana nye Ghana biem and in these few days now walk on and we be declare state of emergency because on tiasia say na Kufuor say Ghana ye shebre kuta no na Kufuor so what one no Ghana ye shebre ekuta President Kufuor so ye mafia na ya na meka Mrs. Obi free men hia kwa obedi Asante ne krampo and na ya de President Kufuor ye na nkanya ya because Ashanti region there we ya Asante hene a wo konka Ashanti kingdom ba bia but ukwa Eastern region ha say ya landmark kona so twotwo poa ba bi na mo hye say Achimba Buakwa state kona so twotwo poa bi e na mo hye wo Eastern region ha wo person o kire say Ghana ya wo dia enu entino say Ghana ya wo dia enu entino say ba mi anwini dia ene ya omane mbo say ya to na omane bo a na so the for take over na wo hu 7 December de Ghana mabunu yeye say wo hu de Ghana maburu yeye sa akoma tisi Ghana for so no omo de abufo ne kom Untimi nye foko na nadu untimi nye foko Ernesto wusu bempe frase keka nkwase asem se Ghana fo nhwe kwan se e free next year ekono ha hye papa ekom ne ahokyere besi Ghana ha dumso beba Ernesto wusu bempa wa start so wa yiri post he no kwa kan sa nkwase asem no wo aboa papon Ghana gas na wo ye adwuma wo ho sika ma wie sika ma fa wo ho no mo nya asem ketwa because ama Ghana for who say ma destroy wo man no wo ma say wo man no enti President John Dramani Mahama or the vice president omo ba be bre eno na we frase a wo kan o say from next year kon dumso e be ba wo Ghana ha say ne bi nsida o wo so be mpa ya adwo wo Ghana gas onu say Ghana gas ho e ka wo ma gya to wo no e ko be say $1 billion o wo so be mpa sa akwa no a ne ho ba sa no de ne nam ho no mo no akwa fusa na Ghana gas President Mills mu na ye NDC na ye ko ye dwapade $1 billion project ayeka ene Ghana gas na supply Ghana gas no a ebema ye nka na gina so no owusu bempa kwotema koye adwuma ene ne mpani fo abomu kro no ene akufo adu kano foriata ba omiamo abomu kro no ama ne Ghana gas na ayeka ento owusu bempa ka kire Ghana for say ye nhwe kwan say from next year kodum so beba ene woto anu na se adum kane a woto abehunu say MPP ni Mahama kan hu owusu bempa ene so owusu bempa ka kire Ghana for say from next year kono ha ship beba Ghana no ye ntimi nso no because onim say President Kufuor ne ba omiani kano foriata mo o ma destroy Ghana enti bo kaka sa ankwase asem na he no hye NDC for mo che no bu no maye said onu o chesi NDC for 2017 no o mu chesi onu na lead Kofi Adams no mo chesi wo mo edwo mo cast eyo mo sifom ehin na Ernesto wusu bempa hye ka mo ntwini mpie munyu ni mpie na NDC for mo twensha ne so na mo mbu ne pa na mo mpleplam mo ti radio ni TV so the President Mahama tem di na tem na NDC mabana won to me stations no mo di sa ankwasa se mo dudum ni nyina because se we defend Satan tabi akosu 8 years ni krono ba akosu 8 years ni intimidation krono pia krono wodi akosu wo Ghana hase no se wotimi tina wo TV no radio so defend ya ene woni to me say under President Mahama wo be bie radio wo be bie TV no be kan kwase asem mate se na no afia boku ya ka se an o Captain Smart ka se say Kwame Sifakan say akoya good evening Ghana yi enu mo ne hwa mo nim na so mo yamadwen so mo do ma no be President Mahama so no wo de na Captain Smart ntimi kan kire obi ase obi nkritsa obuntimi say Kwame Sifakan ntimi sorry because we benefited from President Kufuor mess. President Kufuor ko no wa ma bo oye beneficiary. Good evening Ghana guy no wa ye Krono airport board chairman Krono a wa mo bo wa ye enti wo defend Cecilia brother pa edu anwumre na sasa akwa we defend Cecilia brother pa ni ministers no mo a na ebisa sa akwa we pa enti wo wadwe pa wo de dwe. Good evening Ghana guy no na se mutititi wuntumi so na Krono awudi sama akoso mo kwa akwa defend ya na mess na mo create e kan wo how any energy sector. Now, no President Mahama no mushia was see a cover $2.5 billion na the energy sector. Na sadia chini ya dumu light ya. No ma kwatile PCF manopa. Na mbe kache mo babe attack President Mahama. No akwatile wuntumi na babe attack President Mahama. No akwatile wo mai na babe attack President Mahama. E wo bra abonefosem Krono ne nkwase asem akoso 8 years ni. O man ya wose cool esim but opposition leader ntino wo kuta wo man kakra magana ayese no. Oba attack no, you lie bad. And see what Ghana ha. It is not going to happen. Na say crime me who President Mahama say. President Mahama ni enimu no from vice president to 2012 or be president to 2016 ko opposition no. Me who different person altogether. Me who different man, different president. Sana say me who President Mahama. The way me say me who President Mahama no. As ni kosa kusenyina won trim what no opposition 8 years wo hu ne maye wo hu bone amadi na ni kosa kusenyina won trim esan bone ne kro no amadi ene awudi ani pakum ma fun state properties o maye dwa pade Rebecca Kufuor police for land nyina wa wi a wa fafa Samira ba me yase na ayi ye friend say nadmo on e so plan nwane kro no hwanom kro no saa ba me PDS no wo munyina Krono sa ministers for akronfo nko a entina na Kufuor do hu second for riata na wo da wu pass no ya de ne be court aba eni ambulance ko be dem court Egypt president bi onu kwara ndi say wo da ambulance ni ade ne court ni ejeli no entino wo eni ye recollection na recollection no NDC fo megu ho na tuo ntoto omo kwase afo no omo ma omo tuo na tuo ntoto na ye on declare state of emergency na na 7 January no kra no President Mahama so yin na maso na Akufo-Addo mesi chebi twotwo po akwana so wona mo hye kwana so wona wo hye asoja fo na nkasa na wo pese wo yuso mu din kwase asem no omo afo mo ho adwen it is not going to happen. It won't happen in this country. 7th January President Mahama so in Ebaso na starting so free speaker ya 9th parliament obetnemu ya hwade obeye so obema sa MPs no anodon pre won lusu wo obi tuo ama branch ye so the hospital won lusu ye collection center ye bo untutu anodon pre ye huru wo collection center Eugene anodon pre video no fama menamini and I was solid police for in the presence of soldiers ne police mama say video no ye bo untutu sa na wo solid na wo koye say wa wi ni wo hono ma ada na return officer no am na declare so wa wi ni wo afenyo mark ni say message na wo send ye na de come speaker na wo threaten no ye ya we message na wo de come speaker good morning Mr. Speaker the atuaso no ye ya we one nam sa collection center on we feel say you declare 9 cities as a 7 city the amount no avenue marking enyo kwa na ye free mason ga okrom hawo President Kufuor mu ye free mason no o ka wo ma no tum di be di president koi enyo kwa na ase na dey say free mason wo ye free mason dia wo ye obosom ka say o Ghana for worship wana ye anti free mason ba kwa avenue marking say ye che say wo free say wono ani avenue marking President Kufuor e bra ne ho ase wa ma wo bia akora nche so ye free mason etina ni free mason because we say Ghana for mu so ye free mason and free president no ama medi e kana no tumu President Kufuor kana no tumu e be di president wie ansa na Ghana for bebre kura hu say APS so ye free mason for penifo and na friend ma can say ye free mason e just one day say do ni Nyankopon na wo competition e wo Ghana ha enso nyankopon aya wo somo wa ya oketo mo wani magu ase MPP for na nkasa kora no me say 9th parliament no kora no minority no kora leader no kora mo mfa ma Freemason for Ghana ha no ma bobra kokko manim ye nte wo mo nka ukura kufu ado kura wanya ministerial position wanya bi na ni otete parliament wasa wanya ministerial appointment kura kufu ado 8 years afenyo mark minister kura wanya bi enye se wunya ministerial position bi wanya bi wona na parliament wono ma end time majority leader ene wo ye friend say as chairman sase awo na sesa ene ye dia mawo end time yeah mo ko opposition edi say afenya markets ya man ho so no ye Freemason na Freemason and arena na parliament hono mo o di speaker ni mu ya form twitwitwi fani paso e kwana wo ba afenyo na wo kura wo Freemason ni kura pie no kura no me kura no o consistency kura ko chesika wo mo je kura na mi suro ma wo mo asa ayana mi suro kura de ma o consistency kura ko chesika kura de ma wo mo because ka Freemason de nka wo ya ka aka wanu tum enkrofo ya nka bura nyadura no mo che nkokọ che entuma ne ade asofo no mutisi wo mo so de se bura nyadura entuma no obi ya nye o nkokọ no obi ya nye sofo bi tisi wo mo so e wo kumase se mo de aduru bura nya ekunafo mo meje nkokọ na mo de akire ekunafo mo meje ntuma na mo de akire ekuna wo de se kan to akokọ ni minimu no na wo ba minimu na wo utwa so asofo etigu wo mo so wo Ghana ha sei ye se ntuma ne nkokọ ne mo no ma gya iche enti wo kura de se de wayu hu adwinta Freemason no ehia ne ahu kirentia na nka kura akọche sika nka nukwase nko bi agi ai nka wo kwana akọche sika akọche ntema enu kwase obi akura agi di flu nsem masa o vote ye ba ko pe wo nche da ni credibility bia wo Ghana ha wo ye member of parliament constituency ni pe mu go amudis amoyasai ena wudi wo amusuo Kofo benya minister wanya bi ani because we credibility issues anya sanka benya ministerial position na na do ministry no obi emu hwiegu mu eye ni bebre chei so obi anya bi ba wo wanya bi because na do hunu say we credibility issues o convert ya M1 no enti wanya bi asa ye ni abre wo Ghana na de make kire ndisi fo ne say ma Mary city manum tin mani abra me boho no my duma na started from this city we say recollection illegal emna bia ni ba bia cha recollection yes say yi return officer e declare a collection center ho no wia ye gazette won ti asia article 284 section 20 after 21 days fakwa high court judge etna so na so wo hwese de emra ne kana no na so opeso anole said ye see ye ewo asen no of no a na re-election ne akwakoto abane foforo Jemensa ni tumi na na akufo ade ni tumi returning officers bia ni tumi so amobeka say recollection no NDC for kraba ya pin sheet ni ya start here from 1 2 3 was ya start because ya kukuru sika de amount munyi sika na mo ne mo yire no muntu free Ghana na sa wo so be gi sika na sa electoral commission kwa akoya adwuma wo maame no wo kọ wo papa Sari Bosman no wo kọ Peter Piahini wo mu nyina wo mo kọ and then they know say o mo kọ o mo hunu say wo mankasa kora do wo mo hu frama na nam electoral commission they are gone already and nyese James and so kọ na kwa kotena fie obe face prosecution enti do one mo a wo Professor Stephen Ade akokora wo ti hu nyina afuduro wo kọ Ghana Revenue Authority sika wunya ho bu hu akonta ka kire Ghana fo sika wunya ye edi firi hɔ no wabu hu akonta de akire Ghana fo ye hu a wo na start ye na wo kasa ye masa Ghana no ye ni abiri o youth no ye generation no a ye rescue Ghana no ye ni abere papa ye ma wo bien take care for granted biem NDC aba wo munya adwuma enu a MPP ni na frame me e ka kire me say na ama President Mahama ye nka so mesi school dan yo ye nka so mesi hospital so ya nkofo ye so meti omufo mungu MPP ni ne frame MPP ni abrante asemo na okata say wo dia wo se dia wo no be complete a wonye onkoto foundation so okosi school dan Uncle foundation so kwa see hospital. Uncle start akwan bia so kwa yi akwan. The yehwe president Mahama ne say ye nkofo ne ya akromfo ento mechi wo mungum. Finito enwa no. Enwa MP we didn't even MPP do amo hwehwe no. Mama first video bi UK MPP branch wọ́n say sika ne kan so mo de bra MPP for mpanimfo no da bra asam aba ho nti omo no mo mpanimfo na hia ye ne fa tu mama na me ne ma Mary mo ento aso mfamfiri ha hwe yipokwase amasa mama Mary fa ha che se kwa no majaye
Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of MPP UK. We donated two pickups worth $100,000. The animal, me and Kasami, the animal as a chairman, and we're presenting. We had a meeting with the chairman. And when we were having the meeting, the second one, they were born and there's a car, the mom by Yabasa Jenia Lucia. Because we don't have a banner, any baby I have a cook. We will need the car. As I said, Yadia Juma,
cars and our car. Cars.
Oh, my makes us say, maybe 4 year cars. Do the call. The cat was a Jayabacon, at least, let's see director of external affairs office man. Now, your bar, your belly should come. They could have 13 constituencies, your move by 10. Because okay, branch beyond the capacity as to how or what you get. So, move by 10 constituencies. Plus, many members are only from so we need for to be pieces. Yeah, 3, only 3. So, 13 constituencies, and we have to go around the whole country almost. Even though it was simplified. Greater Accra and East Area. Then I would check out if you listen. I'm a mere Majuma Yam and Namuni Nina, maybe Uba and Kwan and Antisa. Maybe some class of money. These are the things that are killing this party. Ideas are many shaman. I run every single leader. I run the campaign manager. I run you. I run party chairman. I've phoned almost everybody. 3 consecutive days. None of you called me back until I did an audio first thing Sunday, I think last week or last 2 Sunday morning. So why is this going on? And I'm sorry, I'm a voice in your call, but I did an audio, 7 minutes audio. I share it, and I share it to even the Ashanti Regional Council of Elders. Every single penny, pure hearing, and son, I didn't know how friend I got to say. I feel I was my friend. I think it's definitely pressure people out in here. Because when we are making a call, people were calling you, what's that?
Not our own money, we spend our own money.
It's okay. It's okay.
Leave it to talk.
Appointees, I appoint to almost everybody have completely said, yet they ain't teaming fire phone. Personally, I find it so horribly offensive to the nonsense point. The General Secretary, what my chance? A supervisor said your way. I'm an so people never stopped speaking about this. It was very obvious. People were angry. Angry. If you do a million cars over Kenya, I'm on a platform of Bakasa. MPP UK can never be undermined. And never I will be vice president if you have a way. How can you call other branches? No me of MPP UK is JH Benson. It's not me. It's the seat. I MPP UK was the one that gave birth to every single branch. I mean, you have a MPP UK to one. Now you have a mimic youth organizers or movement as an chairman. What kind of resort is that? What kind of resort is that? It never happened only once. South Africa, even Germany, Nasara International Conference. Mimic your own me. They didn't call US and UK. How can you talk? And I am so angry. White House. Because you go back, you know, there were Juma Yankasa because a Nippon article when I spoke yesterday on Boiling Point, and you could see that I was so angry. You're still angry. He needs to be upbraided too much. Comfort the casa que se eu não. Ah, eu não faço bem isso de uma maneira. Não, yes, me mandam se o como ha for years. Até o vamos cá. Até o que se Yeah, I'm speaking on behalf.
General Secretary Tiho, ora start with MPP. MPP hey, na ya wan ya. MPP meeting akoso. Omo JFK mu na si wan mu na omu di omu dwuma no si wan. Afenyo Markins, wo papa pictures e free CP, on say meka no. Unyo bia o. Se okeka nkrofo se dia okeka nkrofo animu no a se dia wo send message di meme speaker yi e threaten no ne ade ya afa wo papa bia wote ne baabi sebi o nyoso bi di obi yade be sere wo papa na nkrofo se sia mete se ya send me papa picture afa nyo se ya send me papa picture e busuafo se me ka se me di picture no kura to so amamu re be kwa afa nyo mark ne papa ni picture Metia say see dia send me. Say yan hwa afenyo Markins papa a picture. O papa yale. So ma men kan kire wo. Wunyo bia wo Ghana ha. Na na akufa do kwa mu say wunyo bia. 8 years position kura wa ma obi. Na anu ya yi hotena. Since chairman sabonsu. Mu yi nu hotena no. Se mo mani mo guase poto tantan. MPP, hwe. Enam ayi so if I kill someone na gina hɔ no 8 years ni o defend mo and so I'm from enyem say nyi wono a UK yes UK branch cars o mo de bremo mo fa nya adwuma hwan no ne ade ade of a wo yemes ayi a no the message ba no odi watem enso no oda so ye baba na yes ya mu ko position no say wo ye regular ayi food soldier Syria college ho anu anya 5 and no anya 1000 one who dey run mato to lad be mu o be kire kwan ya be fa so abaye obaba no why e kwan ya be fa so a o be ye obaba no okrom hase no wan kasa no wo be kire na wo be ti bi nso ahu apa e wo Ghana ha e san se mo wan kasa mo nipa e na e ka kire Ghana fo se aho kire e ba sa ma we se mu no aho kire no Ghana ye ntimi nyina no Ernesto Wusu Bempa na e kasa asem ne se aho kire e ba krom hase no enya dia Ghana hanom no ye betimi agira no wo ba bia she be hu say we Ghana web we are auditing election 2024 results NDC rigged afenyo Markins hey oh life like your wife afenyo Markins Uti asama Dr. Mary we see catch one ka we need 1 week. We are auditing election 2024 results NDC rigged afenyo Markins. But 2020 dear NPP never rigged the 2020 election. Muku nipa 8. Emma Jemensa eye that declaration. Nam ene enkrofo kasa Jemensa ntena ho Chief Justice ntena ho. Hey Asa, say no Ghana na e wo no. E second independence ni enya o. Akopon na ehu Ghana mabo. En wa ma ye fa hu die ya etosu mienu o. Eti NDC for said na su die dam so because
Omuni je mensa dwumadi a wo mu di ye nyina ne boss Masari dwumadi nyina NDC timi rege.
Osi mu wiem.
Oh, when they don't deserve power.
Entina 9 seat wo mu gidi afiri mu nsem because mu wi election ni.
Ate ye be hwe who laughs last laughs best. Nti ye twen wo mu nye de ombe bia.
Abusia for a free Saturday but the way me buo food the air cost wo Ghana ha say.
Pressure kwamini relax.
Je unim minim say enkonkosi ba bia. But the air cost no air time. Say obekọ election from 137. Now what drop here by 70 something. Now say we buga katashibi ni afenyo markets ni anodon premo any the MPP for chere no. Eye just say make time. Eye minim say hey enkonkosi aga. Minim say the oma ye no. Me see me kura mu ni bi o say enhodu. But ebufu airtime. Kese ye nyankopon na nsane ba be Ghana. Enka ye de na na akufaro de wafa Ghana for say bia mu agimi fo bi na wodi yeso. Enka de jemensa mo te so ti mu say apa wa mo boy before this election no. Apa cha so mo boy na kiati wa no man nka and then na omo nke omo na me so ma dwunyan say NDC pa omunya 170 seats for parliament. Na se presidential no margin ya kitua bi aje mesa be declare ba omia.
That was their plan.
Because omo was good them. Hwe na no hwe wo Ernesto wo subempa aboa papu do aboa apapu udi no honam se ya wo tinam a wo hye ntokuro ma wo fra asa wo kan kwase asem say from next year kodum so beba ho kire beba. Canada Japan presidential premise Kumasi na wo kwatena ye ekoye interview say na Akufo Addo ma wo fa na $800 million so one step it down ema ba omianko o te present anim no ka asem we some sef idea $300 million Canada Japan no muton say ya offer no $800 million so one step it down one step it aside ema ba omianko enko as presidential candidate of MPP. Yet Ghana independence power producers say abind womuka 1.2 billion. Sa $800 million no. What the $400 million ka ho a eya 1.2 billion US dollars ya ebetimi atua ka no. But say Akufo Addo ene na busuafo better opposition. Na ba mi abaya president no ma ye ni say TV ni remote no ma control no ninti no. Omo offer just one man o. Canada Japan $800 million US dollars so on this kano na ba umianko. Independent power producers so no na sogli oma shutting it down. The last time any energy expert bikasa wa catch them say tema obobo ya tema plant ahodo na just obobo no e be say 6 because of a car ya abani di omunti no tema plant baako be say 6 ni ya shutting nyina down. Omu hia omu sika $1.2 billion and no crown unkona nkonkotua ni nyina bara na Akufo Addo hunu say na adwene ye ne say nyeso na adwene ye ne say wanya mwa Ghana fo no wodi yeso enti ba omia sika no ye fa mpushi ba omia wini a after January yanka wo mungu sumu ye fa timetable ma ye fa low shedding bi ama yanka nche Ghana fo se wodun so mu ba ye wini awie Ghana fo do omo ye agimi fo omo ye moa enti ebedi wo omo so saa. That was their mindset. Entina me ka say there's no way me na ma kwa me support say you benya just one political party state wo Ghana aha nya North Korea aha nya Arab countries ni Dubai no mo ne ade so ho we be ko we be ba NDC aba enya ya na betena ko nsuanum abo wo ma chi say wo mo nko but the fact say we MPP doesn't mean say wa chance dey you so ntu so dwe say aboa dwe say nipa. So we MPP ni a wa chance de aye osono a eno so nche se won so wodwen se aboa dwen se onipa dasani ya wo na wokoto aba ama obi abaye president enti sasem we na America no bisa wo ho se enti ne wo da ho ani adum wo light no na nke ye tam $800 million de ama ba akofo party election 2024 election year afen wo install new meters wo lad bra na utua 100 cedis ya he say utua be 700 utua 1000 he say utua be 3000 election year ya wonu anka se nimu se the second term Ghana ni was suffer after say COVID globally yenya crisis COVID aha wiase wadwuma wo ye ne lay off companies bebre ho adwuma wura hu mobo a afa o ma 2000 osme ma 1002 companies media houses bebre COVID time omu le nkrofo off companies bebre private institutions bebre omu ba nkrofo kotena afie ya onim se 4 years ni wa bre the last year afia election year me tia bill me fee say me nko say 200 6 months ni they say me tia 750 me bill ba 750 me tofu 100 Ghana me camera me di beduma 100 Ghana they say week me tofu 600 Ghana I would say me ko baby ya 600 2015 me tofu 100 cedis in and now 2015 say 600 me took na na ma pake me pon wa na ma say to na me de ko because time me be adwuma me di traffic mu obi 2 days say me nko ba bia me took na ma ba pake esi hwa me pon wa na me say ni traffic mu Saturday me took nko ba bia Sunday ma sori wa no hwa na ma ko na ma sa ba pake from 2015 from 2016 100 cedis say week bia me tofu we 600 Ghana. And you think we are fools? Sana wo hu ye say ye Jimmy for Ghana ha. Enti mo atwa sika good dem, mo agi millions of dollars dey good dem, mo be say dey di Ghana for so. En she. I was for me fast dama mabo afo na afa mi mrefe na mre medidi, mi medi nkomo. Ya ni abiri o. Ya Ghana. In this front dem 7 January na ye hwem. Anodon prepare wo nra parliament house ho no. Be ye campaign ti am metra 4 years pa mama hu say yes. Tabia Herbal Center dinu papa be dwa so the Tabia Herbal mixture aba obi malaria ha fever ha wonam dua mu dwa wa nu mu ato waduro ni afa Tabia Herbal capsules obi asisi yade ne yamtime ha wo wonso waduro Tabia takum so e boost immune system ne papa o say 100% organic baby enom na entime emu a o ma ye ne sachet ni bottles a onum bi e bebo papa Ghana baby etono bi abenya bi wo kan shi drug lane do so pomo ho 0243 686861 0243 686861 and that's 0245 749206 afa top choco when you bring yi abedwa wo fie ha say ya ekotwetwa eti anom yeni hwe kra be eti anom top choco chocolate spread no ya de fa bread mu ede kama pa ma efie enkoda elije penifon so imagine ya na ha adwen ye wo top choco 3-in-1 chocolate drink so akoko wo muko sugar do hia no so hye wo saka kra bi gun so hye mu atim papa na chese wo sin frɛ 0243 033033 0243033033 Indomie instant noodles Indomie die so ho wo mo no mu bibia hye ho dada spices ni bibia wo ho dada wunya wo vegetables kakra nya wo Indomie na ne wunya chicken bia eno de bonus na de fra 5 minutes food is ready acha say ayede dead kama Rush energy drink so adowa for ni mate for no elboa wo mo papa e boost you energy me the for ni nyina hoden sonko e ba wo ni padua mu vitamins nyenoma hoden a share Rush energy drink mu se ve enti pawo de nanom mesin for mechanic for meti a meti atem nyano na mabobo a enko ba be se enka meti atem say Rush is working o work sana de na metiamu a wotine hanedro Ghana ba bia supermarket ba bia be fa bia Rush energy drink e bi e wo honomon afei Shello restaurant and bar Dumede kasia sonko ya buru nya mu no wode eba no enya asem ketwa kra na cocktail die mi se ya manum yam de ni me cocktail die wo se wo kɔ no mu a hɔ na cocktail papa wo enuane papa wo enu ntini Shello restaurant and bar franka tu ahene manstro sama bo ho ha wo se Shello restaurant and bar present Shello urban fair ya enu no dumede we se eba so 28 December 2024 Shello Restaurant and Bar 15 First Osu Lane ache se Osu ba Laboni Junction hono mo pe na ache se wo mo ewo enunti bomodin a wo se 1 PM ken live band papa bi gina musa na kyerɛ sɛ ne yɛtwi na ase cocktail ni nnuane ni yɛdi vendors no wɔsi JJ Professional ɛna Elisio Clothing, Pan and Cook, Cafe di Boba and Really Cosmetics, Naya's Closet and Lumina Fairy Fragrance. So omone vendors no hello restaurant and bar or say where every moment is a celebration. Afei meaning komona mentuaso and common name Dr. Mary Ewisi, Deputy Director, Inter-Party Relations and Civil Society Organizations, NDC, CSO, Sunona Cheso, na Deputy Director, Wakai ho ena Hajia Ruki. Hajia manyani correct Hajia Ruki, USA Chapter Communication Officer. Oh Hajia, odi abrochire Ghana. Hajia di abrochire Abba Gano Hajia Akwaba. I just a rescue mission. Mubabua Mujina Mukana Mama Mujinem. Ye be Jinam Hajia Mawakwaba. Dog. Is it a white tea? No one echo. Wow.
Na say nyame adom. Ene Ghana fo nti ase. Anka Kufuado adwen bone. Any people like Afenyo Markins I won you ne ho. Eyi a wo de to so am hu ye kra me ra ho. Say wachinie na constituency bi ma wakwanya ketua bi a. Na wo betena ho a wo pese ye nso a wo ya pampem. Senya Ghana fo ena ehun se da bi ba bi o man ne kɔ no. Yensesem a sister Sam ne nkenipa ewu. Na de ye me ya ne sister hwe Kufuado papa panimu a aka na kakra bi because Yakopon fi a wo de maaye no watwa wie ena nyame ato so wo pese wo kyekire Ghana na wo de ama achim mafias na wo de wagya wo ma akire kama na de beka bia ye no de kyese ye mo akora wo mfa ho de beto ye ne ye ma ye nananom ne ye busuafo de wo mfa ho na se nyame adominu aba se Ghana fo ahu se ehun hia na esefata se aban bonni se Kufuado aban bonni a people like Owusu Bempa enam NDC aban so Ernest aboa papon a me ankasa me ne nefira agogo NDC aban John Dramani Mahama ene atamos beda no papa nyame fa ne kransie yi ema wo nya adwuma ye ya enne wade wo hu se tam wo fie keka wasi a wotimu wo wakura da kwete se palace wo kokumasi a wono aboa papo na ho sister wo hu ni fie a wo be to nwuram metimi dia ma producers now they ato ne Ghana fo nyina anhwe saa aboa papo yi a wo betena radio so a no wo yiyi ne sim na okasa sede ewiase chese wo mu kura wiase nyina ene sister so hu se mi she fita na me boduku fita Yakopon agye Ghana free ni pabonefo tese sa nkrofo we mu abronye no ni wuntumi nkrofo ekom de wo mu Ghana kom de yen dum so emo de aba ahokyere a Owusu Bempa no mo kan eya ahokyere a wo mo ahyehye ato ho wo mo ahyehye ato ho aplane se be ya John Mahama ba ye beka se o John Mahama na de ahokyere ba na Yakopon abto ama wo mo ankasa to wo mo anu mutuo ahokyere a wo mo ahyehye de ato ho ama Ghana fo be Yakopon wo de John Dramani Mahama aba His Excellency no wono Yakopon na abebo ne chidom ama senior people like Aboa Papon any MPP for aban ehye no nioma boni a wo mo ahyehye na wo mo guso hyehye se John Dramani Mahama memuom no obeye de ama Ghana no Onyankopon bedane ne nyina de akọ wo mo so ene wo mo abusuafo so Ghana sika wo mo awia ene ahokyere wo mo ahyehye de ato ho no ebekọ wo mo so wo mo afra ban mu nanso ahoto e de ahoto no wo mo hu bida menuaba before I can start my submission ma menchia abusuafo His Excellency John Dramani Mahama me koswa na mama ne tirinkwa se Yakopon adom adoso wone so wo hwe enano na mete ho na me hwe videos bi nkrofo bia compile the list of prophets any so-called pastors wɔn yɛ ɛkasaayɛ sɛ John Mahama ntumi ni president biem ɛne nkurɔfoɔ wɔ NDC mu people like Kwaku Anyido honom wɔn tena ase kasaayɛ sɛ John Mahama ntumi ni president biem Reverend Kusina wɔn wafa Ghana ho enye sika taxpayers money wɔkɔɔ n'ano Dubai ankɔ twɛn sɛ wɔn de gold ne bɛbrɛ no hɔ na watɔn saa nkurɔfoɔ wei nyinaa afrɛ wɔn ho prophets saa nkurɔfoɔ wei nyinaa hyɛ nkɔm sɛ His Excellency John Dramani Mahama ontumi entena akonnwa ne so biem the likes of Tabitha Kum akoyi a ɔno nko apɔnk start free na pampam yi yɛfrɛ ne sɛ deɛ ɔbɔ Tabitha Kum no ɔmaneɛ champon ɛne ampɔn mo ne ade wɔn nsɛmfo a wɔn keka fa His Excellency ho ɛne Nyankopɔn adaroma His Excellency nyame akyerɛ nyame egu wɔn anim ase Kwaku Anyido hɔ no wɔn ka sɛ Ghana for na hu n'ani bɛhu akonnwa wɔn tena so da ɛne nyame ama na tena so the likes of Maurice Ampao lawyer asabi ne nimdeɛ wɔ fam na ne nyansa wɔ fam na wotimi ka sɛ John Dramani Mahama ebedi akonnwa wo Maurice Ampao wo be free Ghana mbacho watimi afri Togo or free akotogo nana saa nkrofo we nyina His Excellency Nyankopɔn Kwame Twedi Ampon Nyankopɔn wasan de naba enti yɛhwɛ wɔn mo ebekɔ Togo yɛhwɛ wɔn mo ebetu akɔ Burkina yɛhwɛ wɔn mo ebetu akɔ Abidjan enti me nuaba me di kan ama His Excellency John Dramani Mahama the president elect me bona baso na mama ni tiri nkwa wone na busuafo ne ho kani oba papa Mama Lodi Her Excellency the historic your friend say maker you see beside another can be behind we can beside every successful man there is a woman. There is a wonderful woman like His Excellency Lodina Mahama. Ye mami a wo positioner na otimisi hospitals. Ye mami we na boni kunachi dom ama His Excellency enne watimi asa be president. His Excellency se wutie mi a me bo wabaso me ma wutiri nkwa. Na mama His Excellency tiri nkwa. Mami ntia NDC ye national chairman. Ye Papa Johnson Esiedun Ketia. The only general in Ghanaian politics. Ono ena wotimi ye chairman, sa ye general ne kan nyina de bom, ne fe ne chairman general ba akopɛ. Ye papa honorable chairman general Esiedun Ketia. Otsena eye no birthday. Opani kwajo kire ne timi kan ye pa say birthday. Ye papa Johnson Esiedun Ketia. Ene oba Mary Meteha me mau witiri nkwa me mau happy birthday in advance ono Nyankopon a wode wabedom Ghana ye papa Esiedun Ketia onye NDC fo nko ana Nyankopon de na bedom yen wode na dom Ghana se wo hwe adwuma papa we be ye as chairman na papa we etimi lead said there be this time may change the strategy me time am ye chairman here ye be ye retail campaign ye the campaign be ko afiafie mu ye the be ko constituencies ye the be ko branches na ye campaign aton Ghana sa papa we e na na breso watimi aye history wo ko bunu mamu ana me kan ho wo se bunu fo ma ba se mo chairman mo amu hu mani mu ase mo nto aba no emfa ma NDC minti minuaba and then history I make you bono and a half for regions. Ya first seat in India, ya jamu mienu asemiensa out of 29 seats. Ya sweeping in yina. Ya papa, nyamin shroud, nyame enya wokesie. Na ye ebona basu na esi ebo na yire nso ye maame Vida Esiedun Ketia ono nso na baso. Okay. Oyoba wa boni kunu echidom. Ama ene okunu atimi apagya NDC dia bedue mama Vida wonso mebo wabaso minu aba mawie ma mentia mira metia me hokeni Alhaji Amidu Abubakari Abanka metia wo bebia wo bia oyire dofo metia wo awie okay na mentia NDC fo nyina okay na membo NDC fo nyina abaso ye general secretary honorable Fifi Flaviquete any NDC fake neck rec sec any NDC for baby biara wo mo e modern mo a ene ama MPP for any so pri wo mo na menua ba won ma de me bo abaso na me san bo ye comrades a one more diaspora ebi ne Ajia Rukia wotemi nchen the whole US on a US chapter no communication officer.
Okay.
Na and I'm so at American to bro phone what in year.
Oh, okay.
What the tree nika kraba so one go for complimenting. Sa ma me we mu nyina ba Ghana. Ebe share that be share dwuma no. Ebe ye pulling agents. Ebe boaye Emma Nyoma ko wano. Eno na every MPP for any so a now we can be say Afenyama can say omo ye the recollation because they feel MPP
omo ye auditing because abanu mu wiem
akwa we na adwen wo fom unuma de na men kan se ono nko a MPP microphone bebre ga tie fom fencheme de enti a men kan asem we me wo evidence ama magina so aka se MPP mpanifone bebre adwen wo fom ebi ni say what say ye da ye to aba na ye de yi bia ma ye nkola na wo mo de ye tally some small machine bi na sa small machine na ye de ma wo mo no wo ko golf park no na wo mo de bo enti so obi bo one shotter no wa mia obo two shots no wa mia enti se ni refi a de ekuta no no be kire ne say wabo 2 wabo 3 eno na ye you friend ne ka say ma ye mfa ma ye agent no so that omote ho a yeah, because we wanted to monitor and monitor well.
Okay.
Because uncle for we would do one graph. Obi na can say you blink they swap. It's now you monitor almost from every point of activity be on the election day. Enti omo kutabuka omo de take so obi ba na obeto a no matike omo confirm ni we are now what take or MPP agent or hobe take. In addition to that book, any of this machine ma wom e ya bibi keto bi e device small device
okay
and nyahwe e use say battery keto bi wo mia so a click number 1 number 2 na e kosa and for them to make sure say the oma church or omo book no mo no e betterly with the small device no they had the book and then obi nso ba kuta ono akra ne kuta ono and what throw ha no a press na a number on the device not just we are first say how I trust 10 the number I work device na so ye 10 MPP for who machines ya wo musikim yewu NDC for the machines bi aba a friend is saying
police station
be distracted elections no e bi say no kra na ye dey a hack system no na first na me feel say MPP for we have the men though I knew prior to the election say the men they have street boys. They don't have anybody. What you say? Because all this while they made us to understand. They say, one crowd for competent people, digitalized people are. Mr. Digital. On my own, they say, I say one competent people. And when it comes to elections, coalition in your man. One guy be on friend and not something. NCA. They made us believe they have all these people are one there. Won't to me even say they have 1 million ways of rigging the elections. And to upon all your 1 million ways, you know, this small device, and I call out what from Crabbe to me, so the diagro, a confusing crowful way, a distracted one more activities, a 1 more year, 1 more drink. Men can't question me and Casa me MP or and the Akapia could be Asante Achim no. Me Quaton was sent to be. I want one more kunams one
because of that device.
Because of that device. I'm so not when you I didn't know my bisa Ugusuye. Jai Sansam who when you I am a cofa ready by hacky system, Namas system baying. Sadia will bet me a hacky BVDs and a BVR Seguha. Tell me, you are too mature and old to think like this. And I'm in no casa when I'm catch them say okay. It makes them very uncomfortable. Into the almost device and mommy. And my device and crap comes. To me, take care of my mission. Just a sister, it's like a toy. Just for numbering. I confuse you I want to me better not TV so. Every year press conference with TV so NDC for a coffee machine be the partner station. So you can clearly
I know activate body cameras and so bad.
Activate body cam. Yeah, you see body cameras. Cameras and can he used the word activate body cam.
Okay, body cam.
So the body cam confused these people.
Okay.
As if say yeah one machines be good stations where you did into upon all the monies they spent on machines, upon all the plants they plant to rig with the Mensa and all that, you know. Activate body cam can confuse these people. then no wonder Akufo-Addo's government have failed woefully, because they don't have competent men, as they say. Say activate body cam. It me confuse a whole political party to the point to say Fiona Marcus because I didn't know one dream be say yeah they are a hacker system, and they tend to forget to say not Ghana for Abrewo. Miniaba, like I said, I've told the whole country, all the 16 regions. Yakwa campaigner, people don't ask for anything except t-shirts or NDC BBR. Say what two NDC t-shirts key go from crap new marketing key holders. Me say me call one of the taxi station was Central Region. And unfortunately on the same t-shirt, I'm t-shirt in sound came. Me too many who say more key holders. Now we park na will move just wolf. Sister, me think come and roll me glass and come and say will be wayako. Just a key holder, NDC key holder. People were fed up. These elections was like a communal labor between NPP and Ghana, not NDC.
No.
Ghana for Kasa said NDC for Montrase. Now NPP for a friend of mine who said, "Sana Canada Japan cast one Jimmy Yampa." I'm quoting the words of Canada. I'm quoting for more fan me. I don't mean to disrespect anybody. I'm quoting their own words. Not the Bia Canada Japan cast one way Jimmy. Meanwhile, I'm tempted to believe say Ayanokre. Ayanokre say, "Entina Fenya Markins, if you so bet me win elections we." After baby on be $5 edikodruye. After baby inflation on be $5 edikoye. After baby unemployment rate on be $5 sampeja koye. After almost arrogance, Ghana for na me show be video be. Was say arrogance, you can't say arrogance. Not just the MPP for almost arrogance atra. Shebebiana and a drama research I can say Ghana for more about 30 to 40% cannot provide 3 square meals a day. One kasa ni omo family. Intene wamu didi strategically. Also either you skip breakfast or you skip lunch, then you eat dinner. Sami oma we nyina ekoso. Intena still no feel say because of James and Mami Bay 4 bonsam no. And she say I know almost no they feel say they felt say omo betimi a win elections no. And na Ghana for can say NDC for Montanase. Na elections were ye beto near to the year. And at 1.8 million votes as a 2 million because a gusuba. And then baby I'm a it's a 38 unprecedented a bin see that upon sika mudia gum sika mo wia mo 10 election day. And I know na me share one of their candidates was Central Region. What check dry and no assign the envelope patoso. Upon all these monies that you people shared. Mo lusu parliamentary chese airtime. This is unprecedented. So MPP for me busamu. Na mo feel say upon all this mess I'm creating no. Na ka Ghana for beto abasa de amamo. Debi. Ya na do baby am samu betina because of the optics no mo betina ho a. Na mo keken sem better mo chi for no be who say you are still working because some of your utterances confirmed say na mo nimu say mo be lose. They knew prior to the election they knew they were losing. Canada Japan catch them was say asane dosu na mo sa upon all the trauma mo de Ghana for fam mo be gina hwa hwani sisi fia ni bi nyame na shira na say mo wasika na mo din sem hunu sem fun abo papo ya ubo ni din a day of the election no akogina agogo akotwituo e wa abrewa pon hene so say was supporting independent candidate ahemfo na wo nyina ase ento abenti MPP ya 20 am this time because of your arrogance entina mo expect say mo be win and me nuaba to worst this situation no cry omo running meetum kofano look at Napo Transis. Yes, Napo. I've seen a TikTok video. I could you say, hey, ain't a grab pants and Yamia Momanke Napo vice president. And was now in the city and you can tell said just say none in pipe body said man Napo vice president that. It is an grab pants a Ghana for more near na ho. Enti agro pa Ghana for entie yense empire ne omo kan ye Anka Napo, and they are trying to be like Napo in as a vice president. In the absence of the president, he becomes the president. Anka Ghana ne koya na ye bai. Anka Ghana ne nipa asa na. Ana Ghana ne mema asa.
Okay.
Enti Nyankopon na domara kwa. Ghana hodo. Ene democracy. And the Akufo-Addo editoriety. Democracy your friend said democracy. And the Akufo. Now no officers are my way in Ghana for China. Miniaba. Me who say wo aje wo time. Now before I do time be ma wo. Maybe I now work electoral commission and some fun awudi. NDC yenye mresa wo. Me can't tell ne. NDC as a political party yenye mresa. See activate your body camera. Je mensa wo be da no nsia. Me say activate your revolutionary spirit na. Je mensa ne the likes of Afenyo Makin. Ene anodom pre. Omo be da no nsia. Na baby Ghana edru no NDC for because of your principles and tenets of democracy no. Are you holding the high esteem no? Edru baby a ne aye adwen say ye bema democracy ye bema emrano aye adwuma na ma jemensa mfa say ena kakra ya aka no isi ho no ode bedi nkwasi asem bia eno de metina wa fidie so ahye wo ese jemensa nkwasi asem a wo die no in 2020 sane ma we nyina bebre koso anya jemensa na be interpret see I na ma say see declare Obi wo ho anasa wonti asia. The next thing you can do is after 21 days
go
you go to court. Aye jemensa na be kire. Me boa me nua ba me boa na. Aye jemensa na be interpret my. It is one kasa UPO ana returning officer wo ho. Etumi declare say wey ana wa bi ni ama ne nsa so. Hwe ba bi ti say Oboase East. Returning officer all declare NDC candidate na wo ma ne nsa so no. Not gunpoint to be wo. Bibi show said now he did that under duress. Ocean and him or ye jumana now he was okay, the protection was safe, nothing. But because Jemensa wants to do MPP's bidding, Officer Betimia Buka Emrano just because he wants to play mechanism stooge for the MPP. Now one achieved. At the end of the day, we form the majority. What you say? It's just that we want to set a good precedent. We want the right thing to be done. So yes, we can decide that the 9 seater you can want some cry there. Yeah, they are telling.
Because Obi ne kwatu aba.
I know na make sure we say the hula balloon is on your way in NDC for. Yeah, because yeah, who am I say? Na media me can say nanad or bluff it. Nanado a bluff. Obeyeku woni wa na ebeyeku soja fo na eto abeti awo no ena ne ombeyeku na sister Sebio etie fo mfencheme ade we akola wote from saa nyansa we create akola wote from behu obeyeku se ohia soja fo ena ade o mayeku wo ko barracks say NDC nya 200 na MPP nya 60 it is 60 for beti wa mu da beyeku
abe over power
164 no it doesn't make sense. He just wants to destabilize the system, country, the system. Now, Akufo-Addo, me can't say no. Minim sen kofobe can't say no. He though as it stands today, he is the worst president.
Only had Jabent so I be cover of
me patrol. Man fache me. Akufo-Addo say a share basis say ya can Ghana president abakosema. One any president bonia wickeder or ye failure. Just say you didn't to obi ho a enye yi enti nka Akufo-Addo nka wo koi aba wo me hu nyansa tie futu a obe consider ye within less than 24 hours.
Yes ya na woni ba me antokwa o
na da no mo kwa ye bi Asamira esu no wa hu
adane ntokwa gidigidi
wo hwe ba wo me asama Akufo-Addo bu afu kura na chesa akokra bone kro no a wo ne wo ma bo no wo pese wo kofa ba wo me abeye wo popi na wo bia wo de ababo no hey turn left. Hey, turn right. Now I hear Eddie Amam. And about Wumia and the Busian for Debbie. Yem Pebasabasa, yem Fua Chronoso, yem Fua Basabasaso, Ghana from Kwahun here. Because at that time, figures are not air bano. Se Bawumia concede you, one concede you, and can NDC for you take over. And in his own political interest, at least now we need credibility 000. When the figures are winning. Maybe I'm a tiasa now shadow. I know send this year winning, but some of the figures na me nyai. Maybe I had a minute time na me call online. I me call electoral commission site, and I may share figures. Looking at the figures, one kasa ukro region kra 6 constituencies kra went to me winning, and now they are being 38%. Enti Bawumia who said there be and Guasia na eba no so. Enti mamin concede na people and Guasia na and now they consider ya and let me ameti hey. Sanami Bawumia 2 out of 10 and then me the 2 aka ho when ya 4 because at least we join Ghana ho e mo consider ya so asumduaba wo akufo ado kronfo wo wia Ghana sika de ama wo ma enti wonim se ene operation recover no e be kan wo ma no enu nti wo kwafa Bawumia ba so that woman na wo for Ghana sika e de ebiebie restaurant $6 million wo Ghana ha no wo ba na wo for Ghana sika $38 million de man so penti overpass ase no wo ba na wo man no $38 million so often got spare parts me hye ambulance sa krono na wa boninti no chinchina wo akokra boni we ebe impose Bawumia ade ama Ghana for se na nado wo buwa na nado wo buwa 7 December open kra memma Independence Square obi amfa wo ho John Mahama is the president elect 7th December obeko Flagstaff House pepe na 7th December chemwa de Mensa Boss Manasare POs ne returning officers no any sanko for CEOs na wo mo ye reshuffle wa adwumam Emma appointments are warm employ Emma Allah me say after 7 December
Hajia
Ghana be
Hajia Amaria Kasache and I'm about more cabro funtina the Amaria Bebro from Quaro Hajia Obetimia Katrino.
Good evening.
Good evening, Hajia.
Me pacho. Enedia.
Obeti me am dia fra.
Me first time na me ba ha nti me fra kakra so that me krom for no so be dia omo diaspora no omso ebeti na oma appreciate say mo so you appreciate them and then you invited me here so that me so metimia edia omo
Hajia cabro for the uncle.
Omo happiness, you know.
Okay.
Abba. So first of all, no, me so mechia utie phone na machia ye paying for no especial ye president elect President Mahama na me manu ni trim kwan any ya first lady ya mami Lodina ono so ya bam anu ni chirin kwai wa ya die pa say na watimi kita ya papa for this 8 years of hardship ena what tolerate this uncouth governor watina Ghana wanko bebia because na wo pese wanji ya mainu emaye na waye ya mainu yie amaye nti ya chianu ena ya manu etrin kwan ena the next person mi papa echina ya u birthday chairman asiedu nketia oye mi papa wani na watiti mi ewa party we wa mami eti asie se wo abotria ubetimia wo akwada so a ubetimia yini eko duru baby a ubetimia duru in NDC nte me manu happy birthday
in advance
say one gene ni hu one enjoy because we fighting hard amaye wa jigana amaye ena yesu yetainechi pa say when continue so that obe bua President Mahama any party no na yentimi ye dia Ghanaians edi maye no
okay
ente woso musu FM station ana dia we muye maye NDC throughout the period yako opposition no
ya bre pa hadia ya bro
yeso
ukoda kura na usuro ya bre papa
yeso ye chiamu pa ena ya appreciate mu
ye de yemkwa
mu beye ejuma
ye de yemkwa to ho mamu
ye ni mu beye ejuma Ghana damasi pa ye ni mu beye ejuma ebua President Mahama na ye nyina enya asundwen wa Ghana ena yesu ye Ghanaian citizens no omuso omu say the way omu brenu omu so omu benya the fruit of omu tolerance no because enye obia na betimi tolerate we ya different country like Burkina Faso any Niger for omu antimi tolerate soldier for aji because it's not easy na such a wicked government woni no betimi atena for this period diaspora force echiamu omusu omaye juma pa because sena eya ye transfer yi sika eba Ghana no because of the way hardship ewonu ama most of them no oma sorry ejina omunan so ebua party no NDC no obi anti NDC wo baby amimi won USA na ye mikoye na omu ye kakra bi
SNPP for na dominate wo
okay omu ye radio stations TV station omu na omu wo sika etimi bie into wuko station no a omu invite wo omu be sisa nipa ti say 6 no my way PNC or my way all the CPP Ghana now okay
now
them my bread for over 10 years na me wo sa stations no ebresa but at the end of the day no President Akufo-Addo akire wo mu say ono no wanye obia de obi betimi a rely on ono time there we need the first time you know say omo asisa omo as diaspora na omo ba ha MPP for omo ka say obetimi aboa omo ba ye no omo si omo abeye conference wan ko hompo ena oni ni minister baku po embechia omo nti omo ko ye no hona omo appreciate President Mahama ena oma wa sign omu business die omu to na ema ebe Ghana omu nyina omu ntimi ye business review because habonu
untimi ntua
what omu taxi omu wo ho no utog na ema from ha eko unya fasuo che u beto na ema from abotire dia
Ghana
nti omu ajai ente omu business si na collapse obia ti ni country ena waya ni
edin ho
ente dia jimesa opese wa fa mba Ghana no enye ejuma because diaspora for abaha ye die ye ba ye over 1000 na ye ba ha ena ye bo ye ena ye be bua in this election ya polling agent and most of us no omudi ya akọ Ashanti region inti na wu say Ashanti region o man timi ye bibia no and the omuko onu wu a professors PhD holders
okay
omuna omu select mathematicians no professor the omu teach wa universities no omuna omuko ye polling agent e wo honum and a coalition we staff until for about 4 days until declaration no na omusi omu njai ho jise omu awie until omu ye President Mahama declaration no answer omu nyina ebaye free ho ebaye ena ye de aka Accra no so ye constituency mi so mi constituency na mi koye bi ho no ena yesu ya make sure so say aduane na police agents no omu here omadi from morning till coalition no ewie
na me ma dia ma so adwuma omo ye na ebo aye unlike before na ye nuane timi delay ni ade na MPP for na ma ye nkofo nuane de enu agumu ama obi di ya na ye maka na ko
yesi bi kura mo de beba na MPP de le destiny mo de ntimi omu
na ye nkofo na be so ya se be bo aye aduane no before MPP for beba kwa na ye ti di omo bi omo ne isi for ni bi kura enti agya no mo ne diaspora for amoba ye me fa sa akwanya wi mabọ mabaso enti amaye agency for no anko anya diary anko bathroom ni ade ama wo mo kwan because the agent ba ko sori a
asema
ba ena before no so MPP for shada creating to kwan agents for na bufu na abuafu na police for na ba o mu de munyina nchen ha ene sa ne mani nyina amaso agya afacha meto awasem
oh yeah the mbia kai no yeso you see from now no young jainusa any reforms the yebetimi aye any party no because omaba diaspora omaba all the countries and ombetina say with executives no any ordinary members no and omubisaya dia higher and yesu ye catch omu say election no enye say ye lucy because yeti anu yetimi predict say adie no ye dia but the way last minute ebanu you suspect something so we have to sit with them ya tina or anyone mo akasa ena ye ma omu ya ideas nyina se na ye nyina ye di beye so that ade no beye easy amaye ena ye mpemfo no in fact with me papa chairman general any ye general secretary no omu were listening ears any president Mahama woman no bibia what omuchro ena omu compile obia idea nti ema yenyina ya happy ya feel say ya part of yes part of decision making no nti yesu ya fundraising eka ho ena ye ma send list on our platform the opese wonko bia wonchro ni di ena yenyina ye baye ampasu ye baye no ya beye ya juma ena we no victory ni so aba obia ye happy sesi ya de omuko omu akwadia omusi ye bebre wa ase ye pese ye hu se president Mahama ya konja no so wa start ejuma na ansana dia aka no so dia ompese ombeko na omu akwadia ompese even obim se ompese omu stay na omu abua in some areas say omupese
for some months and 120 days in Ukraine
so that be hu say na country no yes ente yeda mo ase me di obi ade obua especially citizens no na ye be citizens no ordinary citizens no mo ya ade pa social media bibia ubehu se omu oho omu ye contribution omu di all videos any pieba everybody has done what he thinks he can do so we munu whatever they are doing with the 9 constituencies no ompese omu ye after 7th December no ehona ebehu se sa declaration redeclaration no ebe juma ana enye juma
hadi amidase dog meni uwio enti no ufana we na meni
okay yo medase
edom guachi
ai me final we ni yeti amasem a me kan nyina yese NDC ni bia nka nakoma ento ne yem ye ko elections mu na some of your colleagues na at times omo kasa na say NDC for kra ayenye serious
ya kra ye kan bia
mo nyina mo kan bia say NDC for kra yenim de ye and na asa mo teto no mo yesi asa mo teto no mo yesi I remember there was a time Bobie ne me give and take it chance Bobie I'm a member of the functional executive that is the highest decision making body I know the measures I dey to kwem na this elections wallahi MPP ntimi en regi election we da And now the back one is I am and say na MPP ama Ghana election I say woman what they meant to rake. Woman in nim coalition NDC for crying to me ye and kind and you and Kasaya ba Ghana for 2 years. Ama ye. Na edu once I was a Ghana phone be beka oh you bet one more some bet me protect ballots na and it's annual nyina.
It's a can
say I can we will protect every single ballot. Wallahi make a chair NDC for say any Ghana phone nyina anya NDC for nkwane to abama John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency the President elect. A Ghana phone nyina na fa asade we say a communal labor that they need to do to save Ghana any money a dachi. Me can't tell say munya botre munka makoma ento muyem. Now in the history of Ghana, this is the time ayenya president akokra bonia woye awudi sem woni trim yemhwe nhyehyeye a Akufo-Addo ene the Supreme Court and the High Court of the yen ka masem yede equal injunction court sa regulation we so because according to yen constitutions a regulatory elections no say declare will be whether at gunpoint or whatever because we hear video about bontena na bibia nche say the returning officer na oma obi ti say Obuasi West and Nsaso no na bibia nche say he was at gunpoint or he did that under duress. Bibia ni hosa. And he said one Kasawu returning officer declare results. Now Wuje Mensama yeti say in 2020 say so will be Emma returning officer ma candidate bin so now want say after 21 days per the constitution or just go to court and then go and file your case na yehwe de beko whether court beka say monkoye re-election or whatever. Wuje Mensa, who are you to change the rules and laws of Ghana? Is it because you feel say you who was soldier for Ediwechi? Now I can tell you on authority say we soldier ni ku Ediwechi what to abet MPP.
Ayene shikra.
Ayene shinyoma wo ye no. What you say? Ghana is a democratic country. Enye won kwan wa be electoral commission. Electoral commissioner of Ghana. Why do you feel so big and pompous to say we are untouchable? Ama ene in the history of Ghana, the democracy na ye adwuma. Say who pay protection and police necessary or ye security guard no. And ne won ko abone a wudi enti. Ene bone a wo pese wudi enti. Soldier for na guard. Now I have a picture bia woni afenyo marking ekoshia one of the police centers who are one ankasa ye no. One with this soldier form pim akọ just to collect 9 constituencies. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The men sani MPP abai. Muwa abemu. Muwa all the powers, the security apparatus, muwa ninyina, muwa all the resources to win this election. But Ghana force mo humbong, Ghana force mo faili, Ghana force mo disappointed womo, Ghana force mo ya mambofo, enti womo mpemu biem. Enti kwan bia wo befa so bia, wo special we na wo di chese, wo to me no. You have just about 14 days. 14 days in this one. John Dramani Mahama, the supreme leader, Obeba. Now Oba, yeah, them running a bay jumau because per the electoral rules, you know, Jermaine Sentimin set up another coalition center. And first soldier from Pim Emiguho. Now without the other parties involved, one agents, you know, now won't declare results on Fema will be because a honor person will move. What I say, and this tells Ghanaians to say and yes, Ghana for the before two aba, Jermaine Sakra mo hintia. Anka se koba bibi ti say difference ye be 20,000. Anka se mo tomo. Anka se mbe to Ghana for because Jermaine Sabeka se chenchira anche because of the mandate need power ye dia man op the constitution no. We declare. Go to court. But unfortunately, I know say or ye lawyer. Me expectation can list obey ye neoma in a very decorous way be kakra. What you say as a lawyer, wouldn't mum run a cafam running ejuma. Nanka would ye say, okay, send ye mekan no sanity. What you say? ATJ Mensa de Minya ba NDC for Munkama to Muyem. Send your party leadership nakan. Ma will be a coalition center ho. Because one more pe ekunkumo. Party so can't tell us now kunya wasema one when you was intimesremo ma obia efa ni 2 minutes per enye bibia mun follow the rules nim rana party leadership on the amamo na 7th January 7th December 4 years yetimi atwen 8 years and Akufo-Addo yetimi atwen na aka 14 days Akufo-Addo ye permanent free Omo Jubilee House ama Flagstaff House aba. Na His Excellency John Dramani Mahama aba abeto to Ghana yi e de mra be ye adwuma. Eno na munya abotre.
Me da se abusuafo me to aso de afiri on na last week na me fras yes ye be kwa koye donation bi best new year na mu. Enti no number no me di tudwa enkofo bi aboa enti na me sa de number na sa tudwa ni ye mu ye kwa koye donation enti no number na me di tudwa ni nie ye se mo fra mo se mo pe na ama number na aba number na na ama me ho me ma dosu 0246 73 5331 enche me ya amelia why na me ya amelia am papa me number 0246 735331 0246 735331 na abusuafo Ernest Kwame Kwachi dog ya damase na na your friend is say where you have a receptionist ama why office ho office ho new office ho ma be receptionist ama ai we new office where is lego na the new office ba kono so be ba no member office ha ya de nyame asese san ya ba oh ya si mi ntwa me ho bra ti binu aba makasa bi why na ene producer for Odina me just above meni so Alaji say last me no na Alaji can be ka we youth on the way Ghana for any bre ya ente say 9 city ni le hia Ghana for 9 city na NDC for aduma doctor me ya wisi mu aduma enti me so assurance be na adema Ghana youth
feel mechia watiefo nyina na mechia me constituency so hafa no south west Mankran so constituency no na no so kan 9 city no ho bi okay no ya hafu ano south west okay yeah enti eno so no ewi achire no ya declare ma MPP ni no enti kakra me ka kire me aminipa intact bibia ho kakra me ka kire me peace ni se de yempanyifo aka no bia nya abotre because you say empanyifo say parliamentary candidate Yefena Honorable Abubakar Sadiq. Enti no mu collective no mu parliamentary candidate ni nya say na me according to your collective no now we beat other guy no 750. Okay. But now no recollection no mo ye no. The MPP guy na beat no 500. Omachwegu. Okay. Enti no kakra me ka che ne say obia yenti empanyifo asem na yento eboase. Na 7 January de chine ya na no dru a na ebehu de okura omai ti mo bia nkoye gidigidi bia yenyina yemfa emra na nye adwuma na yemmo mpa say yebesue papa His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in yesuani in we are na afeni be hu say agro ne form intimate say mo bia enye gidigidi bia enye aboto enye kai hie enye ye block road bia adwuma den no ya ye awie we de eye home bia anto no boa say nyame pa bibia be fine tikakra mesomeka che youth no okay Alaji medase pa we sit unsa beka because minim say wa bre o constituency no grepa wa bre o contu ye da ya we sit unsa beka eti e wa say unsa ka sit no kra de mo hwi ni ntimo dia eti makacha mesraw ye donation next year January enu ntino ye sraw 0246 735331 0246 735331 kwa kwadu jamfi na face no kwadwo yeboa na wotu da akomo ebe join mi sesi aba mi twa me ho aba na ya to so e de afiri ho unim se onipa bia kan kro ene ne ba aya na ejina sisi so nanso ekoba se sisi ne ho kotechima ene na asempa ene dia bon eno ti na make for tabia herbal capsules e dia mawo se yesisi ya dia pa ana age onipa bia na boso dia bomodia ne num tabia herbal capsules na aboy yi usisi mama mai na wanya sisi etimi abaduma pa se ya ayemtim na age yefunu ya boso ama wuntimi nya wo hia bomodia ne num tabia herbal capsules na etimi
yi ne pefi afini pepianim ama wo yefunu ada ho. Tabia herbal capsules ebuso ewo pharmacy shops ene herbal shops ewo wiase afana nyina. Ana afre ahomatrufo yi 0243 686861. Kai say wo ma akranufuo, wo your pinfo, ana wundi infedu wochi a wonnumbi. Tabia herbal capsules wonsunumbi.
This is James. Leave a message.
James, the game's about to start and everybody's here. Salah's got the meat going, Erling's got the cold ones, Saka's chilling. Where are you, man?
All your best football friends are waiting for you to join them for the Premier League. From 10 August to 10 November, you can get GoTV Super Plus now for the discounted price of 265 CDs to enjoy all 380 games of the Premier League live. Don't wait. Upgrade today. GoTV. Love it. T's and C's apply.
Starter, it's too far to dance. Oh, what?
Try is with the market women.
Everybody can do what he does.
Be bold, be you, be you. Be bold, be you. Charlie, be bold. Oh, Chairman, be you. Brothers and sisters, be bold. This year, be you. Let's go. Be bold, be bold, be you. Be bold, be you.
Rush Energy. Be bold. Be you.
Excessive drinking can be detrimental to health. Not recommended. Persons under 18 years, lactating mothers, pregnant women, and people sensitive to caffeine. This advert is FDA approved.
Give us P capsules. A memory. Manum biya benemua. Kanim betutu ya na minkuma bua sesedi. Betu esa kum menia G. Give us P capsules. Give it to me, baby. Give us core capsules onzwe. E mane meme nyina akoko yadie. Sisi yadie amamanya yem timotete womono. Yedro no. Manum bi amama de me ho. Give us core capsules. Mrs. Moye ding. Give us core capsules. I give it to you, baby. You give it to me. Oh, yeah. Hey. Give us in row. A man nijia bebusiemu papa. Na bema ka give us P capsules. And ni give us core capsules bomu nom dia. Na enijia ni ahuodeno. Wabrudo. Give us P capsules. And men wadi ifedu wachode kronkwa na efa. Give us core capsules. A painful abatra one more menu for nem kwada woni ifedu mienu nka ho. E wo drugstore bia motofonko Give us Herbal Center. Teshi Mobile. And na Teshi Adriami. Phone numbers 0543 222 470 and 050-68-51135.
FD Ajay Edwedi Nkratui Atu.
This is James. Leave a message.
James, the game's about to start and everybody's here. Salah's got the meat going, Erling's got the cold ones, Saka's chilling. Where are you, man?
All your best football friends are waiting for you to join them for the Premier League. From 10 August to 10 November, you can get GoTV Super Plus now for the discounted price of 265 CDs to enjoy all 380 games of the Premier League live. Don't wait. Upgrade today. GoTV. Love it. T's and C's apply.
This is James. Leave a message.
James, the game's about to start and everybody's here. Salah's got the meat going, Erling's got the cold ones, Saka's chilling. Where are you, man?
All your best football friends are waiting for you to join them for the Premier League. From 10 August to 10 November, you can get GoTV Super Plus now for the discounted price of 265 CDs to enjoy all 380 games of the Premier League live. Don't wait. Upgrade today. GoTV. Love it. T's and C's apply.
Hey, say the Mako who our Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. No, we hope that you make say and Nunti no mania award. A word bestie. Obian Trans Emma Dumpemia, the Cassa, and as a boy at the end cannon to them.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. A senior want to say near Kuro Etuno, near Anka, Ewanum, Obana, Bemo Power, and Yarwankaye.
Nancy Mameka say, and Espana called Moekayeno. Greenfield at Arumanti and was also the China also appeal.
Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our ultra modern laboratory. And a diagnostic machine, sir. I should show the Pediani Moankasa. Greenfield Scientific Herbal Clinic. Our Nungwa Dogon, Estate Junction, last stop. Frewa 0243 983 906 and 0261 651 898.
Greenfield.
God is our healer.
Greenfield.
Your last stop.
I believe.
friends and the family. Big refreshing moment. For the kids and the adults. Boys and girls with a drink of everywhere they party day. We go mash up the place with it. Greatest in every battle. Big refreshing moments.
Bigo drink. Big refreshing moment. Another quality product from Trillium Industries. This advert is FDA approved.
When we send your police in here, Drew, Imbusaba Mesa Amama Huadeng.
Refuse to grow. Any offense will be
and what day immune system when Yankopon, and you're ready for Gadmusa Maya Hubano, and Nasa Wunum Imbusaba Mesa, a Peja immune system Nabribia, Yarientimu. Sasa dear, a man for the one, the Imbusaba Mesa, Dronua dance say, and Yarua who ran Nipa and Nina Etimi Banaso, and in Yarua Cassian Kaya Wutini D and a home car. No, Yamwa suing Yano, a way a home buying every home. And now one pa, one Yarwana Dada, no monum doctor and Rono, and no Imbusaba Mesanoa, and Momo who are deep in tea. Yawamuntim Pose, Yaria Esomo, Imbusaba Mesa, and walk Kaisi, and you are may move Bia Yato in room, and to form friend 0246 20 8496. FDA, Ashisha Jadi and Kratui Maja to Musay.
Caution, the following is guaranteed to cause excessive laughter.
I don't see we get a push my organ for head. Shifty! If fuck, wait, I just say one verse, I get up and say, I like the way you match me.
Make a date this December for the funniest night of the year. A night of 1,031 laughs and music. Prepare to laugh till you drop with comedy heavyweights Bovi, Pencil, Obian Ponsa, Paramount, Hogan, Foster Romanus, Okokobioko, and the sensational Greatest Band. Join us on Boxing Day, December 26th at the Grand Arena, 8 p.m. sharp. Tickets are going for 400 CDs regular and 600 CDs premium at Charter House, Nalam Store, Accra Mall, or simply dial *389*1031#. For table reservations, call 050-128-8520. Brought to you by Excel, President Chaco, Triton Motors, Enterprise Life, ADB, Dream Collection, Beyond the Return, Accra FM, and powered by Charter House. Don't miss it.
Okay, live on Accra 100.5 FM. Don't be shocked. Of course, my takeover free. Nana, I'm a Jacomo. Now, but my joining on Facebook with me. Actually, what journey? Yakai Mose, aha, na Ghana Kasa, aha, na Ghana tea. Yes, and you know, just when ye, the bed day. Actually, Kufu, your baby send him when I'm paying for. When you fear you, we're part 2. Part 1 away. Enti part 2 no. Member so atena kunye bunu so won sin so mo ansa no ham. Na Electoral Commission ufie hwa na yeba eni ba bia akọ. Enti Electoral Commission sensem in the attempt to recollect even though say there is a stay of execution pursuant to a court order. Na wo mu bu enimtia afa metie Electoral Commissioner was so man TBB asa mewa chairman Johnson I said doing ketia kire ni kwa oje sa krata no free court no ewo Electoral Commission one kire Ghana Police Service one mu a eje sa krata. So you are said if indeed say they've been a stay of execution pursuant to a court order say yen janti ana yen stay a year recollection say ne be ya court beka say we are eba ni send a post for kra a course what man the Electoral Commission that security assistance even though one say there's been that stay of execution same way ana yebe brosone midin ednana utu da ko Ghana kasama for berimana yes so many free some fans empa emre nipa ushiamia o from a voice for the voiceless meje so nyesanso I am the gatekeeper of the nation minia adujemfi eufia sanso ana kwadwoya boa enso ufia mpanyifo we die whilst John Dramani Mahama was in opposition. And I can say authoritatively, say a pemema, it didn't come Jina Brane, can't connect to me. Untimini me free. Penny for ma Yamama Kwaba,
na ye bisa say pom to say
Ejosuminia.
aye
Ejosonana.
We second half. First half yama. Second half yakwabena. Mencha Commander Boham. List to and all the rest of the group baby will be Mama Lodina Haman so a cochadia, maybe ponga. You're better to that. Mission free, Eruja Fiso. Electoral Commission matters arising, 7 constituencies are equality and declare. I'm at the NPP. This was SITA, now NDC seats. Fallout and the way forward. Young go.
Nana me dasi. Mamenchia minua kodwe ebo. Wonim say minua me dinach.
Okay.
Oh, UK abroach name. E fe no kodwe ebo.
Na na just
minua me dinach.
Unia na te.
Pe nti kodwe de o minua preko.
Yeah. Mo ye ne mabom.
Ye ne mabom. Da ye ne mabom a be pe. Ye dwene bom.
Apart from no mo ye de.
Na wo chinkwase asem. Nkwase asem ni bi ni je ne na le je de.
Ono oni na no, manana J Mensa. Na vice president.
Kwabra ma menko.
Ko Kejagum.
Nia esiye ewo recollection centers ni nyina no. Ehun anu yie no. NDC amanyoku a Yewura Johnson asie du nketia. Eni Yewura Fifi Kote da no no. Omo de ho pomasibre aba. Na ne tintini ni tietia mu nyina ne se NDC amanyoku ne Ghana fo nyina se ni esi ye no yenji ntum monjintu dabi kwa bra yejitu enye yi free say ye nyina yakọ school sabi o yetumi kenkan yetumi twero 2020
okay
see aya de to aba no eno na 2024 yesan de to aba
yeah
e was CI ni mu no Electoral Commission any na pamfo nyina age to mu se yakoto aba no na se ye declare winner na menteme ho ase ba
okay
e was say asem no ye de kodan high court na high court mum ameki determination
of the matter
Pia. These are commonsensical statements sebi nyansani badwen ba bia no obeti ase se se manso ba de ho a ya to aba ni wie ni declare wie a free electoral commission sem.
That's right.
Kwajo ananya sanity a free electoral commission sem now for any pansa menteme ho ase bia ba bia enya electoral commission e so ano sebi o se meni akwajo ti hei na menteme ho ase ba yentema enya se ndibia na e bekọ akoka no
ehọ na ebeko
amre nanim na ebeko na makoka masem na so akoka wasem na wo the evidence aba na me so me the evidence aba then the court will make a determination,
especially when you are raising issues of duress.
Of course
within the court and ebetimi akere what is duress
nana tie de me de beye
etio
2020 Jane Adukwe Mensa obobo presidential resource no how many times do we repeat here?
Oh, bro, nunkura.
Was she under duress?
8 times.
Yeah, 8. The question is, was she under duress? Na etwesi so ana. Because mo say Abrekuma not returning officer na boba ade no. Na no fum.
That's right.
Kire say na ye di tuo esi no so. Etimi busa Jane Adukwe Mensa say 2020 na no obobo results na no fum ye no na etu si no so ana
mo fre Jane Mensa no fum
na me say busa ne say 2024 obobo results na no fum ye no eno so na etu si no so ana oh sabio yesi banyansafo ye bu ni be yenka na sem but electoral commission we Jane Adukwe Mensa any boss manasare any settmente da no ne de any sirik boko ekuda no ne de sabio wo moye ti se agegentwie
ai baye wo
moye ti se ageje enu no ema oman mpuntuo enkoso kwadena ema democracy enko nanim wo hu de me pese me chew e wo se ye de pepepe yo kwadena ma me se fa wo ma asem no so bio
Janet you
say quality resource ni wia ye will be a friend no declaration sheet.
Okay.
No. E was a afanu ni mienu nyina agitum. No mo de o mo signature ye dey. me busa say one more because me meet you Okankwe Central Boama Patrick Boama what I say was it yabobo ya declare winner
Baba Sadeko
yes no mo de obeko court
yeah
100 na some kan no was one no de the video is there also obeko court and the electoral commission emmanuel court that court emmanuel verdict now who kwaje order from court to come and recollect the results again. Then why didn't you call for another elections? What you say? And yet the will of the people and the electoral commission person almost subvert the will of the people.
Okay.
But that is not going to happen.
It will not happen.
No. On the 7th of January, some 7 constituencies, some members of parliament now recollation ye declare
okay.
Omu ye mema omunko rada ni.
Hey. Mama mun rada ni.
Oh nana. Oh oba ye no obi de nsa keka.
Dabi sade no.
Dabi o.
Court come
obi de nsa be keka wo mo.
Mama mun
dabi. Ah, now the election results you declare how many times?
So once.
It aden ye declare we. Won to ho ase a fa kokodan court. The electoral commission here is an illegality that will be resisted by Ghanaians. That has been resisted by Ghanaians, and that will be resisted by Ghanaians. Under no circumstance. What they also hear Bema 7th January. Parliament House.
Also hear Bema Kora them.
Yet to Krumha and now soldier for Nitihu and dear soldier for and more orders and more Parliament House. Eddie Tuo Ekora Parliament House. Yet here will be uncarried. It would also hear Bema to me as 7th January. Ye mema sam na she court na botai. Now they ban Parliament House dine home. Now they head ye besiwa. You know that level of impunity, the level of impunity of this electoral commission and the nonsense of this government, okay, to subvert the will of the people. Omuye no techi man south.
Okay.
Allow no man call ye no. Who are Germans akosa. And then let him dare. A Germans akosa techi man south.
Oman kum ni pan kombe.
Me say let him dare. You see, ya authority a Jimmy for us me can say your leaders now. This crop of leaders from 2017 till now. Jimmy no
I have to say be how they have to say be
Jimmy Jimmy no sabio say the Jimmy no to susu dua so a unya
mpanyinfo mu se kufa do mu nyina to sabia
wonu kura ikofa do no kura na Jimmy mo no
dabi we dia mesrawo
sabio wonu kura na Jimmy tio mami nka se menche
president
ya say wo no say
dabi and dia mesrawo
tie asema America kire ono tie se wo no ade na yesi apro profile
opening menkasa
mesiti ade na pra e profinity afenyo mark Jimmy awo Jimmy. You see the reason why they keep misbehaving is because we don't have men to tell them that they are misbehaving. That is why we are where we are today. If not if not
ana sem hunu koso nyesa
abna hwe de si wotachiman na enipa nwotwe ehwere omonkwa na obetumi nya akono ebetena sa seat no so for 4 years esan be pay mu minister di ye na yesi akoto abafoforo. The people have rejected you and you feel you can use that same tactics now we use to
go to parliament
this time around. A Jameson Kosa will not enter the 9th parliament.
We shall resist.
No. Patrick Boama should dare not make mistake, man. Don't try. Omua returning officer need declare omu winners of the parliamentary elections and the results.
Omu winning.
Omu na winning. So won't ya go to court, go and seek for another verdict. And yes, sir. You see, when we allow some of these things to go on, Kwabena, when we allow these things to go on, it will continue and it's going to hurt our democracy. It's going to hurt our judiciary. You see, me person me busa na me ba na busa kwadu. Judge na o ma order. Say enquire recollection. Ayembia no. Makola ho ni bi no okoya na sese me ntiase papa. Ono no osua law ana osua den. Because you have to avert your mind, okay, to the will of the people. That is 1. 2, you avert your mind to the laws of our lands, which is the 1992 Constitution. You avert your mind and your judgment to the CI. Now, govern this particular elections. You cannot arbitrarily. You cannot, as a judge. You see, that is why we keep saying, say, oh, my judgment. That has to do with the people's conscience and feelings and emotions and sentiment. No one to any of the Supreme Court. What you say? When the people are dissatisfied with your judgment, when the people are dissatisfied with your judgment, it can become something else. Enti ye best say ye maame no ne papa no say edu sa abre we ya omonfo amanfo ne omo feelings me who say the Messiah can how they feel. Omatinka, don't joke with the atinka of the people. So them don't joke with that. What's it Debbie? Yes, uncle recall. Hey, now Kwabena mamenka be say before we came to that point, every collation center be a recollation, they call for recount, and it was counted twice. Especially Domikwabenya. Yes, Domikwabenya was counted twice, and Aaron Michael Kwe lost the elections. Hey. You are joking. Tema Central. No, if NDC allow these people NDC will not to get away with this thing, they will come after your head. They will never come after you. They will never get away. If they allow this to get out, they will come after you. The MPP for person some person who frustrated the two-thirds majority in parliament by the NDC, so that they will have their way to do their negotiations. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going. Ghana for him the reason why in here or the absolute power. John Dramani Mahama and Sam for the next 4 years to come and lead the charge, to come and prosecute corrupt officials. We are not going to sit down and allow that majority to be taken away. And this is to the leadership of the NDC. And I trust Johnson Esiedun Ketia. I trust Fifi Kote. I trust the leadership of the NDC. Said this will not be allowed to get away with anything. Exactly. This will not be allowed. Now, many of the Jemfi and Motine Kano, Quadra Fia, and also Mubetinenka, David Abuyaga, Wajweni said Tony Bonsu, Mahunu Piaga, you are here. Sugar Lord, I see you. Diana Baka, Prince Kujo, Ufosi Ware, and so the Abebineza Mokhtar is also here. Almost me allowed, no food, no fire. Aye, Nipanyo, Ele Kemahad, also Sansuna, Eliza Vito, Abdul Razak Salifu, Vishnu Das, assuming Emmanuel Teria, and Afe Bawasaba. In fact, there are a lot of names there. The Becking Camera live on Accra, 100.5 FM Citizen Show Meeting, and Nana Utu Dakuna Yanko, Kwajo. Nana, me that's me for Quenya. Mamma did the 7 more. Oh, no dear. Sabium, I can't forget what I said. So, and some phone ready. Mamma don't answer by 4. I never independent age me to come with my say. Oh, to woman, oh, there be nipper with Jimmy and Jimmy. Who do Pennsylvania use to agony? What am I say? Sat on a power and a back or no. What must be a power and a back, so I don't know you be beyond the watch. But I cannot watch you back home, you know. Where do you go on Sabeka? Now, even the man telling poems with your money on under dress because of the two, and this is no power now. And this and what even election and what even home. A two soldier for this all the security service. No money now, NPP for don't buy name. It is a Bianca BB, yet the 2 and BBS to say declare. Can't be declare more a collection center and NDC. Common sense. What called Domikwabenya me ko hobby. Wa be just declare was be okay yapon. Ama ma okoko friend and crop so far as mo won kwan dem wade nyina. Mo me enko fie ne tan ko che ne ma. Na mawe. Na sabi e mutebenya. Ensam 40 an ma bo wanim pons. Wo na wanim pons ko container ba ko e na twede ba. Enu ma de say wanim. Ensam say na oba bedi. Etu nim nyansa. and we near but the chef for some to nim nyansa de sebia musebia nyado saa no mbekọ no na me kodua bo anka nim nyansa say ya wei de wa yama me bia mra kai asa mtimi ya papa no me de ko heaven what ma say I have to do 70 years na wu jimie nyankopon do ma mpotwam de aka say ya papa na pro heaven na say di bone ma me no say dey you do 70 pons na no and say the double e dig on e dware na wu no pa nyo na be hu no wanyini and what say this phone sa na dey wait baby e do no dem who say that man go dey o mo ye film say when people in there man what do me eho say abujina yemfa da man go dey na abujina bo na ket kro we mu abujina bo no eniama e cha ne to ne ade no enya de ketwa it is alleged ni pa better nwotwe senson afa na nsam mo ayira hwe mo ewu emre bi atwam it is alleged was $4 akogu container mu ayi water tank mu ni nyina hye wase aye hwehwe wa collect wa lose at the end of the day usu yentas wa wiem eti ya befa sa on Abra parliament no de niam cover niam and this for that make chom ya ade ya konto kwa den ya wiase niam nyina we aka so simple ade no win bibia ya modia samo tra ho no mama obi ya Patrick Boa ma ha no la pasa boy ya win niam cha odi su no microphone nyina kofie na to ni afro sa bradapo no abadapo na no ma konto mo ni abre Patrick Boa ma so on bezo win o mo se ayiwe Omu leader no wo here nim nyansa
leader ben
ayi afanyo market ni nyansa wo form eto on be say Patrick Boa man no dey leader eto no mo plead with the NDC phone post omo se omo on begi ayi sit npa no mo fa mo omo person omo dey leader omo probi obeto account mo ni mo nyansa force our party ni what ma say eti no omo eno top omo pan ni pa na wi poto am okofie and na wo ma me okota police depot na dan pare wo pa GP on na green nya djuma ni nyansa wo form a wo number 1
celebrity IGP
wo ye fun papa ekurase ni
dabi
Mr. Dan Pari
dabi
ya turn mo lead Ghana Police Service so ma woni mi nyansa pa ko ni nyansa wo fo
decoration kwa
na ko mo di mo ye ni ka catch up say na mo fa ko yi office na mo ko ye jumo ho na ha mo die ade ne ko fa Eastern region ballot papers dia ba Greater Accra region ade ni police command ho ade ne afa nko adum boni ni niam fu opadi o nipa fu so nam say your mama say retain you who person maintain position on
we pa no
why
we pa no
na say the oni afufa mu ni 7 for mu na akọ nipa be 4 5 we na go together wo ebi aye interest but you have to move with them mu din some fu say nyina ewia na wonam wo say tua bra bo say pank for say yensa amanko na continue as
bribe there ye ni who evidence
what it is alleged one nam no all pank for chow and o dey adam di amanko for what ma say ye nam abonte yensa amanto so IGP no wa waduri adwuma ka dia ma me so be eso ka na bi na ne fa call so police abambo ai be bo mo ho ban na mo yema da nya me office so no obi tifie obeti aso nipa no owi ni empty Jeff ni sem de akoma obi foforo eti sa yemfa ne sa ne atrans na kan dis for fa ne sa ne yakọ enfie makoma nwotwe nsem fu amami ni adi everything bia be koso bia against we against ndis we kan dis for nya Ghana for and then Nyankopon yadom ama ne John Dramani ma ba Nyankopon aboa ne se wo to test
John Crown so wanim am so ba bio
na nya ayi obi dey ayi tabitakum kronfo scam say we kronfobia ne so to akọ prisoner where scams are for pa yes ankwasefo ne nam ke kaza asofo afo sa lawyer ya na adwiri mu no law school do mama na say o Morris Ampao ntem fo sa wona so ntigana wu na nim jobi se preko bema wotima se oda so sia ada no nko
obayo
da bi ni pani abri obi no wotima se ya kasi we omo ya ma even be omo ko omo woni pono e ho ponya ko no so bi be se kasi ko we mu so omo ya sofo enkrofo se so mu nyina da so te Ghana wotima se so at the end of the day ma mi we nsamfo a wadi nyina e ka se odun nsamfo ko ofie na ba de chefo no mo ye mwanwa timu nyina mu sabia nya do etire na say a eti body na kan nyina so say aka ho mutimi tu so ma me e kwa wo de fa so nya emra be so na ye gina ye de ko police depo akọ declare enkrofo foforo as a winner and I'm team ya me nua asteka asem o kan so mo de do mu hia ne say o mo man this NPP for NDC for nya 2 tests it kwa bi o me fa so mo nya number no mo nya bia no no mo fa so
steka kan say de o hwe ne talent e san kokọ comedy
what was say sa no no ka wonu bo de say so campus as the whole show say kwa bi o me fa so mo
anya steka no say be ye movie theaters are there
one what ma say and work as ade we na ndisi for nkato aba awie na ga makota no agya sa anema we hu nya kote hu nya hwe we clear them off enemy nya kan no so on the 6 anwumre no no what ma ba tozua wo se me free hum me bra parliament as one board them say
are not done pro to run them. Nobody. You can't even enter the main gate. You can never. Cannot say, or be a dream enter the way. It's a very club. I best them. One in the club. What the what is also being so about the Nicola Ghana. You need to walk on one collection, one way. That's how I reckon I get a 7 about me as well. Exactly. Independence Square also were winning. Bound him, my shady. I didn't hear who here a cassette, ye can't. Ah, Mokasa, Mimbam, de Prenese. Yahia, Sir President Fua, Jimensa said, a time will come. You may declare president be no later. The deputy return officer Becca said, President's name we need the different flag bearer and so we must fight this nonsense. What? Yes, we must fight this nonsense. At the fools at the time. Ya call election nipa bra di nipa fa kwam bone so ma Ghana niam nyina mo awia and now we are not go busa national security coordinator first that's money so ka papa me fie and me ko twa mon fie soldier fo egu am bro 50 omo ye den wo national security coordinator wo ya niam nyina ya ade soldier fa kogoguo ade na ade soldier fa ko office national security ko hwe wo wura mu a even mo work some more dada no work so you do ID card chance na mo wura mu on one workers one more national security officers also you be any say check one time what ma say abuwa be wo opre no anu wonim ne drugs ya niam ai woni ya de ketwa cars o de o kran ba ya ni nya adavete nyina me woni nyina ho bibia ti ba bia somani wo bia mo kan kire no wo wia no busa no HR e kwa ba na fast oni nim ye dua ba na ba ya e se de dai e compensate obi ni HR what was say wo wia no busa de ba ade na ba ye asomani HR na ka wa HR me what was say what say ade na see me busa say de na see ya e se de dai compensate obi ya de dai compensate obi busa no asomani so otie what de na see awurade Yesu Kristo me say en what say baba me ka say otie ne to put de twamfoni ma twa no afo no so onim biam ka ni videos nyina ho what the iPhone ne twa bia ho ya what ba bia ade na ba ntia say ode esa sa de otibi ba ni ade dai e pa chew sana mo to ware sana mo to chacha se de na akofe mu wia no busa asmani se asmani mu musa say gold e ko airport ni ade seize ade ba national security ni nyina wo he ni nyina de yakwaji wa airport ni ade nya na anu ya de na meko previous one ni nyina sabia nya de nya ni nyina ho enkata nya ni nyina ho awurade Yesu Kristo asmani so ya for do bagu fi after when I charge on the system no awie unya so we just we are lightweight ye ba wie wa bra bo ntina me bia we so no wan so akoma tu e da ni je so akoje da ni ba what's what the die akosia what the die chair compensation some say so chade na some de na some ko picture bi babo media me na me say busa say die no mo de die na ye die o say bia ma me na ya dwuma ano so me de compensate okay emna no so a obeche ba bia die na efia de koy me say asmani asam na me kan sansam fu ankrofo di no MPP aba mu anka won sam no emu an ya tia na ababedu yisma me adi bia the same thing o mu so ade amfere ade eti na make chose cars pa national security omo krade ba yes mani adavete dodo ni nyina no ni nyina ba cheba bi de koye eni ade ko de kokoye eni croford ma omo se no deserve se na ese ye ko che yo se ko ton yo ni nyina ba kire otimaze so Ghana na ye wo no na nipa nya kwala o ye wo information ha ye ntanse so ma ya tenase nyankopɔ ama ye winning ye na obi ani as NPP for kamba parliament ade am be yanso be messenger work musu ni mfaso MPs no na kwa na wo utu yenya tu test so mfaso ne say kofa we bra mo kota bia ne mra anu anu no MPP MPs o bi NDC MP bi na so ne wife fufu abia ni asoma mama makowo emfaso be na wo musu ba dey MPP MPs mbeda no messengers or parliament emfaso bia ni kofa we bra anu ape no be emfaso bia ni wo musu na mo person emfaso bra musu na mo mepe bibi ni e parliament enya juma na enya juma chi I'm telling you ana mo kai wu se minority ni kwa nya de be mo minority leader bia we are bringing to some minority that be relative that my independent candidate bi emfaso bia ni wo so be leader wo mo lead there agronia you musa kam nyom baako na dia me nwanwan ni security fo no so mu ni adwuro ma adwuro nya adwuma wudi enkofo echa ma de ma nyina agegu wo ye security officer still na da so di eche bi wo mfa ho ngosie usua nyansa obasi ahwa na yehu yes transfer ma ho ye interdict ne ye yiwadi ye de asem bi tu so yiwadi wo nya hwe o wo be ko fia ko wo free mo ka se kaniye enya sembia kekanie di asam adanse ye ho
na sa ti ya bebrade wo mom di omachi
na bebe no bi agyewa no asibone
e wo de ho
so se de asem bi to so
ai yesi maame na nkrofo pa asem de ma no no omkoe no ye wo hu nipa ko wo ti nipa de din wo hu individual wo obi ani mi da wo nya asem de ma no
wo nya asem
police ni no obo Bridget osu no
yeah
onenam ho the obo Sam George onenam ho what was it is we a security officer na ye yusu e de wudi sa ankwase asemu ya na office aban sesa ni ate ho
but the first time me call me
asogu so ka ayo aso wo no was mask o because of mosquitoes wo so onenam ho to office e ba ya ba ya wie ye ba twa asogu sa na ota ho ye intade to yi wadi ayi die beka ho nyase intade to no akwata tia some years back obi abari institute am wa bagi bibio sa ankwase adem ana sa ankwase adwuma na agai ye yi wodi afra no chambi obi de be ya adesuade we were security service and funko na mudi eniema mu yanyira ngene ma papa ade na esa mu yasa no to da go na da me mampani ayi de me so no da bia me ka kire no for 3 months a day animi one to ne bo yenya kwa yenya hwe eno an se medical side nipa ho anwode de yemfa ndonko ne ade de aka nyina nkofo esa gye niema nyina na kwa de obefa ze de omo fa wi aga na beto di
DCs na MCs mo bia ntena one day po
that what time for one day na nipa na wa bonte bebrebe ne ya so position points ye na obi akwatra ho sa de na performance ba be ye no so obi ntena on
obi anya fada for obi any
nobody not even the messenger nyina ekọ ana wa muso so nkofo bi age position obi wan ma ko so metro way NPP organizer NPP youth organizer eno ko na de position ba mo one qualification won cover bibia nu ba bia ana ede amom no mbu ye ma so ba bia do be ko awose bebu ufi sabuba cheponi a obakra ufi akra ko sabuba cheponi o kire bi obesu nyansa se fu am odi no e ho na mbehu okay what ma say
live on Accra 100.5 FM citizen show ni kwadwo yabo ana ode ne de akoguo no empo we first half kwadwo ha kwadwo besia kasa mo amutie adwembonefo amutie amo mo makwadwo fans se na mo kasa na bi bom cross na tobo mo flow adwembonefo mame mo adwembonefo ne bi di nkire obi ti se Salma Aminu uye ni proboni ni Isa Hamdu uye ni proboni ni Mary Nkao uye ni proboni ni Rose uye ni proboni ni Ebenezer Mokta ni proboni ni pa ni proboni for na bumdi no Samira Akete Samson Balin Emmanuel Tawia eno chira munyina mu ye ni proboni fo bebacho ubetimi ajoin ni feed no na onso o de wadwen kire aba but the point is simple Electoral Commission diagro enti obi bia wo tie yem bia otu aba ma this 9 MPs ye declare ma NDC enso akronfoi person mo fa akwani asaso nyina age no kawakoma to yem NDC mpanyufo especially nimni entia o ma kutu dan ye beka kire mo na nadu dan kwa akufo do to won e kan enko na NDC former bunu atom ho agumoten so hey gidi na pinchesi na ne me president we jira so we declare state of emergency no no an nkrofo akwa hye wo behu na palace school ye nim nyansa so won bebre wo bia ma bonten ye twen ama 7 January aso ntimi sraw wo ye NDC ni wo ye Ghana ni wo ye floating voter to bo ase why bibia say and na me tie Usubemba ana Usubemba e ka say ono sorry ne ma no say 7 city it will be reversed. I don't even need Usubempa to tell me this seat will be reversed. Yakwadu
Usubempa de apapon.
There was so for
Reverend Usubempa. Reverend Waka. Na say na nyame akasa.
Yeah, also it will be reversed.
Usubempa kasa de say nyame akasa. Me kasa abo apapon that's why abo bia mi. Nipa nanim tantan sa.
Enya abo apapon de na ye kokko.
No we nwanwa na ante me kasi na egu ni fie ni nyina no. Me say kasi na egu ni fie ho ni nyina wo komase no. Me am boss. Me be one no. Me am boss Ibrahim Mama. Baby obi anyankopon fa ne kra. O mo ne kra ho ba. Dai bo mo ne kra ho ba. Ada ki na ne kra.
Anofom kra de wo.
O mo ne kra ho ba. No mo na hoden kwatenti a chese. Da bia me kasa no. Senke ko heaven. Ye ko heaven. Ena nke bedro bi ananka ne papa ne no so a. Ka me de be ka.
Me de Ibrahim ti ye bedro gate wantem.
What man? Na ka me de be ka na ko tima ko nanim.
Ayade.
Court timi hwa ko we da me di Ibrahim Mama. as Ibrahim did not did ya good Ibrahim or Papa the daughter do edu baby so di boni ka
abusua na so mutimo
too much na wa Jan no di mu ata
abusua mutimo na me shira
no da be ko to di chanu na me do shira no fine
Alfred Mahama Ibrahim Mahama Peter Mahama John Mahama the Mahama groups
Ibrahim Atima makwana fa no odi nsamfo
na onim say no yera John Dramani Mahama no obukum arena okotai ne ba Sharif echi
okay
Sharaf echi boxing legacy rising you know just or the whole night you be papa na ba so the kind of support or the man kwana me problem enra ena me yes me pese me fa enkran mantam ha na me hwe enuoma kwadwo unim say edura na dwa street light ba akokran so
be fixing na we be fixing na don't we
in fact Akufo-Addo amamu o mu useless pa
for motor way so na be say o mu
the whole of Accra this government is a useless the most useless government ever. Say the whole city of Accra esum kabisi kwabra na ewira atia te se wo kwan nimu no
yes
yesumu brebre mokwa 7th January ye de praye ebe pramochi ne asire twedi amponse emmamu mu bi ne masefuo bi ensa medi Ghana so biemu da what you say yeah say Akufo-Addo asini bia be yini ti okrom aso be so di president because the one be ye kire say wasekura ampo no me account no me account hwede de wasi amakuro ya gigesi afa na me warehye mu say Yewura John Dramani Mahama 7 January 2025 se Nyankopon ya adom ne de aban ehye ne sa Accra will be light up again. Accra besia fanentuma pefra the capital city of Ghana besia nyanimonyam bio na saa de oma we de eyanim guase kra se the whole of Accra it do na do street light in so. Meanwhile we had regional ministers like Akwana we dufu se brodo atop nsuom no even say Henry something or
national security
one na regional minister
that be way but titles
no regional minister regional minister and titles global eba
but be fair to that man time we greater Accra
na light okroma na light wo krom ha kwabena meje ma ho mbu menyama me hwe nso
no ye che
no ye de
Baba no yard. Me beba. What time could dra me ya ina me. Ye name adwuma what they say he didn't say.
That Henry Cote yeah.
As Henry Cote
he did it best. As Greater Accra with Germany. I know the farmer no.
The bottom line is that any ya me no can say the city Greater Accra light him you are starting yo no about now who come up almost have Titus Glover wait Titus Glover na who come minister oh anything na ye ka say abato eso wo nsunsan so Ghana for akire say sa nneoma na ekoso we nyina omobo no so ne e ka kire NDC omo ba no say they should come and serve the interest of the people omo mesomo manfo no onfa ni die ebuo no kwaredie adwatei ahobrasie enfa nsomo man no mumpagya Ghana nyina ne nan so bio mumpagya nkra kropo no nyina ne nan so bio mumma kro no animonyam samram me wogidie se Yewura John Dramani Mahama ene na pamfo a obepai wo mo no wo mu betimi asan pagya Ghana agina ho bio
magu so many measure omo head Chief Julius Debra
na chief assembly
no mo fa mu
abra say ye ka say ye be kan chief assembly wa ha
ebia no mini me
yen sorry what you say enipa Nyankopon bo wo mo no obo obi abofo kwabnati
Ethiopia
enipa twedi ampon Nyankopon bo wo mo no wo bo obi num abofo what did me tell we abofo ni bi eni Yewura Ibrahim Mahama
yes
abofo ni bi eni Yewura Julius Debra adia ba ko wontimi nyimfiri Yewura Julius Debra bra bom
ahobrase ni
ene na ho brase
ni
odo ene fama wo de manipa
anaju des
Yewura Julius Debra enim se wo she coat onim se wo she fu
no mo she coat ni
onim se wo she t-shirt ene onim se wa bokola what you say san nkofo wei ene Nyankopon do o ma dom NDC sɛ ɔmo mmra mɛsom ɔman no
Julius Debra bu bi
eti yɛrɛ Julius Debra ne John Dramani Mahama ne nua Ibrahim Mahama deɛ ɔmo yɛ nipa mu abɔfoɔ a nyame de ɔmo bae sɛ ɔmo mɛboa nipa wɔte asefo asase
Akufo ne Gabi wɔkyerɛ akɔ
ɔmo yɛ asasabonsamfoɔ Gabi wɔkyerɛ daako asante bedi atuo kanofo yata ɛne Akufo ado ɔmo yɛ asasabonsam abayi dɔm nkabekyerɛ ɔmo bɛsensɛn ɔmo ayi kɔm na nso ɛnɛ nyame ahoɔden ɛne nyame tumi ayi ɔmo ahwe hɔ ama ɔmo anim agu aseɛ nyankopɔn fa nnome ɛfiri soro nyankopɔn fa nnome amaada afa nto Akufo ado ne n'abusuafoɔ so ɔmo nkwa na nyinaa wɔ Yesu Kristo din mu bɔne a ɔmo de abɛdi ɔman yi so ɔmo sɛ nsuo wɔ Ghana hanom a ɛna no nome so ɔmo ma lumbia ɛna no nome
o mic no madum mic ne aka den kɔ baabia ne a woka ne kɔ baabia kwakoi madum mic no ne aka no kɔ baabia ka je se ne kwakuti bisro abayi dom Akufo ado na me tua uka kwaku menim so obu amen kwakuti me o mfa ajai isi nie tera me kasa ne se o kan chro no a menim se na make yi ayi me ya me vigilantes do come after me but nya hwe o kan chro no a wa ho obi ya bone a you cannot set the teeth of the descendant on edge bone ntin ye chede se kufuado se bedi etuo se Gabi or whoever and you so many bonia we should hold them accountable for bone no na the baby or team may be waiting. That's my point. Let the person face the bone obi one more obi we innocent now can say be Akufo da busuam enti wunya nyasa yet ya and be do etuo ba o se one e be do etuo ba we ye party na $100 ana wo ana anya be do etuo no na $80 million mameka was memusu asem ne ba no adwumada ye sweat ye sika no and no papa chifa kogu fie and no timi ye party akeke dollars e mo bia make the certain what man e Ghana for ye sika 2 years and no ankwala and na papa so how many or say sika say na boy and thank you about $200 million ya the injunction to so wo fe the blame why say muma na no adwuma ben wo ye wo ka say papa for ye nya di ni anchi because they say mama chow wo fa bedi etuo na akoku na wono a wawu dada e no nam wo ku na agapade nyankola ne vanko na ne sake be saa ma obi anya bi e ka ne NDC abai ye nyina be for ye via Ghana ne ma no kwaje abo wo mu afa squad ma bom tope na me made ene ma no ko saa na apese anya no e se agima na sefo bre no me ne be ye se kana sefo bibi ye se kana sefo eh ye te kro we Akufo ado ne ba girl mene no Facebook for Robia support me say ne ba girl ba ko mene ene wo mari wade mala ayi na ne abelenpe chese girl we wode ne bibia na nya yie wam ko high e die no mo twa ne boyfriend Rastaman wo mutimi bra na o makabo o mudu abonten ni yakofo beto o mari wade fie enne ne papa be di president Ghana ska nyina fa be di no enne ka open wo use obi te say Akufo ado ba no a wotima say enso munam girl no so hu na no ono afedo no wabi enso munam nya adwuma biada eba ne say na Ghana ye sika enti wo timi ma is about $37 million ono ni baby daddy say ye the man contract onko crash spare part aw abrako nya adwuma ma zabi on scale kura hin ye de to anya adwuma bo so hin ye de to ansa no 37 million for no de o count dia metiase obi a kwabena wo me fa Ghana ska ni enko ne nya wo mane ade what ma say ma musa kwaji say na mo why na 37 14 ye ordinary na mo wa wi enkrofo sika bu enkrofo fa so na me alaji afabu jiwe baby obi anja kese enko man wo ko ne hotel ko to gold $4.5 million gold ya akoko to e wo ne office wo to ya fa once in the anko papa ne fe wo wonfa papa ni for so ya ba ya wo di ko police me dan pare wo ye fun papa dan pare krati ni papa na what man say no dan pare na aji pyramika papa ni for so no ko ha mo sa tete ni po jin be 20,000 say mo di papers ni ade ka ba sigma ne 120,000 dan pare ni ko for police for headquarters mo sa aji papa ya di name ad evidence wa like afabu jewels baby obi ancha kese nti wo source alaji afabu me bibia ya mini bibia am I fresh I quantity 310 papa no kwasiasa nya yi nam one wono ba so obeka ne say alaji friend do no friend na no wonfa no wakwaji obi sika say obi gold say and up to net one chair once in the crowd and now one no man in the yidemu want to taza ko mo je omani eti wo kanu me an ka bi nka no kwasiasa no waju obi sika no de ko Ghana fo nyina o man ko fo papa me won na fo ne ade on papa mu nyina wu because of number one what am I say because on ne papa na ye NPP second first vice chairman number one chairman Bute ya eti no kunya case anko ba bia no chairman Bute first vice chairman wonu anamu papa no eti bo fa ne se Ghana nyina ne dia eti do bu Ghana fo nyina fa so a de o fa nkrofo nyina ska enko ba bia no what am I say eti nda kokwache na kuna ne ma no ma ye yi o de ska nyina akọ de America John Dramani mama sa ni pa fon sa no the pattern ties are no what Bugana wa Hagana for papa Elijah for Budi and Podamia. One do no mama may scam now who water no mama maybe who better gold one who better no the mawa. Now in the beginning crampono was about like upon next year or Bunny Fee, a salad debia or Bobby Didi. As I give petrol, the papa no also Miss Kabiba, Midbema, ah, where we papa and them no can say. What was it? A chrono crofabo, chrono chrono. Na no to dako eti sampa ni fo wanya bokro no akese say ada na loko me nyina ko hye dem ada no mumpie no mo keka nsam fo no sepa wa ne mfa mo obi ne mfa mo obi kisa ada no mako hye dem mo nsam fo amodi eni ska mo wi ska mo asesa no me ka na so bia e de bebo obi ade bebo no e kwa de be fato an joma ma me ka cho president obedi ba ko na no no kwa de no ye bi ni we yo boye nyina na yakọ nwuro makọ kuma otu na ba ye betutwa mo bia afa ne de etu fu amammo ni ye nkrofo mo wies ka no yese we no madam for sem no we no emi nua no de ese mrade ni dibia mrade ni bedi de ese physical e ko ne so ko je niam no by force bia ese ko je de ba e no ba is le go ankola adan sankola no ma to adan ni nyina egu nyina mo ye adwuma na ben ochina say operation ma ko ye fan to yo da bia de fan to dwa ochina yo operation big operation ochina yo operation kasi ya na for beti ochina o mete ochina operation commander what was don't worry so at the end of the day me can say niam mo akwa o is le go on ade no ye be make sure say be fifu fa ye be je niam fa adan mo wi Ghana sa wo NPP ni former women organizer one of friend me kojo say the witch hunting na mo babe na me say babe onye ne babe onye ko che mo wi ani ma na ka so bi babe the witch hunting mo ka say the niam be di agwa mo afa niam na free dabi o enye free di agro dabi ese agi ade no wo prison na be ko ese agi niam na wi asema ko prison wo prison ni wo ya ase niam na be je no
kojo ni bibi
dabi
se yan hwe ya ohun na yama omo a yede tumi hye omo nsa ehu se tumi ne nwowon tumi ne wo manfo na omo ba na omo be fun oman na japade ne yetena se yedin because me kaka ye be cheme wa hu de mi kire wi me kaka ye be tetami abomituo nobody is ready to sacrifice for the country. And nunti na yehunu nioma yehunu se Akufo-Addo ne na ba nsase ahu nsase Akufo-Addo awia bia ma ne wo faase ne ne ma state lands oman nsase Akufo-Addo awia na me say after 7 January me de be boso me beto ho
why would they go
nioma Akufo-Addo
go for concrete
we will come after them
why am come concrete
I'm telling you
but champ home so e chi na make na champ de ba ko so money omo 24 hours omo dey see ma catch on say December 7 agima na stop work what is stop work omo ma ko na ma catch last week me catch on say mun force kwa yi na yon rose net to program mu ba cheche but champ was man stop work ya mama no pa wi nsam from what the break no anya no nko abasa ase a abadia no wudi machi abezu 24 hours u si dai ne ya chew woni ma se wo muka enya hwe sa atama no also no wo bua ndc MPs ni bi wadu mi wo ko bua ye woni ne mienu enya Ghana fasem ye de break champ wo dai aha no ma wudi machi abezu ye ma wo si dai no enya wo dia ya badia the microphone mo check 24 hours machine system do ko abrofo pete bi o sisi wo me ko nko kubuza mo obi abo drink asa mo tra ho mo da mo tra pa December 7 e choma no meto mo se bi January 7 me ba beto mo na mo sa sisi bi mo ko am de me fa so ensa fo be abanya me wa nyina ma fa ni nyina eto mo aka de mo hifa no mo tra kwa me nkruma nyansa mu no se ko gidi niam wa nkwa adwuma fo ni ade na ese yuzu jeje ko di tuo ba ena duru ba be jeje fa da me ko ntoko ba hwa ni nyansa na so o mampani ko fo ho no ma won ti ko to o mampani da ko fo
Uti kɛse esi so. Obi ofi obeka de na odi papa na tem uti kɛse saa. Eniema ekoso nyina wa hu.
Dabi amampa ku fo.
Na ni tisa.
Kwabena ti.
Enti wo ka be ma ti koto a be ma ti no no.
Saa na person.
Saa na pe me kire. Etie na sunu no a. Na anu ani ya kan sem court nsem anu oba be say ayi Speaker of Parliament, one not from no and Yaman on say we no and something like the next Parliament. Only NPP for the Igro for no. What if you're the ticket to who? Woman, you also be a lawyer near 20 years, so more be the president, and some who ticket to and some of a course who defend and no baby could do. Papa Panimu, we are out you near Mouse, near the Washington, near the platform to why you ticket to Okana cancer phone and Nako for one. Unye wani mo nyam ni ba bia wonim say sensa John Dramani wini on friend mpo en congratulate no won to friend ka me ni yakuma na me offense wa win into e me bo abaso aye say who's on friend e be na bay e win ade che ya ade che ya na wo ye time da ho baby you check keep you to e bi ni ko time no fam to up time na na fam to up wo bi what is what bibi kwama wonim say fam to up ma me lodina pictures no patcho nyama me yes kwam kwache ma me akote chenniema e wa sorry na ka ngase wo be kan na yenya ma wo be kan no ho ma lodina de make because kwabna de wo mu nie 554 kwabna de wo mu nie me penifo bi kasa Kojo me penifo bi kasa news is next no mo ka che me say all the high rise buildings are yes in one kran nyina no they are investigating to know the owners. What you say? Etimu amawi aban sika na because of money laundering no. One timi amfa nkogu abrochire na. One investing into high rise buildings. Now one dey am say you will get away with it and you will not get away with it. No because Gabi dey say omo so ni encrophobic partnership. Gabi dey. Mo board one partnership. Say one pound one sema. Because Samira dey. Now we be Mika no akọ ora afọ no ho. No akọ the papers are come on. Now the papers are come on. Ni ahwehwem. Anya sa na say yeah tax force no duru ho na ebusa na say dan na ye wo de ade a ba bia wo hye bi ebe yiwa pi na sa akro no we enti ne ye ka kire NDC for na omo ba no the next administration said the oba na be gisa na oba ya wa giri so be disappointed Ghana for na no a wo ya wa giri so be disappointed se tekoko kwasi asemisi e ka chense kwasi asem no okeka mo asem no be kan ye no wo ka no wo mani ya we no so be kan se kwa na suma no so ka onim nya obi afra no what obi afra onim nya ansasa ye free na champo di pasase radio a ye free platform we offer bi da Satma Ghana ska kwache wo na wo fi wanom wo fi na NPP buy what is about bonte be cheche bibi mu da wo na boni mu okay wa wo ye wa dwene se wo be support to John Dramani Mahama ama ne 4 years na ye successful no tranchai oba be kan kwase asem du ye be kan mu asem wa hade a kira ana kromfo bi a wa na dwen se obe hye John Mahama aban mu tranchai yeah we will come after yeah for bi ye okay so that is what it is everybody ahohoma soma nkrofo yi besene so am so ana sede adu jamfi kwajo ya boa yeah Dele Hammond Odledi Aba David Akpanya Garden Aba Tanko Ayara Pano Alex now mami ni adansi kitwe ina be sorry so because news for now ready in the next 2 minutes let's do this ma menchia Ejumero Alhaji Saidu Agongo papa ya ma official pa Mami Lodina Mahama Eyobia Debia ye kana samu aya mojuni se kamia kwa se mami no se penny penasem debio me I don't care if Lodina will give me 1 CD or 1 person. I don't care. Me producer Kwame Kwache, he doesn't care. Look, bisa for Lodina bisa say ya be share dada. No way. But so oni pay ya dio sai. Bra first must say live on Accra 100.5 FM. Number near mama ya say apart from mother and child hospitals, Lodina Mahama SC was in opposition. And Lodina started this project Tamani Kunu member of parliament. Yeah? Mami akwakote che niema amekunafo our assemblies of God I'm to say rich branch em say no kwa so de mami ya pese afafidie so na ye gina adwuma wura said wa gongwa na mu na ye bo abaso say piao mami wa ya de pa na akunafo a wa kiro modoi awurade nsira ento no wabusua so
Awurade ma kwatenten wɔn ma mu ma so enye dense watamfo enipa bɔnfo a adwen sɛ ɛkɔ mu nkona kɔma kunkun ana ɔma kun ana ɔma deɛ ɛmmɔ mu ti so ɛwɔ Yesu Kristo dire mu bra Facebook ɛna da Lordina Mahama Foundation kɔtɛn nneɛma pii and we think etwase yɛ kan wei ɛwɔm sɛ first lady sɛ ba ɔmantima ma ɛhwee owura ba me ayere sika no ɔde bɛtɔ pons etu akɔkɔ ɛhwee wɔn first kana tɔ pons ɔde bɛtɔ Zara bag Dolce & Gabbana kyɛ designer bags ni shoes ɛkɔ ba abreman ɛna maa mi Samira ba mi adebɛyɛ Lordina Mahama deɛ ɔsi mi wɔ position mi kunya president ɛnso kakra na mi nya no mi de bɛsi hospitals ama mmɔfra anya nkwa ama maame mu anya nkwa eti maternity hospitals ahodoɔ Lordina Mahama apart from scholarships ɔma o apart from Crawford home school wodi no to nkyɛn a hwɛ ne maame yɛsɛ akɔyɛ ɛwɔ Assemblies of God yɛde si no ne yɛka kyerɛ maame Lordina Mahama ne sɛ baabi bi a wɔ bia ɛyɛ Accra 100.5 FM citizen show yɛtwa no kuru sɛ yɛde n'ase aburu awurade ma no kwatente maame bibia bɛyɛ fa wate hey who opposition pɔ na wɔyɛ adwuma yi na sɛ sɛ na first lady yeah afei na adwuma no ɛbɛbɔ apeti baabi bia mama yɛfa adwuma no si ya medin da no to da ko Ghana kasamafoɔ I took over from Ama Ejako of course Kwame Kwachi boy chidom say producer but say Kwame say odidi jami o etiefo mu temi a he say Kwame didi jami Kwame what didi jami o na me nua Eugene Banti Facebook me wuna me koba me producer me nya presenter ankrofo no cha Kwame FSC bebonyum na ayi bebonyum eti baby empanyifo obi a ye chia
what is good. You see, I think that retired if we have more problem.
Because what about them? I say that is not an issue.
No, a damn one. Why we retire? We are there now retire. Or never symptoms, no.
Yeah, okay.
Because Nanado Danko Gufado. Only Baumia Juma 8 years as flag bearer and running mate. 8 years. And Nomabe Juma, president, vice president, 8 years. Baumia or suggest here a Kufado fat meboa.
Oh, neka.
No. Is it, I'm getting to somewhere.
Yeah.
But the Akufado is telling us that Baumia is the best thing to have happened to Ghana. And Ghana should choose Baumia. Now my question is, if Baumia was this fantastic, Adena and Nema was suggesting Mao as president one fan Juma. Why didn't you even step down for Baumia to take the seat? Because you think that Baumia is the best thing to happen to Ghana. And now Ufa Uba not dollar, and I'm saying the Uja dollar say there's a Gabi dollar politics on Facebook. A drew 17 non come was him. Ababa Biabe, Gabi thought say yes, you bought that material, but yet too. Now who doesn't know say a IMFC Kana Abano and Ama Abema dollar no more I say as over for and that it is just for elections. After elections, because I feel like Musia to me by 16th December,
yeah.
By 16th December, a Bessia Conanim, 24 and dear. Mamma will car now, Motofa, Mobile Coswata, the Bibian's son. They get it. 18 years, 2024, God willing, by Saturday, there will be a coin decision. God, I may not form. I know what is happening in the country. You can feel it. Ubitimi feel it. Unama ishia infamano bo. You feel the breeze in town. The only thing is will be uncle decisions will be a
yeah.
Nothing will change your decision and a man for decided.
Oh yeah, sure.
Decision. Now then will be what is one of deciding there. No, who is going to decide who to vote for on December 7th today? Nyomu ya okromu de koye rally normal just to boost the energy of your fan base. And not do omukoya na ye crowd and obi akọ showcase se me crowd. But strategically obi anso atwusu ba bi obetima anya nipa. We cover be school kwada na ball aye ready dada. Ntiru abuna 100 200 mumpiem na. Obe gina na number na dosun as against Obini stronghold. I say that is it. Until me nothing decision in there it will come. December 7th, you better decide it. By Monday, we acha. AM.
Na pie.
No beer in the level. Yes, 2 AM. No beer. Me see where US election. Donald Trump winning and one train. Be a okay, Kapsi and now on our dear doors one. We need the trouble. Come on, me can see any near many. ɛnyɛ no ano ti mehwɛ ne amanya na me de to ho a me na me koi asa yɛn twɛn because to understand time see any quasi parties no be a trend is 2020 yehu bi asante to for na mubu baby say ahun bi na boasre wow the bar no way in any atu nchen eza amubu be no
yeah
very good because 2020 yeah whom be electoral commission declare results
beba election
video
beba election issues now I tell say these little issues yeah me ba because yeah okay maminya sa ayiwe quick chazena memra sisia so yebekọ akwa eye grounds said e wo city still we are dealing with political machinations. Nyameya Dumwa Ochna Saturday and Omode Ebesieni and Mame emmo some tapes be mamu na etimi aboa eye adwuma mo ye ni Charles Akwa send me some video be and Chelsea and Sabetia kan ye Charles Akwa na wa my briefing ewo sa eniema no ho. All right, so okay, baby one enra Captain Smart boss asem no so ene Charles Akwa so aboso Charles Akwa say bono baby omo wono omo jemensa awie afre bono police for say omo change police stations ni bi emfa collation centers no omo change bi emfa nko baabi o wa no mafre o say bi anka original collation center no labon ni kiaba say bi original police command na afre NDC say collation center no yenye no ewa ha yebeye no ewa ha reason and ABS obono ya se metimi enya pictures ne video no quicker metimi ade achiremo wa ye ne Charles Akwa ebekwa akodi wonkomo. So that is one issue. And another issue is about ink and wasem say indelible ink is so light say omom koto special voting are complaining about it unko fiemra obetu ahohoro ama onsa so adaho. But I spoke to Dr. Tang. So what they have told the NDC agents is that whether they, because indelible ink omashada untimi nya nhwe at this hour unmi nka so onkoto from but what the NDC agents needs to do is that anybody to abani we are what they find say unim so otuma NDC o so otuma MPP you don't know. The only man say the barcode must be dismantled. Sebe ya say any pan went to cover because when dismantle no or cover no den sato so ebe pick no amo ase ato or cover 10 times no den sabe to so until you make sure say Charles McCarthy den sabe to so na epic no na so to aba area yes our code na omo a 7 man ni din ba so no must be deleted from the system. Yeah, it must be deleted from the system. Not just actually say Charles McCarthy any biaye. Only vote biya. So that those are the issues. Mame Moshina mene Charles Akwa. I'd wanted to show come and sit. I'd wanted to show Nyama Kakrebi. But Charles Akwa regional communication officer.
for Sunyane West.
Me ba Tuaso.
German South.
Tuaso.
Almost as if free Banda constituency. Okay, the one kum Silas 2020 no.
Yeah.
Anyone paying for no blessing na okuji. I mean, fan currency. No prosecution. Suddenly, yetewa no almost a Banda. Omu yi collation center na fi district capital ho. Electoral commission honum. Ebiako about 15 kilometers away from the district capital. And Honorable Ahmed Man whom so. I feel the almost a young fanco. Yeah, no president, sorry them. No problem. Millicent Dia Quabra, I Sunyane West. Ababa no winning elections, 2020. And I said, a plan in a police station, Nipan to about more than even 50. It means your votes 400 Siwa. Why fast to see, you share the free. And the labor minister now was failing, and then the day I make a say. On my friend Ababa Wano, so Muji Collation Center, not every original place. And what do my say, this capital, Chrome. Chromo, ewo Chrome Vino, omu ye free one. Old Municipal Assembly or Ediako Odumase Senior High School, ewo outskirts of the community. And also, no more fence or no, a bubu o anajo, cobra some pictures and I'm media mommy beer. Be a duck. And a be a picture, be a clear. Old Municipal Assembly, the picture, no, said yet here, and I don't know. And a school now, most of them are DNA call no, and I do the picture and a duck no. And you know, Obaka say Yanko Pompe so go many more say. Before and never commander no, and if one of Millicent, I can't say, almost more relocate or coalition center. And your bad advice in terms of security, police for. I think Omukoye, not regional 2IC can say, Frame no, Namonfanto loudspeaker. Say, when the cars almost is a collision center, police in more way. Cobra, or friend, or say, me pato, fato, you feel loudspeaker, na fato, ina menonka. So say, there be, menfanto, idea. Can you won't be an united? Or say, another, you mean ho he, meaning baby, see, name. But you be na frame free a class, Yenny Collation Center, free original Collation Center, baby, MP way, what winning elections, Mako, so 16 years, like any of our parliament. Maybe a dear number of municipal commander, division, any obedience. Any boss Masari said, Omunko Coliti at the end of baby is soon.
Now, maybe Charles. Coalition centers. Sir, EC, parties involved, police, maybe. So, Munina Mudika Ejitum designate a place official Mamunina sign and Meboa.
Where could I put here? A baby, I college section 1, 2, 3, 4. If we judgments are ABC,
no, you see, it doesn't also mean say one into the what I don't want to know is say
me go.
Meba.
And you agree. The question of Matthias here. You agree original both MPP, the security, and everybody say ahani ekoletino.
Okay, so officially, more agree. Ewo Sunyani Ekrum.
Sunyani Dumasi original old municipal assembly.
And one of more agree officially.
Officially.
And I say some person a change no.
Say James as Munim Fanko Sumo. And Baba one I what to keep the pain. Every team I call I'm video. Baby, almost say I'm Fanko said the hot here and I jo. Video, baby, I agree and said the hot here and I jo. Any area. And what present this document to a divisional commander, regional commander, municipal or district commander. No, I agree, say, I'm pa. Baby, I dear quadia. Where's the minimum? Come twice, say minimum. Where's the minimum? Okay, minimum. Young Connie and Koshe. But a Biam Yeluna, when my cover letters we have say, honey and Fancono. After police, if one of the principal advisors to collection center security, no, almost old place you want no more approval.
Hold on. So Chaze, to cut it short, what are you guys doing? Are you guys agreeing? And I say money a more national executives akasa because Sesia Metia hello. Sesia Metia information mean and say enyam ho nkwa na saade na ekoso. Other places too, they are changing air coalition centers.
German South also. The same thing.
So what are you doing? That is the question I want to know from again a more year.
Yeah, as the region, you are taking decision. As we speak, BB Kosu says here Sunyani West. German South also BB Kosu cover me Donyami or Hatas say. And Yadia Betty Asian that Asia Watchna. And the more beyond Tiasia or region, dear. What do you say? Jemensa opeso shigana guni trisu oni akufado. Enti udi bibi because of momenti enka ena nyumre yawo mframam ni babia.
Okay. All right.
In other regions, you know, why sudden change? One kasa, Ahmed Kasa and media nanko. Enti utina onum. Now you want to say police for ni yafa. Millicent was able to tell the regional commander, Ewan and him say, Mikra me your bar. Meaning for security, Makimia analysis. I'm your president here, and Mokrama will say American in terms of security wise. It makes sense. We are now Modi Kono, Obi Kojan, 1 or 2 hours, meaning that collection of an area. It means reasoning commodity on the more taking side decision, no one cry.
Okay, all right, but money, national executive said discuss it. This.
You are communicating everything. Yeah, from the our region, national sponsor. Sorry.
Okay, all right. May that's memory.
Before this, you know, not want to meet TV. Who tell me pa? Not want to meet TV. I can say, Omalusu Sunyani East and West on record, no. There didn't say Ombetumi winning. It's my baby. Patapapieto no among question. What to be that?
Anyway, yeah, that's it. Yeah, call by for all right. So, machinations that make one, the polling station issues have come up, and Pacha for Unibank for to amame. Now. Almost the in Yamepa, former Unibank workers, unemployed, almost so Matiku, omo campaign, the aircoto Abba. And let me just put this across. Party, please, Sanya Hamame, I beg you. All right, so here we are, Ibi Kumase, Namaka, any Manaswabum, Eddie Amamukos, and Ashanti region for also and this my press conference and so you have this year, bring back Unibank, bring back our jobs, get out and vote for change. Unibank ejuma efo a omo ejuma ewo ho no omo asema Omo ede aba. All right. Okay, so that's it. Mamenti went from Ora Abbas Nuruddin, Ashanti Regional Communication Officer, NDC. Now, and area almost so a central for Juma DB. Chairman Akwaba. So give us briefs on a Yamo press conference. And
you will be with us. I'm a member of Kenya, so I'm in charge of Shakunko 8 or Accra FM. Na memma obi ahunu sɛ oba Ashanti region NDC ya ye niaba gu akwan mu a afi aba no a yɛbɛto no bibia bɛkɔtɔ tere ama vote a NDC benya no yɛbɛbɔ ho ban ameki sure so obi emfa suakwa ɛna no ya kyenkyena na no on sentrafo nhia mu na bobie na yɛfrɛ yɛn on sɛ Ghana mprempren emra ɛbɔ yabato ho bra a constitutional instrument 2020 CI 127. Now by Asante Mantamu Ankwa dia impempi no yabeto aba emra no a ebo abane ho bra no nim say ana eyebo apayo ana se eyenim na ama presiding officers ni nimu omo de to nchen no omo a eye de omo pe na niema dodo na omo ye no eya na etia NDC ena ekoma MPP santete ye no ye the agents wa santemantam wanyina afam ba abato no aye koto no enye political parties any use in kwa na enya. The public and the media are also a major stakeholder in our elections. International share muno ye say they carry the public and the media along. Send your beya a month for betting your baby as send your beya police station. Na presiding officer, ya DNA, who media near who and member of the public are no. Ubetiniaka say and yes sir and Mrano Eka. Now over a year at Antemantemo Adia Idikai a bedam PMP presiding officers no and I'm polling agents etna. In PMP uko polling station una do her as agent na presiding officer no akacho say mon komachi munina mon kotina no ha na obi anya na adwene sɛ ɔbɛyɛ bɔne bia na yapamomo na baabi a ɔmo table esie no na agent ɛte bɛyɛ 20 meters away ba wokɔ CI 127 nim a regulation 21(4) ɛkɛse so dia sɛ the presiding officer shall grant the polling agent reasonable access in order to observe the electoral process so as to detect multiple voting and impersonation. In Timrane say presiding officer and over polling agent Nejina Babia. So Obiba no so to about what honey is really doing our album Nimwa. Nipa nibe unu sa ampa nipa no a waba no ampani ampa no na ni fo yi wo album Nimwa. Wono a card e de ye de ekura no no. Enti ena ye central po bisi amu e de ka say ye de ntete ya ma ye agent ya che o ba media and members of the public nin who say presiding officer bi ani wa wo tu bi say obetimi apamu agent bi so onko tina chirichiri emra ne say ye man reasonable access na wonyina ba bi a ye di dwuma no a na de ekosu bia no onfa mani nya de enhwe na bo bi special voting anwanwase bi si won krable central a immigration officer bi ko iso opeto aba okoya ye se aba no bi ato ama ne dada special voting here course ya wo and no me feel say senka agent ne ben ba bia ye check it no and na nipa no oba do hu sam power no ni fo nyine na wo mu a saa de no kan nya dai ensi ye nse ne me kan na Ashanti radio ye de santi ye ni nyina ma ye agent. But if you are agent, you never quite over review objection. No, presiding officer no nim boni or person agent or because yes sir. Internet John Ponchia Muno, yeah, the educated media and the public, and you're public, maybe who's saying it here.
Okay, now, Minia, answer now, quick one. This issue about, you say, Ashanti Regional EC Director say, Oma NDC, and for almost seals, and to box no, no, and once I'm at to say, because my titan various quarters.
And the special voting, no, BB Sabai. But you can't want to ask you, no, you book in Penny for national, and more direct, no, ma, at the end one was one, you know, I told you, day, oh, yeah. Aha. And national, my firm assurance say, at the on Saturday, no, you were who can say you did a seal. Yeah, the near money good ballot box on near the abay, you were who can say you did a seal to unknown. And near money be drew near be answer, I saw who can say you seal at one. It was known for now, dear. I think that it has been resolved. Now, but the other issue here, and your friends and drop to issue mono. I had the positioning of the polling booth. Remember anymore. There's a polling booth in the young fancy baby. Nipa to na ba will be unu baby or twako. At the same time, me and Nipa here, they for share ukuom. Send your baby will be the bottom the account, the Bimwa, Yanya Day, Young Blue. But Pepi was Antemanta Bohano. Or would be sipete na Nipa Genetry. And I'm Pepi no Nipa de Brenzo or 1% Nipa de Unu baby or Motu or Mabanwako. It's one more connected, sir. Either so much young women in favor to Ama will be among your imagination or Mobeto because usually young MP before the genetry. And now say Abanomontokra and then if yes you want Sawama Dwajiri, I'm a Danen Toka or more member of parliament. What Gina polling booth
too bad. Anyway, that is a Ashanti region. Communication that try saying I can will come back na yababa yes man, especially with agents. How are your NDC agents ebe movie to coalition centers? Whether NDC no ane duombe ko for ebe carry ballot boxes no police ne ebe carry anase NDC for ebe ka. I mean sa transitional points no nyina no Ayana very critical. But yentie some judge on other allegations. Quick one. Yentie some judge on other issues.
Randy, the Chief of Army Staff or the Chief of Defense Staff needs to address the country today.
Why?
And explain to us on the 31st of November, 3 days ago, a Ghana Air Force or Ghana Army CASA C295M plane with tail registration number GHF 550 departed Accra at 13:51 hours, 1:51 p.m. Randy, the Chief of Army Staff or the Chief of Defense Staff needs to address the country today.
Why?
And explain to us on the 31st of November, 3 days ago, a Ghana Air Force or Ghana Army CASA C295M plane with tail registration number GHF 550 departed Accra at 13:51 hours, 1:51 p.m. Landed in Tamale at 3:01 p.m. The contents on that plane when it landed in Tamale, we know, was offloaded into an ambulance with national security personnel. That same plane, CASA C295M, GHF 550 tail plate, left Tamale at 4:04 p.m. and headed for Kumasi, landed in Kumasi at 4:57 p.m. and again discharged part of his cargo again into an ambulance with national security personnel manning the ambulance. Then on 1st of December, the same CASA plane first went to Abuja, flew back from Abuja to Accra, and left Accra at 1 p.m. on the dot to Tamale, again carrying a different cargo. again discharged into an ambulance. Randy, the crew, and I'm mentioning their name, and I want the American embassy and the European embassies that have stated that anyone who is going to be connected with undermining the peace of Ghana's democracy in the next election will be blacklisted. I'm mentioning the name of the crew to aid the international embassies in Ghana. The captain of the plane was Wing Commander Amo Hinaku. His 2IC on the plane was Group Captain Buedu, who also doubles as the Director of Air Operations of the Ghana Air Force. With them on that flight was Nyano Beko. The three of them. Randy, they should explain to us if they carried ballot papers and where those ballot papers came from on the 31st of November. And they should also come and explain if they handed over weapons, if they carried weapons aboard GHF 550, Ghana Air Force plane, and handed over to supposed national security personnel on the 1st of December. And why the national security is using ambulances to transport military cargo. Why is it that an officer at the airport in Tamale who witnessed this and recorded this has since 31st of November been kept in guard room? His phone's confiscated. Randy, our eyes are monitoring the elements in our security services who will want to be pliant to aid the destabilization of our peace. But I believe that the Ghana Armed Forces, the gallant men and professional officers, demand that our Chief of Defense Staff and the Chief of Air Staff immediately address the Ghanaian people and give us details of what it is they transported to Tamale aboard that flight. I've given the time of departure from Accra, the time of arrival, and what it is that they transported from Tamale to Kumasi, and what on the 1st of December again they brought, and why ambulances are being used to transport military cargo. We need those explanations. And Randy, it is very important that every Ghanaian is concerned about the movement of weapons and ballot papers, which are not part of what is being transported by the Electoral Commission.
But you do not have evidence to the effect that these were what were transported.
And that's why I've said that the suggestion is that this...
Did you say 31st November or you meant 30th?
30th November, sorry. Okay. The last day of November.
Okay. Oh, you are
30th November.
Okay.
30th November and 1st December.
30th November
and 1st December on Saturday and on Sunday.
Okay.
30th November Saturday and 1st December Sunday. That's why I said the past 2 days, 3 days. Yes. So I mean the 31st was on 30th November, 1st December. It's extremely important that the military comes out to explain to Ghanaians what it is they were transporting and why the military transports.
But before that, no, for a year, yes, why already Manimra, I mean to me in quantum. If I some in your first,
miɛnsa ne boso miɛnsa na pepa afiri wɔn nsa ho abusuafoɔ mewɔ aha mewɔ Ashanti region, one of the constituency na nyame adom aba ye to special vote menya kwan kotu bi enne na video ya mi yi e koma Ghana fo nyina na ni titiro ye NDC fo mpanifo omuma omoni da ho pa indication HSN NDC be wini abai but omanye careful a double voting be against womo ye nyina ye nim say the electoral commissioner e dey abeto dwa say obi call polling station ho na ehwo na register nso ni di ni book ni mu a mo ne kwan no nto aba no adenti na me yes a video me ye kire say every 1992 ye to aba no indelible ink a wodi ye wunsa no se wo ba fi no dware kra e bia edi ko be se na otwe miensa ne bosu miensa na pepa afro wunsa ho ene menya kwanya koto special vote ne bi me ba fi a me dware ya na me ho se bibia afro miensa so I just say indelible ink no enye papa enye obi nsa na metwa mia me nsa monhwe me nsa ketwa na ye friend ko kromoto no monhwe se hwe ne so mia me nsa na metwa enti I just say akwanya wo se we people fi obi nsa na wo san ko police station wo register en se ne di ni about wo nwa no mu a obetimi ato aba no enti me se mo end simpanifo muma moninda ho medamwase nyame nhira mo nyina ekire mbehu ma identity yo abusuafo me mama aha mi wa Ashanti region, one of the constituency na nyame adom aba ye to special vote me nya kwan ko to bi enne na video ya mi yi e koma Ghana fo nyina na ni titiro ye NDC fo mpanifo omuma omoni da ho pa indication HSN NDC be wini abai but omanye careful a double vote
ampofo aja
agra
akwaba
yeja
okusi opiawia
na baby a wodi man question so wodi man question kuapen no nti say me wo tight corner me kasa ye
wo kasa asesa
ndi
wo chale atiama onanti asesa
nenso wo say nipa anyansafo ti o memu na wo so won to aba na wo se kwasiafo no koto ankwasiafo no beto ama ankwasiahena bedi anyansafo so nti yentumi man kwasiafo no
koto aba se anyansafo so koto bi
anyansafo no nti se uhumi wa na eche so kisi epu awia se ne oka na yewo moya horo abie yewo nocturnal na yewo dana ebi pu awia na ebi nsu pu anojo ntu se ne so pu anojo no wa ba wia pe na asem
na grounds to say from to say
na se ne amekan no ohwe issues a yewo efa 2024 elections in fi fitiase basis abi I think that between the main contenders, NDC and the NPP now, and beginning only I feel say baby an NDC one kakra. But you see, now no me Kumasi, me Eastern region. These are two places are key places for NPP. Minister for Agric, Brian. What is so can say be last say hono we lock it down na sebe ye wo honti ye wo grounds ye dim say hono enema eye emma NDC na me
I see
yo
Eastern region
we
how
na say me kasa radio so in connection with politics.
Yeah, I know
you are paying chairman
meaning
but nya me pese me can and they say may I strike a family balance between I'm talking about trade say about government in between the Ministry of Culture and a Creative Act.
Okay.
Strike a balance between me kasa na me pese but nyam pese me cultural man for you na men can politics ni bi namum yewra mahama meka so oye aba ne ho mfaso aduasan kron a wuchibia udibi asene say me papa and was from me kasa me papa na mankwa mpofo.
Oh, I see.
Na o se na nko person no organize ne nkrofo veterans na wo fie. Say sade say mo kama o manfote.
Yeah.
Yewura mahama we fi aban. And so 3 months bi am papa se o diska ene aduan ne ade bre enye no kwa chese wonga monte won kan wo TV so the radio na wonga bonko kra ne mrewa no papa ne time wa ben mu na ne ta besi na ya me no ka sei nti me papa na asoma me sei me mra me kan kire wonga sebe me so me de na no de ampofo wo di match bia na wo so di me papa echi bia man kwa ampofo ye di na enim ma me dokono bre so me se me okapen chamti me nya politics me papa asoma me de se me ba na mbeka
na beka
aha nti papa na
wo papa na asoma
wo asoma me nya na mbai enti mesre Ghana fo what say the silence voter another silent voter no ono no empower the loudest fool asema mka no twi no na me de aba the silent voter
you also on cash
ono na empower the loudest fool tu so won to aba bia wo de o se hu ye me kra no me ma radio so me can politics meaning so wodim say ye adwuma fiti he farm radio gold basic multimedia atenka fm obi ante me nka say me politics iti baby edu no na kire say edu boom nti na say ye ina ye sore na ye hwe na ansakrai na me ne madam fu bi wo reading komo fi US na ne nansan se ne nanan a special voting a course no na ori comment bi say ne course wo Ayawa so West Wugon na o hwe the impunity say oboni say impunity so obi abona ni ho jabru say meye bone mra no wo hokra me de jabru enya pardon wo abo jabru afa ni ba ko no wo kata ba ko no di bone na eno ne ye maame Lydia na sa abre no cheche aduane nti madam fu no bi sem say na ohu videos no sa na eti anam so sa na eti no say ho anko wo nga disqualify one time and I said this is Ghana for you yes re nia me meka apart from nia me papa so am say me kire say yewura mahama owo ayemuye oyemuyefo ne timunya den oyo obi a ohu nipa mobo na nipa kra otigwa mo osero no tumu say owo nipa ho abadai obi so wo otigwa mo a uyi asero sam kra no amuna nti chese creative art ko onti creative art
onti ase
ye woni pa bi sa so woni pa su ne se you react to niema bia ayo to a wa hwe
but yewra ma achievements within the creative arts industry no et say
eno na ebi na mafiase ye hwe yenyi ne ame papa soma me say me meka ento nchen last week na metie na mama ajako ene ewure akofa agiani no knowing say yenra mahama breso no or ye niema bi ma won cars be on credit basis nti say we are na watua say ne high purchase no nti oya nanka wabetua no kakra no hu say sabe won wo TV so a ye nipa ya adwuma wo TV so won wo TV so what on kan radio so a o responsibility no automatically na abia na e wo se ne ankrofo ehu perception about you atade ese wo share
about Muhammad the cars ama sinitwafo ase no
yo emma akiri ofi power no according to akofa agiani wo beje cars ni nyina fi wonsem
I see
nti in fact me tin am say after the baby ade no kon e se ye nyina na ye bomoden say no kware wo mu no ye behwe na yaka say kwan benso na president bi nam kwan paso ama nkrofo yi afri so won fanya se ne be wo betua kan kakra no wo san je fi nsem wo ye no to nchen a ya won a wo ye sini bebre wo hwe about 80% ewo papa na fa adenti enye sini fonkwa musicians na da bia mkese me musician
I know
say wo hwe o pese compare NDC and NPP nyumbia they don't come close cra
at all. Why?
Share one national song any national song me NDC.
Yeah, I know.
So say me wa him fit.
Yeah, I mean
but per me musical me cry no. Me analysis about music dan kasa na me de to na me share music no near your friend tune na a woman and the lyrics na a count na me be fima to say NDC music woye bia wo hwe ne texture no kra ne wo de toto obia de ho a na NDC de no wo soro but hwe jiwela ka dwomu ya oye yenyina say dwom no ne fape no stand up for Jesus senia otumi dan no dan ani de lyrics foforo no and the text na ma fine ma wo bope otumi se sunsumo. But that is not the case. And you and some ena ne yeka. Nemum ya yeka nyina say Ura John Dramani Mahama. Eye onipa bia owo ehumobo wa doi. Na se what wabama no be ye o mampanyi a onipa bia eno obu nipa bia. Obu nipa bia me chese ade ba kwa ewo yewura Mahama ozi no nyawo akọ school adua wo do nko school nu ha wo ni masters wo ni ka say no kan nasi wasem I mean nasi one of the greatest or talented so me ye kan wo hwe music bi obeye bi e beto form na home bo utumo say music no kuma no bo pu and wo friend music etida no re kan wasem. So all these people what you no money are they emano or they respect me also friend the way of friend also my friend no or you talented na mpese say one out what you creative art ni mu or person obuem or brown and this is a man as I said me je say one man kwan na ono so beye bini hu say sebe wo se nia wa ye bi da no ono wo friend na abuafo ntino say ye hwe ne ye pese obi besisa niyama o creative art me de baby a me won na me kan any the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Culture niyama ebetuma asakra ama etuma kwanima yewura Mahama o yobi ogina mu tenten pa am jedi say obetuma aboya na say me sre Ghana food nyina me obi odi machi bia ye nyina ye kwakoto aba nemu me de men na sa 3 days in my catcher baby am won radio so nti men chiro si ade etiem ho na mu me wo ho obi anso kura nim se me police bibi ho eti dan ye na akosi da wo bebo aba no
really
coffee ho ha ana ye ni coffee ho coffee ne
politics but mobile trasia MPPO NDC mobile trasia
me transe inframane bofa ye nyina nti ewusi wo bone a ebe komi hwnim bi nti no mentwen ma wusi wo nkoye bone ti ye hwese mframa se ne change ne bo se change na mo ye de danse no kware aye adwuma nti ye wo ho nti mesere obia opa otu wi a kona kope bibidi so enti sa so na hwe na unye baby a wo no unye woni a fa waduan hye obagim we kan tetere de chechiri so kai
yeah
eno de ensei ti pe chechire bi for the first time
asem abeti so
first time abeti so na sua se ne wo ye hunting abomofo na bo achi na unam tu unam a 3 days anya hwe apensu bi o wi kakra na de nsu aguso sa 3 days no o rebo wo hu ban be ye 4 years okom so was on to fuel 15%
out to lorry firm 15%.
What 3 days pay what the rate sadi nyina afuel 4 years adia or how kodana se twere to de bi kom okrom kwam okrom
ya mame nkwa adwuma mra divine ene Charles McCarthy avenue ba adwuma no so the machinations mabobo bi aso ahyerew what teachers akowa from Bono changing of coalition joint mpacho yanko
yo me da say won say me catch earlier and say election komdintia MPP Abanwe Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia Nana Adomo despite the misgovernance boni omo die krono omo bo niama ko ekoso niama ese nyina de ntia omo fi town omo fi obia na ye because of election we are omo ne electoral commission ayo ma jese omo ko tipam aboye krono wi aye unim say ko IPAC ade a okay means not news to me because e ko IPAC last week it was news to us say electoral commission ma me no said the normal, the usual coalition centers are you need from the district to regional level, no? Or see reason because per space or per baby to me essential for any political parties for being a normal to me. Into not to share new places. They are now looking and they had sent directives to the district and the regional directors to look for places. So just this week, now there's also them a man who cramp yes from Kubios and say for the first time, Unim say electoral commission as also I employ the services of collation center coordinators outside the returning officers. By law, it is the returning officer and no one who quine collation center will declare results. And you be saying, now, but say all of a sudden, coalition coordinator, and you don't know, or no, but now so then, and I'm on J, more returning officer, and indeed, I'm on the circle. I've done it to one more, but share J Mensa, no, I share Bossman and him, now, Bossman, I share the turn him, I'm sure my name, then they come and cook some story. No, I catch you say, he's there to just offer help, because initially, you know what they wanted to do? They wanted to authenticate the role of the coordinator, the coalition coordinator, no mum, and the results in the bed to say, Krojia, Yanuna Yeba Bejiatum, and the squashy and also called. So all of these things are how we introduce our airbus system. Nimuno. See, it is part of the moves. Now, I will tell Ghanaians to watch out and to look out, even including those policy the ballot boxes. You know, said they are introducing new police stations. And if you are not careful, what will happen is that you will find the police station on paper. But that the physical location, it's more collection center. But once you say the police ballot box to be FB baby, wow, who need agent to board the but almost catch us away police station, a school BB.
So they are creating their own police stations.
They are creating. It's a creation. They are part of the moves they are doing to steal the thing. Now, Kabe say, why are they so confident? Say, about Towi. Look at the wind that is blowing around, the anger in the system. Sure. Me, Madame Vubi on a flight or about last week. Or say flight or fire na or mufi America ben you know be NDC flag so mo beto akokeke. Me mo Madame Vubi or lecturer. E wa brochi da wa ba. Omo say omo jijiska omo de ba be support Ashanti region no ma to aba no mo ko because or say onye party ni o onye politics but the mess that is going on under this government no omo to me enhwe na bobi e unim ade ba come asan so aya NDC for MPP for they are so confident unim say election e be to the accreditation tax neto what they wanted to do initially collation center no to reduce the cameras, no. I almost started first a backfire, no. One, Nanka, only action in an SNDC, any political parties, or be money, our police station, yeah, a collection center, because I'm a police station on the air. A hundred of say, oh no, a bay pampe. It's over the action in our collection center. It's a limitation in our Menoka say. PPP is a registered political party. Wouldn't say my original collection center tax.
But I'm a polling station.
I'm on my polling station. Yeah, beside I'm saying the presidential candidate. Me beside a few days, so I was there. They gave GFP. GFP, I'm a presidential candidate.
GFP, no, your idea.
Kadoko. Yeah, mama card no original. Yeah, mama more than 120. Wouldn't him say even political parties, yeah, filing candidates back 12 and the contest nationwide. GCPP candidate in Bro 2. GFP and Bro 4. Omo, I was taxed. PPP ni be PNC ni be almost my because they think that your voices no a pro NDC no they won't give us. Me no can say they gave us just polling station. And wouldn't say I'm kwaji tax ni na no. So those other parties no omo and money MPP for Aquacoya movement. It's no member be parade or honum. So when they go to the collation center, that's a see yeah, chief protester. What will happen? And they say, Ubu say party way 2 agents, Jina, 2 agents. Into a camera, I bet you may 60 agents against 2.
Yeah.
Now they said 16 other agents, some who belong to other parties, and they say there be Yajitum, and I open house wounding to. It means a winning case. And when you are dear, I'm a person when you say, Uber will say, election day never to know. Tax no the Babanina, a dear, or my dear, and no more Babe Yusu. Into Babano, no big down so a GFP, or a GFP, or MPP, no big down so a agent. It's high agents, no, and no Babe policy, then they pretend some more quality. It's no more 80. PNC, the mom will be crying. Maybe it's one of the national chairman by he was just begging. PNC national chairman was just begging for regional national officer or begging for regional tag. Onim, oh mama no. Unim say mama 20. Me won no my letter commission guy dey bisa me say na mo de kwede. Ya de mama mo kwede. Meanwhile, another parties na mo de ma mo no mo kro mo ni nkrofo no mo ni obia no. No mo so mo de kwede because when they take it they hand over. Omunyaji, you know, they hand over to the MPP. That's the game. But what I'm trying to say is that this collation center exercise, and then you make us as so be a shining the eye, because side way all of a sudden, you knew. Don't him say, imagine say a twabao. One of the collation centers, at the Everton or district capital, no, yeah, and you're not collation center, no, you see a Kunya location, maybe honest. Near the co-village be no network, no information to be clear. Yeah, one your part check where those district collation centers where they have been located. You realize that most of these district places, network is very bad. So imagine say who came okay, over national officer say a results no tiase one penny when it's better to about 8. You know certify one certify a that is the game they are coming to play. And everybody must shine there. How come say Yebetuaba? Then all of a sudden you started creating new collation centers, and there hasn't been any regional collation. How did it change all of a sudden? You see a regional collation. This idea, where did they come from? It's a collation. Those stages no my no. You see that the protests will come from the regional level, constituency. It changes. It comes to regional. It comes to national. Every stage baby do not results necessary. Next somebody baby. And Unim say they are so cool, they are calm about the way on person we are there. Say like omunima idea omudia go akwam na ya me dwen wan me nima de ko because they are so confident say at the end of the day dey adwuma no ye di bedi mu because so many letter commission for abo apam me dey the best friend say ni padodo ye say bodan for back for enche obodan for anayesa. Eti Ghana for nyina ade ya da yanim echem bodam problem e da yanim se sie echem obi a what free. It is up to you and I say ye betumi ato aba no na ya policy na ya guide vote no yiye na reflecting the mandate of the masses. Yent na onum se beto aba be wie hwe last time me electoral commission park bit man fa kan ko me park over because of traffic and na me fa Uber in a Uber guy no catch me say me feel electoral commission won eba na me sere na me say ade o say electoral commission na ofidi nya mo kwa mo kan kire ma me no say sa aba no ye to awie na so yo so wie mu a we will come after her and o say NDC for no de on beto am bomb police o mo so e be po mo o executives no so they should work to police the ballot and unim ade ba kwa cost say see unim say Bobie, go and check a friend is saying flights. Oh, I did some of flights. A list. Manifest. Yes, manifest. Go check it. Airport. Now go check it. Flight. You observe say. What top? You know, political parties. Na to say Akpalumu, Jerimo, Jane Mensamo. Tetemu omuni na ati omoma nyina na omabusuafo nyina kwa abrochire aka omu pe one no mote Ghana ha odi pass ma make go and check you observe say omu a election way omu play key roles omu a omu ya active where they don't care about what will happen from all the smaller parties any the MPP hierarchy, top hierarchy, any electoral commission top go and check. Omu nyinamba ni ha, any omu kunu no mo yire no mo akomo pe. So what they are trying to do is say, ya de na edibo ni na wie pe no, enya sore no pow ni akwaja mo fa mo guy. And they don't care because they have bought houses outside the country and that is all they negotiated for. But for me, I don't have anywhere to go. Me ni baby akose, me meko to aba, na me ma bre. Send a maintenance ma living with this inertial mode for more than 8 years. Nothing has changed in my life. Nothing has happened to my life. That's my koto aba. No biaka kosisa no kotna baby. And and I'm just saying it. Say we will protect this ballot, and because I don't know how it will make sense and how I'll survive in this country. Say me betrase. O the enfan pose ba umi anyeshi. Hey, madaba so na po me vice president. Na me kwaya na me ba he. That is when say me nya so na me yam shimi na makai say hey, say okotuma na po a, okotuma ba umi a. Automatically no by default na po by your vice president to na imagine say obi ti say na po hey your vice president. And they say about them how.
I'll come back to you. So just McCarthy, the machinations, moving coalition centers to another place. Whether they are indeed military men, they want to use the military, be indelible link, Inca, too light, and other issues are cropping up.
Commander.
Sir.
J Mensa there say me verdict ye noon on J Mensa enti ensesa. Aye, o fifina no mahun na makache Ghana for me kan ye no mo si da bi. Na hash. At least ne obi anyim say na me kan ye no. No kre. Because J Mensa bre bi beba. Obekire ba bi asie ko trade ye nyina yan ko trade as Ghana for. We come up with the open Casado and na be on. I say, I'm a prophetic commentator because collation center, the obese son, the Dimran son. Whatever is captured, the collation centers now captured. And to be any more district, a district office, there are no more hall, a hall, any year collation.
I say also, sir.
I no, I don't find stadium. No, you see, I don't get it. The government cannot change BBR. Collection centers, the enemy collection centers are over. Before you became electoral commissioner, before Akufo-Addo decided to make you electoral commissioner after taking out Charlotte Osei, now you work collection centers. Afarejana use collection centers with. Charlotte Seabe use collection centers. And then Jane Mensa eba best collection centers. The same collection center you use in 2020. Now nipa eta yekuomo I 2020 was it because of the size of the collection center?
No.
So what is the point? Point in here nipa do saying an collection center. Entia you need a bigger space, especially now what's it be? Uba ye headquarters in the WABC. One see district electoral office bia. One see hall and see baby. Adentina o shaman force yanko. In any case, I see by Bianca ye twa baby ampono. It should be conducive, it should be light and what have you. It's a polling station. I say then you now oh nye. We are also a collection center. Me we a candidate. Now what Nasi 48 hours to the pool. Now, electoral commission faculty can visit South Collection Center. Now, open it so so we are aspirant, we are political party. Now, what to your filing candidate? Not at the Mensa, who's one official. And until your phone call, so there's no evidence to pin her. Yes, sir. And to call, what ye a coa, and your call no cry no. Mensa na police commanders na no se ojitu musenya o ya na ye no kwan so a omfanto krata so na nya evidence na mumfa ba wa obetena se wa obedi atum se adukwe Mensa SSA collection center to apede so no eyewa nipa obefra orutimi a no fo timeje You see, you must start. It's not violence now you preach it, but you so much when you break. Now the pan who say when you break, the messenger must be taught a lesson. I say the carrier, you know, carry message. You know, what me, actually say no, you won't do it. Let him or her understand you are not going to accept. But any peaceful, any negotiation. Oh, manati as I what Jimmy see what the message in Abba. No, is it? Indelible ink, any other things. Ebesine on the 2nd, and special voting, police for, soldier for, prison officers, immigration ni omo, and the Kotuaba. On that day, you record the incident. Say police ni the immigration ni details are Kotuaba. Biometric details.
Can you imagine?
Abrikuma Central and then see.
So he has been arrested.
No, they are arresting no.
Oh, okay.
They are arresting no.
Oh yes, fire service.
They are arresting near or try or 2 years no. Or try
or fire service ni.
Or your police ni.
Okay.
Or 2 years no try or got 2 years into a trap or the quackwaji. Or no, on one chinumpo. He was cautioned and left. That's a Brookman Center. No machi or Monday, no for been and the actual or my year or more. And a year to ship. I see. Ewo ankra. Police near Konipaka Kranu or to our bias and the dean. Special voting, but Kona would hire. Until today, the Electoral Commission has not found it necessary. Say obey explain ya chere Ghana for na wa reassure Ghana for so nia koso within this nebia ANC the more take note say you will make sure say bibisa ANC offense enough Electoral Commission officers are Kumasi. I could do offense enough with that electoral register. Oboko true was almost sign back. Akofa register some of these things, the incompetence of the Mensa is glaring. Incompetence and abruso. Only made human so.
Only also said that.
On said that Mekanwasi she's working according to script.
No, because whoever or trust our script, you know, I said that.
So who acting now perfect acting now? We actor. So who shall say? So we actor. She's a full actor, an actress. And because she's an actress, the whole year or acting actress, normal to her. Normal. It is normal because the Mensa feels fortified. What I say? Or feel protected. She feels that or you're untouchable. Or feel that she ain't cannot ever Ghana because Obani fear police 40 or mabo tent. Soldier 4 or more bonny who buying 24/7. The Mensa when you mood dineti a court of Babio Kubia. So officer obet my bibia for the wedding. That is what is making her feel say obet my no pursue yibia. You see, but a time will come one. Now officer would dinner with Chino. You turn and there's nobody behind you. Yes. A time will come say Nipana who feels say or born home by no or non casa will knew. That is when you realize a Madin Quasasem, but not a year too late. It will be too late for the Nadukwe Mensa. It will be very late for her. You see, but be a wuti, be a fear will a bonny a hard police for me. It was a police for well motil. How many are they? No, you see, people are not preaching violence, but then when you say it gets to a point, people want to tell people to do this, to revolt. So Ghana phone you now sorry. Then we don't bet me. Police for 10, 5, 7 or more when soldiers they can't do anything. How many people can they kill? If you are really the target. So I say, so who now we are target now? You don't send a police for bet me, soldier for bet me. You see, but on who say security to me breaking. Me mahu security outbreak in 2008 defense minister or more ma command kranenko o kasibun koyesi no and they are doing different thing. Is it 2008 na me hwe buem akan ena biakuye. So I was in the middle buem results.
For which party?
MPP would have said the
no, you have to state.
Come on. Me na my faxi first. Na my twaso akuhu akoye. Depending on the network. And sanaba. With all the military men on mobile. But na 2000 na ka say. Oh, when you're ready, you better 5,000 votes. You better declare what any anti-man declare. It didn't happen. You see, when the people decide so most of buyer, nothing can change, stop it. No machinations can change. You see, the men say wa adria, and Kobe will say, and now my media to two my acquaintance now. We are not teacher. That should tell you, say, even the people you are planning with are not with you. Because I will see, sir, aeroplane ya copy tamale. Yeah, we are soldier. Yeah, soldier for plane too. Ebe to go through hono. Yeah, obia trying video. I'm a number. It's nothing will hide.
Now, adie kura laptops ya. Ayera or honey BBD machines. See any letter commission ho.
You see, so it should send a signal to you. Say, I can't remember boarding. So when I was see young quiet, no one who say yes. This time they've zeroed in on you. Akando constituency. Sana foreigners. Bas menu or my bass or my big remo almost so much. You see, whatever you are doing, people are getting to know. Plan pobia obebobia no ne acho. Pobia obebobia ne acho. It tells you say your cup is full. Just re-strategize, give up, and do the best. So that what's a bit more boarding. So James Abaye, upon all the criticisms, will deliver.
But what about the police service? What do you
see? See me police no. Maybe if I don't like you, na me kawase man no one know. Me catch him say dampare. Oh, nye police papa bia Ghana. Me catch him say he will not be any better IGP. Me can't your man. Dampare by no decide this say okoti police TV. And I me say for what? Dampare no yes say no today Dampare decide what the public should know. Communication e wo ne ono pese yete no e no ka kire yen enti no regional commander entimi ngbo nkomo asema si wo region ho no this onya clearance from Dampare enti no esia this all report to then they fine tune it, they sieve the message no mu di no mu pese wo wote no e dia to paper so today they don't even sign a statement. Meanwhile police you should be briefing the people, the masses till now. Dampare no dia in the area clear. Or more wajide or Dampare muzo he will be the best. Or the cameras now go to police headquarters. So was set election command room. Yeah. Now me now or camera and how will you get there? But camera be do oti. Oti camera be no mafix do oti how the monitor. And now no camera say work room mpono adabraka robbery we. Mo the pictures na be kire how the cars move to which point till today. Muntimi nka ba bia car no muntimi anche azwadi bi dawo de won to no so mbeku no nam krowem obeko tobo de ni atwa ne picture de abetu Facebook so wo ye adwuma obeko ko bampe akosa sakpo no watcha video de abase Dampare de adwuma na amamfo e body Dampare so okrom ha eno na da hoyi police for any o police for chairman of the elections committee election security task force. Now police for Kojiska or Mutu aba no matcha. Now me to aba Saturday. Now me try police ni will you have the moral justification to question me? Because who try ya no yancho. Who try ya no ya ma delete ni jail ma kofi. Timisu me try. It is either ma delete or ma me kofi. Because you cannot hold me. You can't. You can never hold me. See, Marco, to ataba na police is o cheme we aboa ye be wu ye menu be you are a fool to even try that. Anything like that, the master will say, if you have power, you must live by it. Say, I didn't see at least full as simple. Cause the arrest. Let us know, say, what's your move. So, do Marco to guard room for man to guard room. Once you have arrested them, do Mudini as if I to guard. The public knows you have arrested them. Man, yenesa. Because you can do and go away. But I mean, what did you share Saturday?
Thank you.
Meet on Saturday. But then this is a caution. Me say, Commander, near cost to straightforward. Ultimate quality results you are not waiting for anybody. Declare it. Donald Trump ayebi or quality we na onya 276 onya 271 or yeah or share the tally share gap ne dam no ono free press and or yeah press media encounter we no kodai.
Live on Accra 100.5 Citizen Show, Father Abraham Herbal and Spiritual Hospital. We are grateful to them. Edoma Sipa, ye pese kofa dear koso ewo Madina. So yeah, better must say give us Herbal Center. We are grateful. Tabia Herbal Center, Indomie instant noodles, top choco. Yeah, that must say and we yanko Madina. Na yanko peke rally no yanhwe de ekoso ewo ho
boy mama ose let me see awesome mama ose chaboy mama John mama Chaboy, Ayazu, Yawayan PNC Fuaha, Electoral Commission MPP Yamafim, Amusama in Excellency John Dramani the NDC policy Aribano and Buagana. So we invite the PNC leadership, Namuna Bekasa, Honorable Mohamed, also Tabasamanukakra, Chaboy. PSC they are supporting the NDC. They are voting boom, 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 boom. And the Vice Chancellor, John Damarima. Joe Dwight.
If you love Ghana and you know, clap your hands. If you love Ghana and you know, clap your hands. If you love Ghana and you really love Ghana, clap your hands. Choboy. Choboy. 2024. Ghana has decided for John Dramani Mahama as President of the Republic of Ghana. Since our disqualification from contesting the 2024 elections, it took only one brave and courageous person to chide the Electoral Commission and to tell the truth that Bernard Mona and the PNC are more worthy than some of the people on the ballot, and John Dramani Mahama is the only person that could say that. Since the National Executive Committee's declaration that the PNC should join John Dramani Mahama for president, we have gone about 11 regions, and what we see is that Ghana has decided and that change has come to Ghana. It is just a day from today that we'll be casting our ballot. And we of the PNC urges every Ghanaian who is desirous of getting employment for the young ones in our society to see the 24-hour economic proposal by John Dramani Mahama as a veritable program that will secure jobs for the millions of Ghanaian youths. We have no doubt that the government of Nana Akufo-Addo has dirtied every institution, and we need to sweep away the dirt by bringing John Dramani Mahama to sweep them away. We are confident of the coming victory, and that is why we have gone the length and breadth of this country to campaign for John Dramani Mahama. As we take back seat and allow you to go back home, be assured that on Saturday you are not only voting, but you are voting and staying so that your ballot will be counted, so that the victory that we are all craving for will come to Ghana. Finally, let the world know that nothing will be done to prevent the coming into force of John Dramani Mahama as the next president of the Republic of Ghana. God bless you. God bless our humble Ghana, and let the nation be straight and strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Change is coming. Are you ready for change? Saturday is a day of freedom. Change is coming. We're going to have a song by our brother Kwasi Swat. Let's give it out for him. Ezu.
Saturday was from Mama today. Mempe bad energy. No bad energy. Messy, yempe bad energy. Carry your wahala go. One come on to me say that yempe bad energy. No bad energy. Messy, yempe bad energy. Carry your wahala go. What's it? Oh, they want no fit fire. Whoa. Oh, what is it? I'm so from the we are going to have a Muhiano. What would like to start? Maybe we are coming out. It's a yamau to me, or many move dead. Yeah, bravo, pepe. No back, no, I am probably. If you are from Yamaya Krabe, Papa was the council, he made it now. But yes, it's now a very important. I'm more funny as you got to point it. You will be down by a sick cocoa. What I will back at some of your in my move for one, I get ready. Dollar Babu, City Timito, the draw wire, then Gaba Timito. 34 pounds or so, I will see you got the quiet radius who boy was getting into it. What it? And then Sammy, the man, whoa, see, and you're who knew in a yeah. And no, don't hold your name too crazy. Hey, who knew in a shame, Kata fishe, Henry Croye, Ombre, Tuye, Betu, Sebare, Muji, Kojibusia, Namunima, Wusia, Swap, Ebe, I know I was saying, my Kania was in Quadanusia, and you will represent a good, I know a boo, yeah, belly fool, where they kill you, so corruption and dirty, and my woman is yeah. You know what they were, yes, Yakuwa, you can't need me, and I won't see for. But since the day you turn honorable, you soon will buy other yes, a devil. I don't know who you now need to. I will who you lead, I share my mama. Mama today, slow down.
Thank you so much. Baumia de Nanwa for fire one pa, but Saturday your best system. Ezu! Hello! Do we have our sister Teresa Winnie here? Are you ready for Teresa? Obana! Give it out to her. Let me see your head. 1, 2. So, boy. Subway way. 80 me to Osunase. Are you ready? So, boy. Show your hands. ASU, we are ready to reset the nation. We will not toy with the destiny of our nation any longer. ASU, are you ready to sweep voters to the police stations? Are you ready to sacrifice your time? It is going to be worth it. The child that needs a pad is pleading with you. The market women are pleading with you. Those whose banks have collapsed are pleading with you. Let's vote for change. Okay, oh boy. We are taking the elephant to the bush. Thank you, I love you. Thank you, and the people of Okankwe North are grateful. Thank you. Are the people of Adantan here? Adantan to the world. Adantan, let me see. Adantan, you have the finest MP. Let's welcome our member of parliament who is still maintained.
Can you see victory? Can you smell victory? Inshallah, on Saturday, we are going to change. Choboy, Inyamime, Greater Accra about determined election there. Kaja 92, every party need win or Greater Accra and win or general elections. She in the last election 2020 will win Greater Accra. She was now president here because we won by a small margin. Makpanya Fai, Afine, Nyaha, Niwaha, MPP, a gap of 250,000-300,000 ya Greater Accra. If we can deliver more than 53% in Greater Accra, it is a done deal. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is coming back as president. Choboy, on Saturday, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama will be the president-elect. However, John Dramani Mahama, he needs a comfortable working majority in parliament. If you vote for Mahama Zoo, then you vote for the PC. John Mahama, PC. John Mahama, PC. Thank you and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Adantan is not going anywhere. We are taking it again.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana, are you ready to move forward with a good change? At this juncture, I have the honor to invite one of the most intelligent young men the NDC has produced, a man of intelligence, an astute gentleman,
a brainy guy, a sharp communicator, the National Communications Officer of the great NDC, the Honorable Sammy Jeffy. Choboy, a Yazoo, Abusiafo, and I need da, and I need da, because Aka and Namyanupa, just 2 days. May say how many days? Just 2 days. Nadia Daya Yakuma Suro Yamawada, Wayama. Just 2 days. Not a nation builder. Oya Kwai Mahama, Osiadai Mahama, and Puntunyuma Ramahama, Wabeji Efria Bushia for himself. Joboy, Eyazu, Ghana for National Open Sissa, Nansissa no Subabampa, because and Ghana for Omodo Mujam, no Munim send the Sishi Omose, Omo Shama Sitra no Maya. Yeah, where you sit down near your because they say, dear Ghana, and then Kwana Huchreba, Yacha, Choboy, but I would wait, dear. I would wait, dear. Also, for being in the kind of Abruzo, Choboy, and I will tell you, Yanto. Ufriswa yanyadai yantia boys show boy and I do my na fine girls neso wana me pamacho and emono yetimito mama bresto dokrobako 1 city and a dokrobako 3 cities dokrobako 5 cities Dokro Bako 7 cities. Dokro Bako 10 cities. So boy, ya marry school to fear per juma. Omunya juma nya. Ya bisa Dr. Bawomia. Dia no woman mabunua. Ose owo sisifiani bi. So boy, sisifiani epe. Ya per juma na ya per sisifia. Ghana for come there. Ya kan Bawomia say nyamina shira yai Bawomia say nyamia shira woni Samira and Ashiyan. Will we vote for these people again? Never. They will never respect the people of this country if we make that mistake. Choboy omoba omusi yetisika soso diai omusi yetisika soso diai omusi yatuaba ma omwa Omobaya 1 district, 1 village, 1 constituency. Choboy, me pa chawo saka factory ana. Nadam neswa $1 million neswa. Na ninyina ya 419. Na wanya bibia ma wasia ya bono krono. And nebo sheni ninyina ya hu. But I know here ni koye mobile money. Now you tell levy and that boys go try better. Near John Burton live. John Mahama is coming and within his first 90 days in office, 11 Obechem. So boy, Burton Levino Obechem, Kobe Levino Obechem, Bola Levino Obechem. Na yesikana Omayuya. John Mahama has a message for them. He is coming with Operation Recover All the Loot. Choboy. And you know one of the people who will lead Operation Recover All the Loot? Give it up to the Basin Taliban. Basin Taliban. The Basin Taliban. Boy. The Basin Taliban. Yesika. Baku the free omo. Yadebeya hospitals. Yadebesi suku adai. Yadebeya kwa papa. Yadebeya nsuo nwajuma.
Yadebaya Women's Development Bank, Yadebaya Sanujuma, Yadebaya 24-hour economy. So don't give up. It's love with 2 days. Change is coming. Victory is coming. Joe Mama is coming. Joe Boy. On that note, let me take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker. Joe Boy, are you ready for power? Are you ready for the Chief Executive Officer of the NDC? Then lift up your hands and shake your hands. Lift it, wave at me. Joe Boy, the General of all Generals, the General Secretary, the General Secretary, General Idi Amin is under him. Secretary, General Idi Amin is under him. The General of the NDC, the Chief Executive of the NDC, the General Secretary. Voter Regime, make some noise. Whoa, let's welcome the Honorable Fifi Fiave Kwate. Ezuzu, Ejo, Bodo, Ejo, Bodo, Amafa, Mia, Amafa, Mauana, Nyala wono, Ala sewa, Yona wo, Mauana, Nyala wono, Ala sewa, Yona wo, Ojika mega, Chobo. Nele Yesu bako Mauana Nyana uno Ziwale siwa Anyona mi. Thank you. My song just says that once you stand by the truth, God will fulfill his word. And the word of God concerning December 7 is that Ghana is due for victory. Ghana is due for change. Ghana is due for the coming back of John Dramani Mahama. And no power will stop it. I want to just spend just 2 minutes, especially to talk to the young people of Ghana. December 7 is for you, the young people of our country. You have seen over the last 8 years what has happened to this beautiful country of Kwame Nkrumah and of Jerry John Rawlings. The suffering, the pain, the disappointment, the loss of hope, the total pain that has taken over our country. On 7 December, you need to come out in your numbers and make a statement once and for all that enough is enough. Ezu, your statement on Saturday must tell the MPP and the rest of the world that enough is enough. Ezu, don't take it for granted. The victory has not yet been won. We need to make sure that every single one of you takes it all the way to the very last minute of Saturday. Because the people we are fighting are desperate for themselves and will do anything to stay in power. So NDC and the rest of Ghana, the fight on Saturday is not an NDC fight. It's a fight for our country. We need to make sure that Ghana finds hope again on Saturday. The future of our young people depends on the victory of NDC come Saturday. Ezu, Saturday is a day of destiny. Saturday is a day where Kwame Nkrumah, Jerry Rawlings, Prof. Mills, all of our ancestors will be watching to see how ready you are to fight for our country. As as President Trump will say on Saturday, fight, fight, fight. Fight, fight, fight. Fight for Ghana. Fight for the soul of Ghana. Fight for the victory of this beautiful country. Because if we make the mistake and Bawumia wins on Saturday, this country is virtually gone. MPP will say you can do anything and still manage to use money and steal an election. So it is a fight not for NDC, it is a fight for the very soul and survival and the future of our country. Eyezu, power belongs to the people. And on Saturday, you the people must take the power to yourselves. And in John Dramani Mahama, you are bringing somebody who has the humility and the simplicity to work for you and make sure we restore this country again. My final word is to the NDC. The reset of Ghana is not just about the taking over from the MPP. It is the reset of the NDC itself. NDC must understand that this is not business as usual. Ghana is not giving us an opportunity for us to come and do the nonsense that we have seen over the last 8 years. Charity must begin at home, and NDC must be the first to set that example. And John Mahama, I am sure, will lead that crusade. NDC, you must not disappoint Ghana. Ghana, NDC is the hope for you. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Give it to the Honorable Fifi Kwete, the General Secretary of the next ruling party, the NDC. Ladies and gentlemen, we are getting to the peak of the program. We are getting to the climax of the program. At this juncture, we are going to call on the giant slayer, the executioner, the general of all generals. General Idi Amin is under him. General Petraeus is under him.
Hey!
All the chairmen are under him.
Hey!
He is going to deliver victory for us.
Hey,
the NDC is going to win the next election.
Victory!
Under the chairmanship of the general of all generals. By inviting the general, let me invite the campaign manager, Professor Joshua Alabi, to come to the stage with the chairman of the great NDC, General Asiedu Nkatie. Whoa! 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 Give it to Professor Joshua Alabi, who is joining the general himself, the chairman general, the man of integrity, the executioner, the powerful man, the strong man, General.
Citizen TV, Accra, Ghana. Citizen TV, the citizen's power.
Any enchemu ayedi abano. The way na adwene no eno ano ayede. Why na adwene. But ye na ye adwene say ye kwani akwa akoto abano. Moma ye nyina
ye wo me hu ampa na yetimi kwasa ayi si obi ko fibu achi osi sabe ne na tikam
okay
kwamra me di prosi da prosi we di anose me news and grow we wa
it's true
na speed ya arrowhead no de ekono
time ko na onim na so onim se ob slow down wa obo say ya no so kan nim obati convoy
masa
obati convoy why slowing why you be no
masa
e ko pa obo say omada e so boa nya tia move
me say you go bomb na pa ma me betra ma yi so
yesu bomb nam e wo
tra ma yi so correct na just a penny su
omada ye ko bunkurugu yoyo bunkurugu Ghana last town bunkurugu yoyo anajo be 11 na afre na ye free yoyo aba back to Tamale commander be 5 hour journey and esa be twa
na omutimi yes I dey wait for 1 year 1.5 years because some call primary sir
it's true
they say
it's true
and son we was here ba be tall
it's true
hey
because me 2018 na mo mama camp ye no call the whole Ghana 2018
hey
tema na ope ability NDC
you know the same thing
so yes I call ye
enya better o
eti no they know every
enya akufo ado 26 no anyare no oboa no ahyeda
abana no anyare
because say ajewe wuni an wode
oh yeah commander oh yeah obebu
untimi
oh minim any sepeni bia also pe man pani bia di eti odi achiko ba bi ne kwa no wasi yesi ye no no lock it into ojina be
resetting
averia you asa papa ni we jogging you see na we na so o do go be do james ye no wasi cream so wow
no but you need the JM Prof Bawumia na po no yeso anko ba bia
on MC what man to
yes na po Bawumia suma no ano wakote otimi kote nhia yeso adia na boya Bawumia
commander ajmane di yo
Bawumia nko na na ko
asina po emesena na honja nesa commander ajmane di yo
honja dia no akase na de mintimi nko
ase o shobo ko se bia o twen sa honde ba no ko
onim se na potimi de awia ne ibi ma ne boys no ma post so obono no oni ho
wow
na po way os me bo baby but tell me we ni ba no kwekwa na sa na me ne minua Musa Dankwa ya adwuma so time be na hu say we ni ba na mo way
okay yeah de me no me akasa me voto Kintampo o na me voto enti me na mo Kintampo enti that was Friday no ana ne madam epepem ana madam so ono ba ko akvotu o ne krom commander anaja me say ana say yes obi aye kwa ko voto enti me ko Kintampo enti ye voto ye no Frank Kintampo no 9 people for this car for the first time this car be show us on person sit in free and listen
I see
commander na because the MC na no was contesting for MPP and all this can and never be shame wa entina my who kakra wo but then you talk about we no indeed not they were winning as a place but na MPP we need that and so ni na kabo mu no NDC FI enti bo be 9 me hwe no so ba na asade we tani o enti ten boy no ana me fro obi wo fikesiem ana so krache kolosina ye chese edam ana me say ana so o men transa by 11 of man ahu bibi 11 kwa mbo ana share we man ana so ana musa dedam 1.6 million dey edam
and you only understand the 11
that vote you here Saturday no 11 p.m. no
p.m.
now me say you winning that election way by a million margin because me from the engine room no direct me from the engine room direct so I was telling some friends oh you win now mun jindi I'm so you're winning. Why should I know just after 4 hours? I'm so you're winning because manya source no. I just say you're winning about no. It's a man till Sunday now ready.
Any
no. I'm saying, hey, how can you?
How did you feel,
Commander? I say you be free. I say to be free. I say ye and be because on my Ghana Casano, on my Ghana a bread. Ghana on my way no, on my no, that done throw bonny dear, I would dear. I say, what was a BB? I just saw a free. On my as a famous so. And we are hoping that a year come January 7th, you know, after swearing in, no, BB. Ever kwamu boko
Charlie, anyway,
it's not all that say. My son is to team say yeah, Alexagbefia. Yeah. Now on your campaign coordinator for Jenana. Yeah. So I'm say campaign chairman for Jenana. Yeah. Mr. James Adinin Boating, now on the campaign spokesperson, the deputy Erika J. Now on the deputy media for nominati, yeah, welfare officer, why you and the madam, as a baby, as a that is a BBI please, Akra, as well as it. Over Juma, over Juma, and you don't be assy, Commander.
And I think, sir, you better CMG so asset
super.
You better like Yabungo
super
over the years.
Super.
It has been tough.
Yes, and very rough. And then I can office.
But hey,
this man will stand.
Yeah. The binumuji one frequency.
Sure.
I do share them. Binumuji. You be crowd the other day. Bonyum wa achimota. Say you. Bonyum sa. I'm say ukra dey we na dey bonyum. And I think Chairman for Swampov also did well. Auto FM, they did a fantastic job.
And do not appoint quite now. Or the campaign.
Yeah.
Or the campaign.
For
and was
then Radio Gold,
say
XYZ,
yes.
Mugabe
Num, now I used to butcher if I say. They did,
and I think, sir, Ghana for about 2 weeks, you know, actually, say Ghana need me.
Dabi.
So I hope NDC basically be free.
Sure.
Say, Mama,
I say, it's I say, you're trying to know.
Over yet, the open. Yeah. May and your MPP lose, but NDC should learn.
I agree with you, Commander.
From a year apart,
I agree with you 100%.
That wouldn't mean far Ghana ni Sebi and one.
I say what the one hour to me to know.
The upper Ghana one also him down. And now, Oma who say Omo betting you punish any political party. And Major said one day, on betting you to Aba 275 million Adia movie. And but says Obianiate.
Abla say about way I suggest now there's no strong going anywhere.
Yo,
Abla
Intino, and this in Swinyan free. Now, we don't want to see the same mistakes, the same disrespect, the same thievery, the same corruption. We don't want to hear any panapana. We don't want to hear any panapana projects. No, Monye, Sikano, and we are
Yajumano, yeah. Skaraman for Jumano, and not Obiamus and Badmano. Why, come on.
Yeah, we are not a Wunyaka crabby. No problem. Now, somebody, my dinner, my gunny, to say they want to me, I did road contractor. What this can yeah.
I say he'll be pursued for.
Oh, Jai, now want to me the other Jai. Sir, now want to me say, over Chiku Wiwachi, you drew Kumasi, want to me at me.
Oh, what's my general?
Well, Johnny, went to me a Johnny, Friday night to a band with Johnny, and Saturday, Onikrum, Sunday, Johnny went to me a Johnny, a Joffrey. Now, went to me, Batashi, Brabetras,
watching about you,
Bachano, but, and I'm a kind of Minia, Yanni at home. Now, NDC should just do the right thing.
That is true.
Omumu Omani,
that is true.
Obianka self excavation Butu. But revenue bebano.
Yeah.
fire ɔman
yi na ɔno nso enya ho
taxes also be ye free no ye free ho port ubetumi aye bibia boa ya ye bibi boa ye no mom ko fa ne ma ba
omuso ntimi
na the local industries no ye mpagem poultry any sa local manufacturers
agriculture no
na aduane mrekrom ye ntimi nibi na affordable house no say no omomfa enkonkrase
ya na omuso nya bindam
no munya bi nam na munya sankan ne kumase a mo asie politics
me dan me in-law abero me in-law ana say how do wose ka kire ma se me pana chew o mana ni kuaye ho
yes
abero wose farming wose abero
Ghana ni pe aduane na adi o wanya ba bi ni tirato wanu musuo papa o cantonment dan na politician mututo
ompe
on mebusa bi nya hwe
on fanya hwe
that's all. Thank you so much, Yoda. Congratulations. Live on Accra 100.5 and then make some minimum bedding come special. Ewo fia se mami fana se ma eye Benya FM in Elmina, Western FM ewo Elembele. Median na kwabna Bobia answer the old soldier, the old lion, the last man standing, Commander Boam. Mewa yenu bewie no nsia bre. And today, you were nice discussion bia ye beye. And discussions na ye beye no. Many opening didn't come on my follow no Juma and I say be a many Land Cruiser and I come man no only problem though. They say oh only problem they say yeah menya edia kodo you know problem because they say no me say me no go ase me no ye go ase and me kind man for say I have with me Rap Musa Dankwa na ono an executive director Edema Global Research Info Analytics or hasi Mira akwaba
you so go be
boko there
anya better say about boko
me won so wa bre
chele
me won so wa bre yeah I can tell kafra minim say enya me pa enka the woman because even Friday and answer me contacting you and me also other networks so I watch you on Saturday also on Joy and but mami nika busa sa anyway results free this year election mobile no feeling Bennett the amount.
Oh, me dear, me feel it. I'm a bit normal about it because craving a shock came in, but mostly no, I knew they were coming.
MPP in government G watching, your own friends G watching. Me cry me can't be me G watching. And o catch him be say one year the business Ghana who be that. Enti e buy no e dey na na cost time and resources as a trickle in.
I just feel say we'll be vindicated. Omo say yakoje bribe na ye no. Omo say we dey entimi e bin see that. Omo so debi o hwe 1990 when ni man say look about we unprecedented elections into bianya history and to baby no on going forward. I think it was some time that I'm for some about the most confirm my medication.
Really?
Oh yes, people tell me on social media say I should be taking my medication because I'm say we be at the chimo was wrong. Yes, because we were seeing something nobody was seeing. Then but nobody was seeing it. Now everyone was saying, look, if we can see it, then anybody who does a scientific research must see what we are seeing. Why research or use scientific method should not be blind by what we were seeing. Because I was quite shocked, say people said it means people were not doing anything.
But no who were researchers. They were giving them figures.
May say what we were seeing, anybody with a scientific research method and tools, would have certainly saw what we saw.
So meaning omo a year projections 50.1, 50 plus, omo a good job, or their methodology is wrong.
A completion of everything. Because look, we share the scale of the defeat now. There's no way a scientific research will not pick the noise. Something from science, you know. Science means it can be replicated and mostly you get the same outcome. And you voodoo and you so once you follow the same methodology and you speak to people who are in Ghana today, who went out and voted, there was no way you couldn't pick what we were picking.
Mira, Mame, anyone starting free a year constituencies. Now they are by regions. Now they are by national. Now let's deal with the constituencies. Yam fan say Mansonia Kasakasa Kakra Ewoho. But the fact the NDC is doing 188, right?
I don't even know what
what
minimum
187. 187 NM say MPP so yeah say 98 880. Okay, but from the constituency level, what happened?
Look, and that was even more scarier than national elections, you know, in terms of what we were seeing. You know, much earlier. Some of them, in fact, more than 7 months ago. Some over
here. Specifics.
Yeah, Oshe Trobu. There were signs saying Trobu is going to be Amasama.
Okay.
And then Dominic Kabinya, almost over a year, there were signs. Oshe Ablekumanov, the same situation. Ablekuma West, the same. Tema West and Tema Central, the same. All the MPP seats, including Anyaso Otuom. But we didn't see Wejigbawe for some time, because now if you say, if we know what is happening around the surrounding, that could be true for the same Wejigbawe. But we went there, I think sometime in June or July, and the story wasn't different. And I'm said, so if the MPP stronghold is behaving like this, then I wouldn't bother myself going to NDC areas.
But be a almost stronghold, no?
Yes.
And I've been no.
So
NDC strongholds,
I wouldn't go there and waste my money on it. I would never went to any NDC stronghold. I'm on for friend me. Oh, Adenta. So I don't want to be. I don't know. I didn't need to go there. I didn't need to go there. And sometimes your BBI used to follow your name. You should model different MRP. MRP, no, we use demographic of the constituencies, no, and past elections, current data. Now that we say, once we knew what was happening in Medina, any place around Medina, we know what will happen. Over hours west will go. Now who this you can see say what will happen in hours will happen in Adenta.
Okay.
Over
that is a neighboring constituencies, no?
They share some characteristics. A bit of middle class and upper class.
Okay.
Over let's say Rododio, you know what will happen in Ablekuma South. You know. Over Ablekuma North, now you know what's going to happen in Ablekuma West.
Yeah.
Over Trobu, the Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Anyaso Otuom. Say Trobu is in trouble. Ebeka Dominic Kabinya.
Indeed, Baba Sadik no one when say border.
Baba Sadik Ablekuma Central. No, I don't say only we say says Ablekuma South or border. And
on a Kion,
yes.
And a share border.
Yes.
But all right, a year Baba Sadik off.
Not entirely off, because there was a caveat say Omo were mostly not all, they have a big chunk of NDC for maternity.
That is Boama. Oh.
So in that situation,
that's a game
no, no. See, there are people by their nature they are liked.
Okay.
Oh,
Boama is one of
them.
Yeah.
And I say, unless he can get the NDC guys to leave Boama, it will be hard for him.
Okay. But not now
no, yes. Because NDC were aligned and MPP were scattered. Some of them were voting heavily for Kion. MPP for no. So I knew that one would not survive that kind of situation.
Yeah. But Ashanti region.
Yes.
Constituency level.
In fact, it was shocking. There were signs, sir.
Well, who say about?
No, in fact, I was thinking, sir, NDC will hold their usual 4 seats. And maybe 1 or 2, there will be some disturbance by independence, and that will give NDC a chance. But the scale of the numbers was shocking.
What should I see Ashanti region? With your experience?
Whatever happened in Accra, whatever was happening in people's pocket, they felt the same thing in Ashanti region. And to make matters worse for Ashanti region, Omofile said they have done so much for MPP, but they've got nothing much in return. So it wasn't going to be like, oh, I had the NTN. And I think our political class must begin to assess themselves. The attachment of ethnicity to parties is becoming weaker and weaker.
Yeah.
Weaker and weaker. The economy will always trump over those ethnicity and my stronghold syndrome.
Now, and ever don't care, say NDC and year,
because look, we are looking at a voting population where over 70% of them are below 40 years old. So these guys are not really tribalistic, and for them, survival.
Yeah.
So one deliver. I mean, it will be very, very difficult in the future. Also, demography now. The older they are, the more attached to the party emotionally. You know, or the crowd on to NDC, but to my NDC, or the crowd on to
MPP.
But we are seeing a shift, and if they don't take care, reform Ayasi, seriously, in the next 8 years.
Osha Ashanti region, any voter region, voting pattern. You saw some changes in Ashanti region.
Yeah, whereas in voter, they were they were more solid behind the NDC. Than Ashanti. Ashanti was completely mess. In fact, the polls have shown, say, look.
I don't know, yes, sir.
Look, one, you have issue of lack of development. Tangible development.
But use your microphone. Okay, good.
Tangible development are young Ashanti region. Until the last minute, started we have some big projects.
Yeah.
And I think they saw it as an insult.
Okay.
Yes, Ashanti thought that, look, we're a gimmick. We're last minute giveaway just to win our vote. And look, people are smarter than we think. So that didn't ginger them. And then secondly, the economic situation in Greater Accra has affected everybody. Jobs and businesses were collapsing, even in Ashanti region. So they were more concerned about businesses and their economic survival than any gimmicks. And then third, you look at a situation where their running mates didn't help them there.
Oh, Ashanti region?
No.
You mean Napo?
No.
Are they educators? What
I mean, you all saw his first comment when he was unveiled. Subsequently, his engagement. You see, Ashanti region is not entirely MPP. You have a good number of NDC there, around maybe 17-18%. So me NDC 4. You have about 20% or so me floating voters. So once you are trying to place the core base, the core base is not 100% of Ashanti region. And Napo found it difficult to break through the Ashanti floating voters.
33% NDC in Ashanti region. 33%. Implication they say in Susaswan they say 33.
I didn't expect them to get 33%. No.
Now figure I say.
We were looking at between 28 and maximum 30% for Ashanti region.
And they did 33.
In fact, they did extremely well, above what we were expecting that they would do. And MPP and Bamiyan did exactly what we said they would do.
So what is the implication for NDC and MPP in Ashanti region?
I think it is time people begin to see, say, no place should be a no-go area. And I believe that if NDC had knew, say, they could win so many seats that they wouldn't have been in contention, many seats would have fallen. Because some of the things we were telling them, now, they don't even believe what we were saying. So they didn't invest in those areas.
I see.
I think if they have put money in everywhere that Post was saying, say, they could win, they could have won many of them much more larger margin than they did.
I see.
They didn't believe us. Some of them didn't believe us.
But with the 33, no, NDC made me build on it, and I say adjusted in 9 days.
See, there are dynamics that we are trying to investigate right now. We hear what happened in Ashanti region. In fact, Bawumia gained plus 8% more compared to Mahama in terms of Omamutuaba last year.
Omamutuaba 2020.
Yes, about Omamutuma Nanado, Omutuma Mahama this time, and Omamutuma Mahama. Out to Bawumia this time. No, there were more people voting for Bawumia net than Mahama in Ashanti region.
Okay.
So as to how he didn't get that high percentage in Ashanti region baffles me.
Really?
Yes.
So what do you think?
Look, we are still as to the cause or the reason we still don't know yet. We are still investigating the reason. But I believe, say, the Ashantis that came out, some of them went for Mahama than they would normally done.
So Ashanti is no sway to
yes,
John Mahama side.
A lot more. Ushe Omwa Muvo Tuma Bawumia from Mahama side now. They were some of the settlers from the northern extraction who had ethnic allegiance to him.
To Bawumia?
And Amutuma, yes. And some Muslims as well.
And Ashanti is no Tuma.
Yes.
Mahama.
Yes.
So within the Ashanti communities, Mahama won.
Yeah, he got a lot more. Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
But there were more northern and the Muslim extraction in Ashanti that voted for Bawumia, and you could see the number from polls from Jura side. Those some of them, I think Bawumia did very well.
But 33 for NDC, can they build on it?
Time will tell. It's for them to decide what to do. If they're able to serve Ghanaians well, I mean, it's about performance these days. Who perform more? People will put aside their attachments, sentiment, and other feelings, and say, "Look, they've done well. Let's give them a chance again." It's up to them.
Let's do Western region. Takrade, Escado, Ketan, Smenia Muniana, the Acheme. Takrade, Escado, Takrade. Me but na me nya sure me no grad dim komo say Takra dem. I'm not too sure.
I told you, sir, Accra and the Western region would deliver a seismic shock. And Western region, because the entire enclave of Sekendi Takra was completely green, and that's not usual. It is highly abnormal for Sekendi, for Efia. For Kwesimin team, for Shama, Esikadu, Takrade, this 6 seat to see something was happening there. In fact, when we did a poll recently before the elections there, about almost 30% of Omamutuma Nanado in 2020 have moved their vote to Mahama. Almost 30% in this enclave.
Takrade, Sekendi.
Yep. Shama. Efia. Team, Escado Kitan. And that meant that if these areas are behaving this way, the entire Western region could be in serious trouble.
So Takrade, Sekendi, Shama, dynamics bearing the Mao MPP mind. What happened there?
Look.
Yes, apart from the economic issues, the local issues, more investigative.
Look. No matter how big local issues were, they were trumpeted by the national issue.
I see.
No, I mean, you couldn't find this election on local issues. That's all. That is it. There were MPs who are almost but they've done a good job in the constituency.
Look,
let's say let's look at Hohoi, for example.
Amewu.
Yeah. Look, when we went to the ground first time, a poll bear three or Hohoi. I mean, people were giving the testimony, even though some arrests have not been done, but they were giving credit for some things he has done. And under normal circumstances, no. And a normal election, he may have won again. But we a very, very abnormal elections. People were not prepared to do skirt and blouse anymore because of what is happening in current parliament. You know. So
I see.
So I think NDC used that effectively to whip their people in line. Eventually, those who were relying on NDC for to win, they lost. If you have a commissioner now or rely on NDC for, I feel vulnerable.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So which means Obiti said how a commission always not NDC for a cobuano.
Absolutely. And lately, the NDC straight, but MP for Muja joining NDC for.
I see.
There are people in Agashaf camp who didn't vote for Mahokwe, came to vote for Elikplim. Oshe Asujamana. Initially, they were having the same problem. Now, NDC for no eta piles.
Okay.
I'm not more hono. Say share border.
Yeah.
So they were supporting Intiag before no. Excuse my language. I'm gonna call for campaign, and I'm say Omundada one or Muyu free piles. So otherwise, piles could have won.
I see.
Yes.
So back to Western region. John did 423,245. While candidate now or honor. That is presidential. Sorry. Baumia 275,231, almost half.
That was serious. Honestly, Western region was something else. This is the largest result for Western region in this republic.
Really?
It was shocking. In fact, in my model number, we were saying maybe Mama will get about 54%. Not this level 58%. Is too big. Too big.
Baby to say Takwansuayim.
We saw it coming.
Mrekuduka.
Yes. And to make matters worse, you see, election, the wind was blowing very strongly. At the same time, there was a lady there who was contesting as independent candidate, and she was pulling a good number. And with that performance, there's no way Duka was going to survive, because NDC were united behind their candidate, but the MPP were fragmented between Olone Obano.
Independent, no MPP.
Yes, no MPP.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're affecting Mrekuduka.
Yes.
So, you baby to say Eastern region. Eastern region, Baumia 493,234. Mama 453,234.
Almost draw.
Almost draw.
And no, you see, I don't know. I said, sir, MPP Ashanti region, Eastern region, Ajurogu. That is exactly what happened. You didn't get what you're looking for in Ashanti region, and Eastern region collapsed under your nose.
You got some uncle.
Yes. Yes, and the apathy in Eastern was a lot higher than in the Ashanti region.
Why?
Someone say,
but, so is it that Akufo-Addo 8 years in a 1 year?
No, I don't think people are saying that. Almost a comedy. Whether they have free education, there was fundamental issue about the economy affect you, and people wanted the solution to the economy. Well, the top issues in the economy, jobs, and education in that order. So the first two, almost over half of the people were saying the economy and jobs. So once I don't know, then everything will fall apart.
My uncle baby to say Bono Ahafo. Mahama 216,691 against Baumia 124,811. Almost also half.
June, Ikoye Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyani West, and Sunyani East. In all, none of them MP was leading. None. So we said, sir, there could be trouble in Bono. In fact, the post was showing that Balfour was going to lose way back in June.
So, which means on more parliamentary candidates, there were issues.
Yes. And then Amir Treme, he was also going to go.
And it happened.
All of them, Brekum West, Brekum East, Sunyan West, Sunyan is only not tough. It was long projected, said they're going to lose those seats.
Greater Accra, so amazing. JM 1.260 1,260,832. Wabaumia did 681,535. Greater Accra, but Greater Accra seats it was a.
Look, none of them shocked me. None of them, apart from Patrick Muhammad, because I thought
Baba Sadiq.
Yeah. I really thought Baba Sadiq must have worked very, very hard to get that seat. Honestly,
but
if the wind that is blowing is that kind of heavy, sometimes even the good ones get swept away. And I think if he loses the seat, I'm saying there were disagreement. If he loses that, it means the wind was quite great. Oshe Tema Centra, I knew it was going to be lost.
Tema Centra?
We said it long time.
That is Ebi Bright.
Ebi Bright, because Tema Ekohono, now the force, he was losing about 40% of the vote that went to Yves Hansen. He has lost that 40% of Yves' vote. And who can survive losing 40% of your previous vote? So we share all the places that Mulusi Arena. There were signs, early warning. There were early warning signs that these guys were going. But it was too good to be true, so people didn't probably take it serious. Yes, because you guys don't know what you have done.
No, anytime me no bedroom come on phones, me the two part. The my busam say, alright, someone can do. No, I am saying no. Don't trust him. Don't believe, because I
no, you have every right not to. I mean, it's okay because.
I kept on asking you questions like, are you sure? I mean, say, sir, baby, to say Tema. 3 seats are gone.
Yeah, it was long coming.
How?
Long coming. Herikote, we saw it long coming. There was no single seat Mulusuya Yanhu. Even those that they held on to, we saw enough signs if the wind was bigger and blowing massively, you could take them down.
Eslosu.
Oh, she was gone long time. Eslosu had been gone long time. We were even expecting to lose last year, survival year. 2020.
Baby, to say Central Region. 562,620 against 382,749.
And I say massive.
Very.
Almost about 60% in Central Region.
Yeah.
I don't think that has happened before.
I see.
I don't think. I have to check. But this is not the margin that Central Region normally gives. Center for the almost chadia. No, we're very, very massive. We were expecting some seats to flip, maybe NDC to lose some seat, and then, but we were, in fact, A+ seat. I think he did very well, because from our initial assessment, we were thinking NDC could peep it.
Okay.
But I think A+ did very well.
Okay.
To win that seat.
So one more comma NDC, but
yeah, we were in the model. We were thinking it was going to go NDC, but A+ took it, which meant that.
So which means A+ ne Baba Sadiq near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Near the same dynamics.
Yes.
Savannah 134,563 against 56,000. For Baumia, Savannah.
In fact, I'm saying the second region with the highest swing, about 40% of Omatuma and Baumia, and now last time Omatuma Mahama in Savannah.
Omatuma Baumia.
No.
Why? Because those things based on Mibotomasem, maybe there are local dynamics.
I believe that they wanted to give Mahama a very huge support. And probably they were thinking, say, Northeast bear the same thing. So they were trying to cancel each other. But Northeast surprised me.
Bawumia Krum.
Almost surprising me.
Northeast, let me check.
The Onya, yeah, he was slightly better than Nanado in 2020.
I see.
Which means that the numbers, it means NDC numbers are very solid numbers there.
You know, Juanka.
That be.
Mamma sent me one Northeast. I say, do you have the figures for Northeast?
No, I haven't.
Savannah, North, Upper East, OT, Upper West, Western North, Western North, no bad too.
My internet is down.
Her internet here very poor, very poor. Okay, so Dumelo, I also.
No. Those ones, I think Dumelo, you could see that from the end of the last election, he was going to win the next one. I think leader was sitting on the borrowed time, and that time is up.
Ayawaso.
Yes, because Dumelo is very solid among the student population.
Okay.
And I'm saying one of the largest electoral area.
Yes.
So once that comes home very large and big, you can't survive it. And Ushe, the other electoral areas, no airport residential area, only numbers. And then the bigger numbers will come from the Abilene Bay side of Hono, and those are heavy areas of Accra who are suffering from the economic hardship. So it's not going to go her way. And it was obviously said she won't survive.
Offer baby to say Oti region. Oti region, we hear I am from Casa Normani Bawumia car. But they lost all the seats once again.
There were some signals coming from certain part of the OT region. I was expecting a bit of one or two shocks
from OT region.
But in Chumuru was giving a bit of hint to say they were not happy, but probably they felt it wasn't the time for them to change their MP. Mama was winning there, but the MPs, they were having a bit of challenges, but eventually they came home.
Almost repeating that.
As usual.
Northern region.
I think it delivered one of the big shocks because people were thinking, say, over the years, Bawumia has done well to close the gap. So this time they expect him to say maybe he could win the region. I knew he wasn't going to win, but I didn't know he was going to lose that big in the northern region.
But Northeast near close, eh?
Yeah, it was close.
Bawumia did 134,000. Mama did 111,000. Agenda 111.
It was close. It was close.
Very close.
Yeah. And for your home region, I think this is a bad result.
Ayana me person me who say mo check the local dynamics
no, you see, we're a national election, so we don't pay too much attention to Macau, Matiwa kind of issues because we focus.
But you also inform me about for decisions.
Yeah, but parliamentary analysis is a very comprehensive one. You know, yeah, so Maya, then we have a time, but once my engine acquire and who here. Exactly. But maybe also saying, then we'll look at local issues that can inform you as to how to handle them. But if you had a cohort, we don't have time for those local issues, but we can see enough to say, okay, this could be the reason why this guy could be losing or winning there.
Okay, so Yamfa baby to say Upper East 361 against 106,000 for Bawumia. Gab knows so too much.
I think the conflict in Boku may have had a negative impact on MPP numbers in Upper East region.
Oh, okay.
Yes. We hear the numbers that were coming from Binduri, Zebela, and Bokunwa. It is quite sobering.
I see. But Yamlamra Mefa, the national characters, the John Mahama factor, the Bawumia factor. What happened?
Look, this election was going to be tough for Bawumia long before he became a flag bearer for MPP. Long before. Okay, polling data from January 2023. We're doing matchup like a scenario. If it is Mahama against this person, if it is Bawumia against this person. So from earlier on, we could still say, I mean, Mahama was around 53%. Mahama was doing 53% in April 2022. And Bawumia 38%.
2022?
Yes, April.
I see.
Then if you slot in Alana, then you have Mama coming to around 5.2 and Alan around 4.0. So regardless of who was leading the MPP, Mama was still leading. Over the time, the numbers hasn't changed much. Mama went up and then came down slightly. In Ushe, where he was in the last poll, and in the first poll, it appeared people had already voted long time.
I see.
So that for us, nothing was changing. So we saw that the race was stable. The numbers don't change beyond, certain limit. And with that, you could go to sleep and predict, say, this will be the outcome. So that's why we were very confident.
Baby, messenger, no de ebre Ghana for. On say a Drew baby, no man for say Bawumia is talking like an opposition leader. In a good effect on his campaign?
No.
Or
I mean, nobody will say that will have a good campaign. No. Because look, you should be speaking as a government and defending